Morning cricket fans, welcome to day number 2, ECS Estonia kicking off here under beautiful bright skies for now. Let's hope it continues throughout the whole day. But the first match coming your way, it is the Tallinn Stallions taking on the T10 Wolves, and it's the Stallions to call. Your call, sir? Tails is the call. Tails it is. Going to have a bowl first. Stallions getting into it, and they're going to bowl. Good morning, cricket fans. Welcome to ECS Estonia 2026, Day 2. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. Welcome you to, well, a ground that had a bit of rain yesterday and there's a bit of thunder around the ground, but we're looking like we're going to start now, which is excellent news. And above the ground, there's blue sky, wispy white clouds, and we're almost set to go, which is really important news. Ali Raza and Usman is out there for the T10 Wolves as the first ball is being bowled. Here it comes. And we start with a clubbing shot for 6 over deep mid-wicket, a very straight deep mid-wicket. What a start that is. Giwala taken downtown on the first ball of the morning. And speaking of the morning, good morning, everybody. Lovely to see so many people lined up in the chat watching the game today. This is the Tallinn Stallions up against the T10 Wolves, match number 5, the first match of today, day 2. Welcome to wherever you're watching from around the world. Wonderful to have your company. Hope you're all well. And you're all had a really good Tuesday so far. We've been watching some pretty heavy clouds, which is pretty disappointing. But the clouds have missed us. There's a massive thunderstorm to the south of us. We can see it out of our windows, and it's literally its elbow has just brushed the ground as that storm is head towards Tallinn. So if you're watching from Tallinn, you're in the city, brace yourself. You're about to get absolutely spanked. Hello to Rob Thompson. Hello to Johnny. Good to see you all in there. Thank you, Rob, for letting me know that the sound is good. Always a pleasure. So it looks a bit gloomy on camera there. There's not a lot of sunshine at the moment because the heavy clouds are moved in front of the sun, but there's a lot of blue sky around as well. So we're being optimistic. That's a lovely shot. Square hook shot. It has slammed into, there's a white wall over there which protects one of the containers. You heard the dunk as it went straight into it. So a brisk start here this morning. Very nice start as well. And in case you missed the toss news at the very top of the day, you saw that the Stallions won the toss, want to have a bowl first. Captain was sort of moving one way or the other during the toss, but yeah, he got the news out. Definitely want to have a bowl first. Hits the stumps. There you go. Well, there's the breakthrough they were looking for as Ali Raza is looking to continue pushing things along as a huge peal of thunder happens in the background. Not sure if that came through the effects mic, but I heard it clear as day. But that is a storm that's missing us. So what an over so far. 6, 3 wide, 6 wicket. It's all happening. T10 Wolves, 15 for 1, halfway through the first. So Ali Raza bowled for 12 from 3 deliveries. 2 big sixes there. So Muhammad Osman Senior at the non-striker's end, yet to face a delivery. Mubashir Iqbal coming out to the crease now. He's going to face a couple of balls. Let's see how he goes. So we don't have the same issue with the wind that we had yesterday. We're absolutely battered throughout the entire day yesterday with the wind. We lost a lot of the gear, got knocked over. Players were getting knocked over. Tents were being ripped up and destroyed. But not as bad today with the wind. And looking out the window to the north, it's actually nice. It looks really nice. It's blue sky, white clouds above the ground. The problem is that all around the ground, it's very heavy dark clouds. That's going to be leg side for another wide. So conditions are a bit very cool this morning. Probably hasn't even hit 16, 17 degrees yet. So it's quite cool here. And when I say that, apologies to the people in Europe who are who are suffering with a fair bit of heat at the moment, but it is quite cool conditions here. And just pushed away for a single and off the mark. Turning strike over for Iqbal. Nicely played. Good morning to Paul in the chat as well. Good morning to Ian Smullen. Good to see you, Ian. Thanks for joining us. Popping in for a little bit of a view of the cricket from Estonia before you're heading off for Essex v Yorkshire. I've been following your posts on social media. I'm loving your tour. Bowler in again. And just push towards point for a single. So a little bit of caution coming into the Tartu Wolves here. They had the long drive up from Tartu this morning. They left at 6 o'clock in the morning. Got here just before 9 o'clock, just in time for the coin toss. So their timing was actually not too bad. But they've had a long day already. And dots up on that last ball. And that should be where they finishes with the score on 18 for 1. First over done. So let me talk to you about what we have in store for you today with the Tallinn Stallions and the Tartu Wolves battling it out in this first match. They're also going to face off against each other in the late match today, match number 4 for the day, match number 8 for the series. So the Tallinn Stallions, Tartu Wolves back in action straight after this match. They've got their double header here. They're going to take on the Hippos, the Tallinn Hippos, who we saw yesterday play 3 games. The Stallions will be back for the lunchtime match, and they're going to play the Hippos. The Wolves will get to sit out a game then. And the last match of the day, as I said before, the Stallions back in action against the Tartu Wolves. So it'll be the rematch of this current first game. Second over starts. So the Stallions are going to take a bit of pace off now. After Prenay's first over goes for 18 with a wicket. This is Chowdhury, who had a pretty good day yesterday, although he's just been taken for 4 now. So score up to 22 for 1. It's early on in the piece, though. Ahmed Usman on strike. Moiz Ahmad at the non-striker's end. And we continue. Chowdhury in again. Bold getting that ball to move past the right-hander who's still looking to play on the offside. Let's have a look and see where the deep fielders are for you who are slightly out of frame just after this ball. Well, there's no one out on the leg side, and once you pierce that gap, that's going to run away for 4. This ground is pretty quick. There was a fair bit of overnight rain. There was a lot of rain last night when we finished. It just started to rain when we finished the final game yesterday, but afterwards, for the next 2 hours, it just got heavier and heavier. And by the time we left the ground, we were pretty drenched. So there's no deep fielders on the leg side except for Long On, who's very straight at Long On. And then you have a fielder who's at third. There you got 2 deep fielders inside the power play so far. And that's going to bring the player from third across to try to stop that. Doesn't. Oh, dear. That's gone all the way for a mini-mo. Well, that's going to sting. The wide's already picked up to 9, and we're not even out of the second over. And in any language, you spell that, ouch. Haven't heard any thunder for a few minutes, so I'm thinking that massive storm just to the south of us has gone past us. 31 so far for 1. This over worth 13 runs, picking up nicely for the Wolves. And remember, the Wolves have sent in to bat as well. Saw a few times yesterday, teams winning the toss, electing to field. And the batting side who didn't win the toss, obviously lost the toss, making massive scores. The strikers come to mind straight away. They lost the toss for the first 2 matches, and they made massive scores. And given leg before, it was pretty full, hit him plumb in front, and even a left arm over the wicket. That's a pretty good shout, and I think a pretty good decision from the umpire as well. So wicket falls at the end of the second, 31 for 2. The Wolves in a little bit of trouble now, as they've lost their openers in the first 2 overs. Now the Well, the upper middle order didn't stand a bit strong here. Good morning to Paolo Campini, who joins us as well. Hello to Ash. Saw you in there before. Good to see you. Chris Addison joins us too. Good morning to everybody. Thank you for joining us this morning. I can see Lakan Rathod is out there as well. Good to see you, Lakan. You joined us yesterday for a little bit, so good to see you. And everyone else in the chat, thank you for joining us. Let us know where you're tuning in from. And let us know who you're supporting as well. Tartu Wolves or the Tallinn Stallions, as I just heard another loud peal of thunder. We've got the door to the shed open. I'm not going to call this the shed. It's a very small little box. I might just call it the box, comms box. So the back door is open and the front window's open. I'm looking out the front window, but the back door's open and the view out the back window is just dark grey clouds. The view out the window at the front is lovely blue sky and white wispy clouds. That's Estonia. Start the third with a clubbing shot, goes leg side and it goes all the way for Maximo. Lovely strike. Score gets up to 38 for 2 now. So on the camera, it does look a little bit dark out there, but as I look out the window directly above us, there's a few broken grey clouds, but otherwise the view out the front's actually not bad. It's nice blue skies, a few white clouds, not too bad. Players happy that we've gotten the game off to a good start this morning. 38 for 2 inside the third. Straight to points, no run, good fielding, good anticipation too by the fielder out there. Swings hard, goes out to leg side. Doesn't go exactly where he wanted. Oh, square leg makes a bit of a blue off that one. So a quick single turns into an easy single there for the batters. They keep turning the strike over. Excellent work. Run still coming here. Wicketkeeper up at the stumps having a bit of a nightmare this morning so far, giving away a number of wides. I think that's what happens when you're up at the stumps like that. So a few people asking, has there been any rain at the field? There is no rain at the field right now. No rain at the field. It is going on near us, but it's not raining at the field. The field is fine. And actually, it's playing quite well. As players are not slipping, sliding, so everything's fine here. And I think if anyone's going to talk about being abandoned, into the third over, and it ends with a Maximo 48 for 2 on the board. I'll just ask people in the chat to not drop comments about the match being abandoned. Match is not abandoned. It's playing nicely. 3 overs gone, 48 for 2. And we'll let you know if there's any problems like that. Hello to Ashu Shukla, who tells me, yes, you're tuning in from India. Well, welcome to everyone tuning in from India. It's wonderful to have you with us. Obviously, the last couple of years, due to certain restrictions on YouTube for our Indian fans, you were unable to watch us on YouTube, but now you can, and it's wonderful to have you with us. Very engaging, and you're very passionate about your cricket, and that's what we love to see as well. So thank you for joining us. So Arun Sengupta as well. Arjun, good to see you, tuning in from India. Hope you're all well, had a good Tuesday, or you're having a good Tuesday, even better. Okay, power play finish. Let's start the fourth. And we start with a dot ball that's struck the batter a little bit low there. He's just going to have a little walk to square leg and sort himself out. He's dropped the bat, so he has been hit somewhere very, very painful there. Let's hope he's okay. Yeah, let's hope he's all right. He's just exercising his right to just go for a wander as he's taken that one a little bit low. I got a funny feeling, though, it's nothing to do with his legs. Let's hope he's all right. So we're just going to take a little moment here while the batter just sucks in a few deep breaths. First ball of Ashwin's over has collected the batter in a bit of a spot as Mohamed Usman Sr. just sucking in the breaths. And, well, shout out to Mohamed Usman Jr., who's no doubt out there somewhere. Yep, that's definitely missed the legs. Rob Thompson, yes, that is a rugby field in the background. You are 100% correct. It's a rugby field, and when they're not playing rugby, they play cricket on that field. So it's good to have 2 cricket pitches. And the rugby field, apparently the grass there is quite spongy. So the locals tell me that when you get tackled and taken to the ground, it's actually not too bad because it's very, very forgiving ground over there. So anyway, enough of the comments about the batter taking a bit of a low blow. I think he's okay. Putting the gloves back on again, and it's fair enough. Just needs a moment to suck in a few deep breaths, but he's okay there. PK as well. Yep, indeed. Hello to Fahad Fernandez. Good to see you. I saw you in the chat yesterday. Wonderful to have you back again. And I love your comments, as always. I love all the comments. If you want to engage with me, ask any questions, please do so. I'm here for you to try to give as much information as I can about what's going on the field. You can see what's happening on the field, but if I can give you any other details, maybe what's going on behind the scenes, anything you can't see on the broadcast as well, maybe I can fill in the blanks for you. In fact, why don't I do that now with the outfield and tell you now that we've got a boundary rider square on the leg side. Then you've got a wide, very straight, deep mid-wicket, almost a long on. Long off, deep cover, and a pretty wide, deep third. Very wide. You've got a short third and a wide, deep third as well. So they're looking to protect the edges, maybe give the wicket keeper a little bit of assistance there. That's the short third. And then the deep third is there for maybe an uppercut shot because he's really pushing around to almost backward point. And that's the shot that goes over the top of the fielder who's up inside the circle. That's one of the players at third. And that's the one where you sort of go, well, maybe he should be on the boundary and maybe a deep point might be a better position. But anyway, you can't keep chasing the field like that when it happens. So the 50's up, 53 for 2, that boundary. And it's 3.4 overs, 2 to come. So once again, hello to everyone who's joined us in the chat today. It's very welcome to join us. We're so good to have your company. So relax, settle in for an afternoon, an evening, or a morning of T10 action, wherever you're watching from around the world. Current run rate is going along nicely. It's just over 14. That's not bad for the Wolves. Nice little springboard for them. But you sort of expect them at around about the halfway point. If they've still got 2 wickets down, expect these 2 to start to pick up the pace. Swings hard to his leg side. Nicely stopped by square leg. Going to get the single, though. Well run. Some people in the chat asking about the lineup. The lineups, you can go to ecn.cricket and you can find all the team lineups, the stats, the news, the toss news, every bit of information, ecn.cricket. And I'll try and post that for you in the chat just one more time if I can do that for you. There you go. I'm going to post this link in the chat for everybody, and that is where you want to go. Thank you, Ash, as well. And Ash, yeah, asked me the city of Tallinn. Let me tell you my first impressions of Tallinn. Obviously, lovely. Smaller than I anticipated. I thought it'd be a bit bigger than that, but that's not a negative. There's nothing wrong with that. When you can walk across the city in a couple of hours, I got no problem with that. And I had a lovely walk around the city on Friday last week before we got to the ground and did all the setup work. So really nice. Lovely old town area with all the forts and the lovely old buildings. And obviously then the new area, which is a bit more sort of, modern with the shopping malls and the corporate buildings and that sort of business. The port area, I was staying near the port area for a bit as well. That was pretty good. The shopping there was very good, obviously, for the tourists coming in and picking up their bargains. Struck hard and high out of the ground. That's a huge shot. That's out of here. Lovely strike down the ground for 6. So the Wolves here keeping that run rate going along. It just stood a slid a little bit. It's gone down to below 13. And with that Maximo, it boosts it back up to 14. They need that run rate to stay at 14s and maybe have themselves a bit of a springboard towards the end of the innings. Let's see how they go. Goes again. And that is even better. It's a lot squarer, but same result. Back-to-back 6s now. Lovely strike. Scores ticking along nicely then as it gets up now to 68 for 2, halfway through the 5th. This over getting expensive. 13 off the over so far. Nidian bowled pretty well yesterday. He was pretty successful with a couple of wickets, took a couple of catches as well. But the Wolves are getting after him here, and I think this is a good bit of aggression shown by the Wolves. Tries it again. This time Mitz hits it into the ground. Another big hit. That's another Maximo in the over. This over's gone magical, folks. It's gone up to 20 and there's still one more to come. Yes, Ash, absolutely. It's interesting here about the language. It's obviously they have their local language, Estonia, but English is very easily accessible, acceptable. I haven't had a problem with anyone anywhere in the city, be it taxi driver or be it shop, restaurant, garage, petrol station, anything like that. Everyone, English here is very acceptable, which makes it very easy for someone like me whose language skills is basically Czech and English and Australian. Another big 6. Well, that's 4 Maximos in the over, and that's a huge over, and it's gone for 26 runs now. That is some lovely striking from Sanu. He's put this, absolutely taken this game away now as it's really picking up nicely. So people are in the chat asking about the lineups. I've put a link in the chat. Just scroll back up to my last comment and you will see the link. And I'm sure my other mod friends will probably drop the link for you, but that's where you find it. ECN.cricket is where you need to go for all that information. And the lineups are there for you. So 81 for 2 after 5, and they're halfway through the innings, and the run rate's jumped up now to 16 with that massive 26 run over. Obviously, Nidian there has been taken to the cleaners after that very good over from Ashwin as well. That's a bit disappointing for the Stallions. Looking at the scoreboard now, and it's looking very healthy for the Wolves. Tartu Wolves looking the goods now. They've got a great springboard to pick up and have a huge total on the board. Something very tough for the Tallinn Stallions to chase. Anything over 140 is a tough chase. Carved away and almost taken. That was right on the fingertips and not quite protecting the boundary rope either, unfortunately. So it does spill across the line for 4. Almost taken. So close. Almost taken. But almost doesn't get the chocolates in cricket, as you all know. ALC Sprite asking interesting questions in the chat. Maybe you took my comment literally, but you can ask me anything by saying how many people are there in the world. I'd say a lot. That's probably my best answer. There's a lot of people in the world. Nice bit of fielding right in front of Rob, our roving cameraman, who's doing a cracking job out there. Just one down the ground. Obviously, you can Google how many people there are in the world. There's a website called the Worldometer. Wide called there, and that is the 12th wide of the innings. Arjun Sengupta, you can find the player stats. You may have to go to Crick Heroes. I'm not sure if the ECN website has all the player stats. It'll have the player stats for this series at ecn.cricket. So if you go to ecn.cricket, Arjun, you can find the players' stats for this series, but I don't think we have the historical player stats. I think that's the issue we have. But I would start there if I was you. Thank you, Johnny Hissom. Kartik saying Rico. No, this is not Rico. This is Phil. Phil G. We continue. Tries to bang it in short, and that has been taken. That's a really good catch off his own bowling. Well, Chowdhury there has pulled off a blinder. He's got his second wicket as well. He's got 2 for 22. Richie Beno with just one more ball to come in the over, and this is a much better over compared to what happened in the last over. Excellent caught and bowled. Good reaction. Takes the catch down low. It was slightly mishit, so it didn't come back as fast and as hard as maybe he was thinking, but it still had to hang on to a rocket. Kartik Saraj is asking me about Rico. Rico's taken some time off. Rico had a heavy bit of lifting to do the last couple of weeks there in Hornchurch, so he's taking a few weeks off at home, and then he'll be back on tour very, very shortly. I know he'll be back on tour. In fact, he might even be going to Belgium. That's just a whisper. I'll try and get that confirmed. I'm not sure if he is, but I know he's taken some time off. Ash, that's an interesting one about Brett Lee. I haven't seen his name in any of the lineups. Believe me, if I did, I'd probably lose my mind. I haven't seen him in the lineups at the moment. 6 overs gone, 89 for 3 on the board. That run rate just ticks back below 15 now to 14.8. Good over that one. It's a wicket and 8 runs from it. Started with a boundary, and the over got better and better from that forward. So, yeah, a few people asking in the chat about Rico. I'll try and find out when he's back. In fact, you know what? While we're talking, I might even drop him a message, and I'll ask Rico when he's back on tour. And maybe he might even jump in the chat and say hello to everybody if you're lucky. I'll see if I can convince him to do that. I'll tell you what I'd love to do this week. I'd love to try to get Rico on a remote comm with me, where we can commentate together as the sun finally comes out, as that huge, dark, black storm has now headed all the way, well, the other side of Tallinn now. Where we're situated, we are on the west side of the city, so we get the weather first. So the weather comes in from the west, and it goes across towards the city. So we get the weather first. So that storm that was here at the very start of the match has now gone all the way towards the city. This has gone all the way in the air. It's going to stay in the field of play. 2 players. Someone called for it. Well, I tell you what, no one called for it, and I was so worried about a clash, and the catch has been held. Wow, that's a good catch taken in the end, though. But you know what? I feel really bad for the player who was coming out from square of the wicket, because he was setting himself for the catch, and in the end, it looked to me like he was running around and taking the catch literally out of his hands. It was Ankur Patel, who we know has got a good pair of hands, took a couple of catches yesterday. And now he and the player from deep mid-wicket having a conversation about whose catch was it. I was more worried about whose call is it. It's the one thing about when we play cricket in around Europe is there seems to be a lack of calling between the fielders, and we really don't want to see a clash of bodies like that. In the end, it was no clash. Catch was taken. 4th wicket falls. 89 on the board. That's a good wicket. Akash continues. Takes a wicket. No runs off his over yet. Well, there we go. There it is. Well done, Phil. And he bowls a full bunger wide ball. Yeah, I keep looking out the window to the east where the storm has gone, and is well, the phrase we have in Australia is it's black as a dog's guts out there. It is absolutely black, dark clouds. And that ball's been struck out towards the east as well, and it's found the boundary line and then some for another Maximo. So things are slowed down quite appreciably here with a couple of wickets falling in a few balls. But it's up to these two now in these final 3 overs to really pick things up and try to stamp some authority here. As it's Naman and Sarim out there to try to power this score up to something around the 140s, maybe even the 150s. Need to set a big target here for the Stallions. Stallions won the toss, in case you missed it. They won the toss, elected to field first. So if the Tartu Wolves can get a 150 on the board, you kind of feel that they would say, well, the toss is irrelevant because we've got a great score on the board. The bowler desperate here, and the fielder desperate as well to try to stop the single, not stopping it. Good running. Now, it looks like there's a bit of a field placement changes here. Last ball of the over coming up. 1 for 8 off this over. And finishes. Club down the ground. I heard a massive roll of thunder in the background as well. I tell you what, we have got there's really heavy storms all the way around the ground, but the ground currently bathed in sunshine, looking an absolute picture. And the score on the board after 7 overs, 98 for 4 after 7, 9 runs off that over and a wicket as well. Akash has done pretty well there, getting wicket with the second ball. And Tartu Wolves, middle order. I've got 3 overs to power this score along. Let's see how they go. Good morning to Kev, who joins us as well. Maybe that roll of thunder was Kev entering the chat. I'm not sure. I'm trying to have a bit of a look out the... going to go over to the back of the shed again, just see what I can see. Oh, there's another huge storm coming in. Okay, that's what that is. Yep, we have thunderstorms all around us at the moment, but nothing in front of us. You can see lovely blue skies in front, but behind us, it's very, very dark, and there is thunder in the background, and there's heavy rain. You can see the rain falling. Clouds about probably 7 or 8 kilometers away, but all the way to the south and not coming to the ground. That's the good news. It's going past us. So enough of the weather talk. Let's get back to the cricket. 7 overs gone, 98 for 4, and we start the 8th. And a bit of a slower delivery, just a bit slower with the arm coming over, but it was well directed and just pushed away for a single towards leg side. Nidin back to bowl his second, which is kind of surprising considering he went for 26 off his first over. But his captain obviously showing a little bit of faith there. Yeah, it definitely has brightened up, hasn't it, Johnny? The sun's properly come out, really good. Yeah, Rob, you're right. I think I've missed my calling. I'm pretty sure I'd be good as a weatherman. Although I'd have to be sort of like trying to find better words than, oh, look at this rubbish over here. It's black as a dog's guts. Pelting down over there. They're going to get spanked and monstered. I'd have to work on my vocab, I think. Miss hit towards mid-wicket, and it stops in mid-wicket. So deep mid-wicket has to come and field. It has to run about 25 metres to get it. Score slowing down again. Projected score now is a 130. Steps up to meet it, and, well, it needs to be careful there because it was swing and a miss, and the wicket-keeper was right onto that. Breaks the stumps. But I think Noman has got back in time there. So Noman chewing up a couple of dot balls here. They need to be careful, the Wolves. The 100 has come up. It's 100 for 4, but it's taken 7.4 overs to get there. So there's only 14 legal deliveries left, and they really need to step up here. All right, 2 to come. Better, and that is out of here. Big 6, big Maximo over deep mid-wicket. Noman's been looking for that shot, but he's been wandering out of his crease to meet the ball and changing the pitch, and he's been doing himself a bit of a disservice as well. But this time he middles this one, and that's one out of the ground. Nice shot. Scored out to 106 for 4. Bowler in again. Last ball. Good length. Just tucks no man up. He can't get under it properly. And he ends up just pushing it on the leg side. Indicates to the umpire that's come off, I think his gloves, he indicated the umpire. I'm not sure what he did about that. Maybe the umpire was asking, are your fingers okay? Anyway, 8 overs gone. 107 for 4 is the score on the board. Projected score of a 134. And I kind of feel 134 needs to be better than that. Needs to be bigger than that to try to be a winning score. I kind of think par here from what I saw yesterday is probably about a 140, 150. But the score you want to get on the board, just to put your nose as well and truly in front, you need to be thinking about a 160. Strikers played a fantastic day of cricket yesterday. I thought they were fantastic. Definitely the pick of the teams. Picking up 3 wins. Batting first all 3 times and putting massive scores on the board and defending well. Really good bowling. Really good aggressive batting too. They had 2 Centurions yesterday as well. Sahil Chowdhury and also the captain Habib Khan in the first match belted unbeaten 126 yesterday morning. They've got the day off and the Strikers are going to be back in action tomorrow. Slower, and that's been mishit, and it should be taken. Is taken. Ankar Patel takes his second catch. This time he doesn't have to run around in front of deep mid-wicket. Takes a pretty well-judged catch. And the Stallions really fighting back well here. After that massive magical over went for 26 runs earlier, they've really fought back well. And the runs are starting to dry up now. Hello to RA2L Mondal. He's saying, against Noman, you should bowl at the hip and bounce. You're absolutely right. And we saw that in the previous over, that those deliveries that pitched up around his hips, he really struggled with that. And I think that's a really good shout from you there in the chat. Thank you for that. You're absolutely correct. And it turned out that anything on a good length, he was happy to get under it. But as soon as you pitch it up and he has to sort of take it around the hip area, he really struggled. Couldn't middle it, couldn't get it away. He didn't seem to have like a pull shot in his armory there to get after the ball. And now he's found himself back in the shed. Not our shed, of course, but in the dugout, the Tartu Wolves dugout. Fair innings from him, though. He wasn't out there for too long. Chewed up a couple of dot balls. Arjun's asking me to talk about the Stallions batting. All right, let me talk about the Stallions batting lineup. Shouts a catch it. Ooh, gets back in time. Doesn't shy the stumps. I thought he might shy the stumps, but he doesn't. Interesting. Another roll of thunder. I don't know if that's coming through the effects markets. Probably not. But we've had some very heavy thunder. There's still a lot of thunder going around the ground. All right, so let's talk about the Tallinn Stallions. Let me talk to you about the batting. So yesterday was interesting. On the both times they batted yesterday, they made scores around 117 and 118. At the top there, Rifat Khan, I thought he was the pick of the batters. I thought he played really well as an opener. Really, really big hitter. He belted a very quick fire 40 in the first match they played and really sort of set a bit of the scene there. So, Arjun Sengupta, thank you for the question. I would say they're very strong in the top. Batters 1, 2, 3, 4 have a lot of strength. That's a wide ball bowled there. Yeah. Nitin is very handy at the top. Ankar Patel is very good at the top as well. Rifat Khan, good, really, really good, really promising signs shown by them. Unfortunately, the middle order just struggled a bit. And that was where the problems really started happening. But Rifat Khan, he's the one to watch. He got himself a good 50 yesterday before he was unfortunately run out. But needing support from the middle order, the top 3 batters for the Stallions are the ones to watch. They are pretty handy. They lose a couple of wickets early, there's a bit of trouble. So hopefully that answers the question for you, Arjun. Thank you for your question. And that's how I read the games yesterday. Stallions played 2 games, lost both games. Could only amass 118, 117 in the 2 games they played. Chance of a catch, running back. Really difficult to take those catches looking over the shoulder. The throw, it takes a horrible bounce. It takes an absolute shocker of a bounce. And now they want to go to the other end. Oh, it's all happening. Everything's going everywhere. One of those crazy little moments. So in the end, it was just two. All right, it was just two. Hello to Uzi. Good morning to you. Uzi2917, one of our new mods in the chat. Good to have you along with us. 9 overs gone. Uzi, you've joined us just at the end of the first innings. 119 for 5 on the board. So Arjun Sengupta in the chat. Hopefully I've covered that for you. That's kind of how I feel the Stallions batting is. I think that, the top 3 batters are the ones to watch for. The middle order needs to assist the top order, and they need to try to get some runs under their belts. I think that's important. All right, looking to start the final over here. Ashwin has the ball. He bowled a beautiful over earlier. Just 7 runs from it. Didn't get a wicket, but just only 7 runs. Very economic here. And the Wolves looking to get after him early. Of course they will, as there's a aircraft flying right across the top of the ground, banking ever so slightly. All the passengers looking out and seeing that the cricket's been played here. And they're thinking, wow, Estonia cricket, I need to get me some of that. Swings hard, across the line, goes down the ground, long on, doesn't miss a beat. Ankur Patel fielding down there, who's already taken a couple of catches this morning. And no trouble negotiating that one. Wind's just starting to pick up a little bit here. Huge storm behind us, but going past us. Now, it looks to me that non-striker is looking at his bat a bit ruefully. At the he's going to want a new piece of equipment with only 4 balls left in the match. And his new piece of equipment after that strike hit the toe of the bat, and that probably means that the bat that's coming off the ground will either need some very close attention, or it could be firewood this winter. We'll see. Ashwin continues now. 4 to come. Lofted, but miss-hit as well. Probably lucky because Ankur Patel was lurking. Couple of bounces and fielded. Ankur Patel once again getting a lot of work here as they're looking to go down the ground. It's good over this. Ashwin has bowled so well. Very economic. It's that left arm coming around the wicket to the right hander, causing all sorts of trouble. Almost fields it off his own bowling as well. Going for 2. Should be run out. Oh, might have gotten home. The dive might have saved him. I think it has. Ashwin cannot believe it. He's looking at the umpire with absolute incredulity. He cannot believe it. But that was a very good dive. Good run too. Desperate stuff. RA2R Mondal in the chat mentioning about this kind of bowling. Yeah, left arm spin in ECS, classic combo, isn't it? It's funny how the right-hand batters really do struggle against this kind of looping left arm around the wicket delivery. And the thunder continues. Well, surely people can hear that one now through the effects mic. Well stopped. Going to get back for 2 if they get their skates on. The ball's coming in. And doesn't get home in time. It's a run out. It's the last ball of the innings. Might as well go for 2. They do put the foot down, but unfortunately, they cannot beat the ball. It's a good throw coming in. So it's a wicket on the last ball, going for that second run. So I think this Tartu Wolves will end up with a... That's interesting. I thought I saw the umpire put his finger up and say out. $127 on the board for 5. Here's the scoreboard. Okay, looks like we're starting at 34, so it's a 12-minute break now with the score 127 for 5, 10 overs gone, 8 runs off that last over, and I kind of feel the Tartu Wolves are about 20 runs shy of what would have been a good score for them. Anyway, we're going to take a short break here on the European Cricket Network as the game is in the balance now. Match 5 has been set down for the Wolves to defend a score of 127 and the Stallions to get a score of 128. This is going to be a tasty run chase. I mentioned before that Stallions yesterday, scores of 117 and 118 yesterday. Let's see if they can go maybe one better and open up their account and get a win here against the Wolves in the first match here this morning. A morning which has been punctuated with thunderstorms and rain and huge clouds, but nothing has touched the ground so far, which we are very, very happy about. It's all happening around the ground, though. I'm going to post a few videos in the Spanish squad of the weather conditions here. So any Spanish squad people out there, hope you're going to enjoy those little extra bits and pieces. Anyway, I'm going to take a break. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network saying I'll be back in 10 minutes to introduce you to the run chase. Don't go too far. And you are watching ECS Estonia 2026 edition. Back shortly. Welcome back, everybody, to the Run Chase, coming your way now in this fifth match of ECS Estonia. Phil G here under the very happy to be under the covers here at the in the shed, the comms shed, or the comms and production shed here at the ground. We had just that light shower hit us just as the players came off the field after the first innings. They're back now. We're about to resume. And that's what happens in this part of the world. I can see Sumit Kumararian is asking, how did the rain come so quickly? That's what happens in Estonia. It can rain and then it will disappear. And it can come back and disappear all over again. That is the nature hard at work here in this part of the planet. And that's exactly what happens. So the good news is there is not going to be any sort of delay. There's no DLS. That delay was quite short and we are going to restart. So the news that I have is there's been no DLS adjustment to score. We're just going to pick things up, albeit maybe a couple of minutes delayed, but that's not enough to change any sort of scoring or anything like that. So we're almost set to go now. And we start the run chase. Popped up in the air. Should be a wicket taken first up, and it's been dropped. Oh, my goodness. What a start that would have been for the Wolves if they had gotten that one, and it's not. It's been put down. And there's a lot of Wolves out there with heads in their hands. They cannot believe it's been spilled. Neither can I. And I reckon neither can you either. That is a very lucky start there. Rifat Khan, the big wicket. I mentioned him in the previous innings. I was talking to a couple of people in the chat. Jun Sen Gupta, I mentioned him to you. And he was the one to watch out for, and he's been dropped on 0. First ball of the innings, incredible stuff. So, need plenty of runs, 128 of them to get the win here. Tartu Wolves need to defend, and they need to hold those catches. How important a catch that'll be, I'll know in about 40 minutes' time, and we'll talk about it. Rob Thompson asking me to turn the lights on. Yep, I might have to have a word to the curators here, see if we can get all the cars in the car park to turn their headlights on and drive up to the ground, because it is a little bit dark there, but it's quite weird. The dark skies are behind us and it's hidden the sun, but there is a lot of blue sky around as well. That's the catch. There's so much blue sky around, and I think that the order of the day is going to be quick showers, occasional quick showers, followed by periods of bright sunshine. So it's going to be proper spring weather here. Just a bit of this and a bit of that, even though we get towards the back end of summer. I'm going to call it spring weather. You know, the change of seasons weather. Struck out towards the leg side. That's going to find the boundary rope backward of square leg for 4 runs. First boundary of the morning. Nice shot there from Nidin. Opens his account with a good shot. Oh, that I'm still thinking about that catch that was dropped and how expensive that's going to be. And the player, I think, he's still out there at not quite mid-wicket, sort of square leg, but a bit wide. It's like they've got 2 mid-wickets out there. One square and one straighter. And as I speak, one mid-wicket has moved to regular mid-wicket. So he's kind of in a bit of a no-man's land out there, really. And that gets through the play at point. So Tartu Wolves with a couple of issues in the field already this morning. Coughed up a couple of runs. Campini, inclement weather. Yeah, that's probably the phrase I was looking for, wasn't it? Thank you for that, PK. Inclement weather. A little bit tough out there. I don't know if anyone could hear the thunder during the broadcast towards the end of the innings. But yeah, it's been quite loud. Another wide ball there. Well, actually, apologies. That's the first wide of the innings. The Stallions were guilty of 16 wides were bowled in the previous innings. So the Stallions really need to watch out for that. Just giving away that many runs is not good at all. Shot. Along the deck, 4 runs. Well, this has been pretty good batting here. They need a nice solid start. Only need to be going at 13 runs and over, so a good solid start here is very important. First over done, 12 off the over, so pretty much there, whereabouts where they need to be. And this run chase is happening now. It's off and running. 116 more required off the next 9 overs. Need to be going at just under 13 and over. You're currently going at 12s. And in case you missed it, Rifat Khan was given a life. He was dropped on 0. Skied a ball, and it was dropped by the player coming in from square leg. And that will be, well, I'll be interested to see whether that's going to be the game-changing moment. Get a feeling it could have a bit to do with it. Khan's facing up now, and get the feeling he's going to make the most of his opportunities as he pops this one high in the air, and that is going to find the other side of the boundary rope for 6 runs. Oh, no. I get the feeling for the Wolves that could be the catch that could cost them the game. Question put to me by the chat in the previous innings was talk about the Stallions and their batting. And I really feel that these two, Rifat Khan and Nidin at the top with Ankur Patel, these are key. The first 3 wickets are absolutely key. Another wide there. Yeah, and that drop's going to be costly. Barath is saying, why running for 6? Well, because the ball held up in the sky and the wind was almost pushing it back into the field of play. And players who don't run while the ball's in the air, they're the players who either get run out or they don't get as many runs as they should. So it's a good practice to get into. And from the batter's viewpoint where he is, he couldn't see that it was going to go all the way to the boundary. It only got over the boundary rope by about half a metre. It just got over the boundary rope. So it was the right thing for them to run. Hope that's answered your question. So 20 on the board. No wicket taken yet. Oh, he's monstered that one. And it's gone straight. Oh, now he stepped on the rope. Umpires have put the hands in the air. Players have come together to celebrate. They don't realise that the player has stepped on the rope. Well, I could see it clear as day. Umpire could see it clear as day. The fielders were maybe trying to confuse the umpire. Ran in for celebrations. Back foot clearly stepped on the rope. Clear as day that was. And it goes in the book as 6 runs. Did you see that? Oh, it was... Yeah, it's a shame we didn't have another camera angle, but unfortunately, stepped on the rope. Hit down the ground. Going to be just the one. Quick singles there. So, take you back to that previous catch. That was not a catch because it was caught with the fielder's feet on the rope. And Rifat Khan, well, he's survived a couple of these ones as well. So that's a little bit disappointing for the Wolves there. So twice he's been put down. So I can talk you through that. It's a bit like TMS at the moment. Happy to do that for you. Having last week, had the pleasure of commentating next to Henry Blofeld in Switzerland. So a bit of the TMS has rubbed off me, test match special. So I'm happy to do that for you. Just while we're having a bit of an issue with the second camera, the camera that follows the ball, and we're just getting that fixed right now. It took a little bit of water in that brief shower, so that's getting fixed. So apologies for that. Conditions are a little bit tough here, but it wasn't a catch dropped; it was a catch that was taken, but the fielder had his feet on the rope clearly. So profit share work. Just to be clear about that, it wasn't actually a drop. His feet were on the rope, so it wasn't counted as a catch. It was counted as 6 runs. 27 after 2 overs on the board. It's a good start here for the Stallions. They have not had a win yet. Oh, stumps, akimbo, smash, you miss, I hit, and that is a big, big wicket. Big breakthrough here as the Wolves finally get themselves a wicket, and there's no doubt about that one. Nidin has to go a brisk 17, and his time is done. Ankur Patel comes out, and this is what I was mentioned before about the top 3, and the Wolves know this. Get the top 3 out, and suddenly things just start to change a little bit there. Thank you to Johnny He in the chat, looking after the chat there. I agree with that comment you've just dropped at the top. Our chat is absolutely not a place for your business, no matter what it is. And we view that those kind of comments quite negatively, and you will be sent into the naughty step for the rest of the day. And our mods are totally onto that, and they've got my 100% support, as always, being an ex-mod myself, of course. I say X mod. I'm still a mod. So, massive breakthrough there. As if Satar comes on. First ball, hits the stumps. Second ball, just as important. What can he do? In the air, not convincing at all. It just gets over the top of the cover fielder and attempted with the foot to knock the ball back from the boundary rope. It gets to the boundary rope. Well done. 4 runs. MX failed is saying Arkan is a good person. He's a very good batter too, isn't he? He made a lot of runs yesterday, helped himself to a half century, got a 53 and also a 40 as well. So 93 runs in 2 matches yesterday. Very handy for the Stallions. They need him to kick on though. He's already had a life. He's already been dropped on 0. And he was caught on the boundary rope, but it was given 6 simply because the feet were on the rope. And Ankur Patel chases a wide one, shown as a wide. Score jumps up to 32 for 1. Tasty run chase, this one. Really tasty run chase. Roshan asking about providing all the camera angles. Unfortunately, we can't do that. We have an issue with one of our cameras here at the ground, which got damaged yesterday and also just took a little bit of water today as well. So we're trying to get that one fixed and back up and running for you. So we only have the one camera angle at the moment. And I think Rob, our cameraman, is doing a great job considering it's his first time ever holding a camera. Wide shown there. But we are working on it. Please bear with us. We are working on it. Some Devai asking, will ECS Barcelona happen after Hungary? There are discussions about ECS Barcelona after Hungary, but nothing's confirmed at the moment. But there are discussions. It's all about working with the local host federations and trying to, well, see if they can maybe rearrange some of their scheduling as well, because obviously the grounds are booked well in advance for many, many domestic competitions. And for ECN to come along and hopefully play something with a few weeks' notice is very difficult. So negotiations are happening for a potential ECS Barcelona, but it's still negotiating. There's a lot of work to do. We have that problem in Czech Republic. I'm based in Czech Republic. I work with Czech cricket quite a fair bit as ethics officer, and previously in the previous years as operations manager. And we have the ground. We have 2 grounds. And the 2 grounds are usually booked at least 18 months in advance for both the domestic season and for internationals that we host at the ground, you know, the Central Europe Cup. So when we have ECN coming along and saying, hey, can we talk about the planning for next year and the year after? That's fine, we can do that. But it's very hard to move things around in the year that we're talking about. So for instance, oh, what a shot. Let me talk about that shot before I talk about that. That is a terrific shot. Big, big Maximo. Swivels around, puts the pads in front of the stumps and connects beautifully. Middled that. That's a lovely shot. So the reason why there's negotiation between ECN and the federations constantly is simply because the federations have their grounds already pre-booked with a lot of domestic competitions and internationals, and also teams. Maybe they've got World Cup qualifiers on, they've got commitments elsewhere. So it's about finding a gap where we can get teams on the field, we can showcase the development and, of course, the domestic strength of these teams as well. And that's not an easy thing to do because teams have got commitments. Hit down the ground, should be 1, 2, 3 bounces. The ball wins the race to the boundary rope. And these two are settling in now. Ankur Patel has taken the lead here away from Rifat Khan. And he has muscled his way up to 22 from 5. And it's all come in boundaries. 4 4s and 1 6. Looking good. Looking very strong. So hopefully that's sort of giving you guys all a bit of background on cricket in Europe. And the limited number of grounds we have around Europe as well is obviously a consideration that the European Cricket Network has to work with the local host federations on as well. 50 up, 51 for 1, 3 overs gone. That run rate is going along nicely. 77 needed from 42 for the Stallions to get their first win of this ECS. Looking good. Yeah, unfortunately, Kusum Devai, we're not going to be able to have an ECC or an ECL. The ECL usually takes place in February, and obviously that's gone. There is some focus on getting an ECL for next year in 2027, but as I said before, there's a lot of work being done behind the scenes on making sure that can happen. That's why there's been no announcements whatsoever. There will not be any ECC this year, for sure. That is not going to happen. But it's something we're working on. Shot, picked up off the pads and dispatched over the leg side boundary for another Maximo. What a wonderful strike. Have a look at your ticker at the bottom of the screen. The last 5 balls have all found the boundary one way or another. This is some real punishment now. The Stallions are marching on their way to their first win in this ECS. This is a wonderful bit of batting here. Roshan asking no sponsors. That's part of the problem. That is absolutely part of the problem. Is trying to attract sponsors to help us out with the costs that are involved with bringing you a high quality production. And that's what it's all about. We don't want to give our fans and our supporters the kind of production that makes you sort of think, well, I'm not sure what I'm watching here. We want you to watch something that's good, consistent. This is in the air for a long time, awful long time. That honestly, the fielder could have gone and made a cup of coffee, come back, and still be ready to take that catch. That was in the air for an eternity. Wow. It's another drop. Would have been such an important catch just to stop the right. Shazab 15. I like your comment. Yep, you're absolutely right. Down leg side for a wide. Yeah, you're thinking that ECN 2021, how busy is the schedule? But haven't got many tournaments up and coming. We're trying to add tournaments constantly. But as I said, because it's, I wouldn't say last minute, but because the federations, all the local federations have already committed their ground to other events and to their own domestic competition. And that should go all the way. It does. Oh, brave effort on the boundary rope. Absolutely brave effort there. Almost spoiled the party. Excellent effort there. It's almost timed the leap to perfection. That was a fantastic attempt just to save any runs possible. Beautiful bit of fielding. Unfortunately, doesn't quite pull it off, but well done. Good effort. And getting some generous applause from the batting dugout too. I mean, they recognise a good bit of fielding when they see it. Hello to Zahid, who's joined the chat as well. Good to see you again, Zahid. Hope you're well. Oh, dear. So, yeah, I can see a few people in the chat just talking about the scheduling, things like that. But that's one of the issues we have is the timings and trying to negotiate time with the federations on the pitch as the next wicket falls. And again, a bit of a breakthrough there. As Patel is bowled by Samran for 28 from 7 balls. It's a good cameo from him. He's got his team to the position now of being so close to getting the win. It's 63 from 38. It's still 63 runs, but you still got Rifat Khan out there. He's only faced 6 balls. But the danger here, though, is now we've got rid of 2 of the top batters. Stallions, they could start to wobble a bit. It definitely can happen. Anyway, let's see how they go. Left-hander Himanshu Chowdhury is out there. He needs to put together a good partnership with Rifat Khan. Rifat Khan, he's the key. Absolutely the key. Like I said before, he got 93 runs yesterday over 2 innings. Looked strong, looked powerful. If he can dig in and try to dig out another big score, they should get the win. But Tartu Wolves, now with 2 big wickets back in the shed, they're going to feel that they're very confident and they should be able to also maybe defend this one. So we'll see with a wide to start off proceedings. Not a good first up ball. PK. Oh, you've put the emoji out there already. Zahid, the wind not too bad today, actually, Zahid. It's actually a lot better than it was yesterday, nowhere near as bad. However, we have got thunderstorms going on to the south of the ground here, which are going past us. Another wide ball there. I've even posted a video of some of the very black clouds in the Spanish squad. So if you're part of the Spanish squad, you can get a little behind the scenes. I'll post some more, but it's pretty hard to post when I'm trying to commentate. And I really should concentrate on one, not the other. So I'll post a few more videos maybe later today sometime of the conditions we got here. But yeah, Zahid, it's looking pretty nice. It's got a bit brighter. Rob Thompson, you'll appreciate the brighter views, I hope. we'll see what happens. 68 for 2. Looks like one more to come in the over. Successful over this one for some run. Gets a wicket, but it's gone for 17 runs and a few wide, so it's expensive over. Gets the charge. And, well, no ball has been signalled here by the umpire. Not going to bother taking a quick single on that one. But it's a no ball. I think it's a front foot no ball then. And free hit coming. So we haven't finished the over yet. 17 off it. Make that 18 with a no ball. Gets under this one. And that is out of the park for a big 6. So the no ball is cashed in. 24 off the over. It's a magical over. Goes 24. Score race now up to 75 for 2. Need another, 53 off the next 6 overs. You'd think they should be able to get there, the Stallions. They could get their first win, but the Wolves, they get another wicket or two. It could be tough. It could be tough. Anyone think they can defend? Let me know. Rob Thompson putting the dark glasses on. Very nice there. Zahid, it's not a new camera. It's I think we just cleaned it. That's all it was. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. So the vision's good. And like I said, with the dark clouds now sort of on the other side of the ground, there's a massive patch of blue sky about to come over the ground. So we're going to be fine easily for the next game. It's just there's a lot of rubbish to the south of us. And we just don't need the wind changing direction. If it does, we could be absolutely drenched. As it is, we're fine. 4 overs gone, 75 on the board. Nice little bit of rush of blood in that over. 24 off it. Run rate going at 18.8. It's always a pleasure working with Marzi. Always giving a smile on my face. Unfortunately, I can't show you what I can see. And that is a lovely shot for 4. Arjun asking about the next match toss and lineup information. You can go to ecn.cricket and should have some information for you there for that. Let me just double check and see what I can see if there's something there. But ecn.cricket is the website you want to go to. The next match coming up is the Hippos taking on the Wolves. So I would recommend going to ecn.cricket, go to the events, Arjun, and you can see, click the next match, which is match number 6. Tallinn Hippos versus the Tartu Wolves, and the toss information and the team lists are there for you to see who's going to play and what's happening. Not quite playing it out towards the offside. Interesting, got an inside edge, goes out towards the leg side instead. That was definitely a cover drive, should have been played there, but instead hits it towards deep mid wicket. Score now up to 81 for 2. Good over this one. 1 boundary. Things are settled down now. Robert Usman halfway through his over. Well, it goes to play. That was a defensive shot. Watch the umpire here whether he feels there was an edge or if it came off the bat. It was all pad. I think it's pretty hard for bowler to get a leg before wicket shout on that angle. We'll just have to restart that ball again, but that's okay. This game really hanging in the balance here. Looks like it's going to be a pretty close finish. If the Stallions lose another wicket, could be big trouble. Well, that's another 6 out of the ground, so it's all going their way at the moment. The run rate is well and truly in hand for the Tallinn Stallions. The Wolves, however, another wicket, maybe even 2 wicket. Never know. Never know. Rifat Khan, I said before, actually I said right at the top of the innings that he was the key. He was dropped on 0. Couldn't believe he was dropped on 0. It was a dolly of a catch. Sat in the air. It didn't hang in there for a long time like some of these really big sky deliveries, but yeah, it was dropped. And you see just the nerves of the fielder thinking, oh my good, that everyone's looking at me. I've got to hold the catch, and spilled it quite badly. 5 overs gone, 89 on the board for loss of 2 wickets, 39 more runs required off the next 5 overs. Umpires came together at the end of that over. They were looking over the top of the comms box and looking at the weather that's passing us to the south. And I reckon what they were saying was, thank goodness for that, because it's passing us. We should get through this game. Okay, we start the 6th. Clubbed and taken. AFL-style catch there, taken on the boundary rope. Lovely catch and a bit of a fist bump to go as well. And that is some very good anticipation from the fielder to get around and take the catch there. Huge wicket, that one. Really big wicket. Rifat Khan has to go. He goes for 28 from 12 deliveries. Caught on the boundary rope. Oh, boy. Now, this is going to be pretty tough. Angie Gloria is asking, is it rainy season in Estonia? I think it's always rainy season here in Estonia. I think it's a permanent situation. Oh, there you go. Aranga's in the chat. Thank you, Aranga, for handling that one. Yeah, the weather's been weird here. Well, I've only been here for about 5 days, and I can tell you now, yeah, the weather has been weird. Snow in May, rain in August. Yeah, quite incredible. So thank you, Aranga. Good to see you in the chat. Any chance you're going to come down to the ground? If you do, please come over to the comms box and get on in here and say hello. That'll be brilliant. 89 for 3 now. Noman Ashraf has taken a great catch on the boundary rope to get rid of Rifat Khan. And now the Tartu Wolves might start to think they've got a chance here with the top 3 batters all back in the shed. And now the middle order's getting exposed. Only 38 needed from 29. Stallions yet to win a match in this ECS. They played 2 yesterday and they were beaten pretty convincingly in both games. The Tartu Wolves, this is their first match of their series this year. Struck down the ground. Nice shot. Just going to be 1. Keeping that score ticking over. People in the chat saying no chance for Tartu. Okay. Still got a few overs to go, so fair enough. It does look like this is heavily in favour of the Stallions at the moment. They do have their noses in front quite appreciably. Slow ball. It's a good ball too. Oh, shy at the bowler's end. No one was backing up. But someone runs around and backs up there, so it's okay. It was a good slow ball. Tried the slow Yorker. Just pushed, really. So a few people in the chat talking about who's going to win here. Look, the game is in the balance. 36 from 27. And that seems on paper or on the screen, it seems easy. You still got to get the runs. And you never know. Another wicket or a little bit of pressure from the bowlers, unlike that last delivery that goes for a wide. And the wide balls are really causing issues there for the bowlers. So, need to do something about this wide deliveries. Better. Batter was hoping for a wide call on that one and not given by the umpire. That's good. So, run rate required is 8.1. 35 and 26. Watch that equation on your screen slowly tick down. 35 from 26. A few people giving Tartu a chance here. Think that they're going to hold their nerve and they might win. And they're going to scamper through for a little bit of an edge onto the pad. There was an appeal there. Not given, of course. It was an edge. So 1 more to come to complete the 6th over. 94 for 3. 34 needed off 25 deliveries. Big over this one for the Stallions. Because it's only been 5 runs. It puts pressure right back on the batters. Picked up on the full and one bounce collected. Wild shy at the stumps. It was a good bit of fielding to run in with anticipation. That was Noman Ashraf again, who took a catch at the start of this over. And he charged in like an absolute bull out of the gate there. All right, 6 overs gone, 95 on the board, 3 wickets back in the shed. The top 3 batters are gone. And it's up to the middle order, led by Himanshu Chowdhury, to stand tall here and try to get the win for the Stallions. Tartu Wolves, they're still in with a chance. They're still in with a good chance here. They take this to the 10th over, and suddenly we've got a very close game. Pala Campine is giving some odds on a GB. There you go. Oh, chase or defend. What do you think? Oh, tell you what, you're going to buy balls like that, it's going to be a chase. That was not a good delivery. It's a full bunger. It's absolute Gundy ball, and it's put out of the park at a time when the game is in the balance. Not a good delivery. Hit the deck. Bowler knows it too. He's a bit filthy with himself. He knows he's let the team down with that delivery. He needs to come back with the next one, though. Can't do anything about that one. Do something about the next one. It's also a no ball. Oh, what a start to the over. What a shocker. 102 for 3, the 100 up. 26 now off 24. And you just get the feeling now the Stallions are going to storm home, barring any sudden middle order collapse. Well, goes the hit out here. Could be trouble because it's a no ball and the throwback. Nice catching practice there, but it was a free hit. And there you go. So disappointing that the catch was taken off the free hit. But that's how it goes. We go again now. Once again, full. Lucky to get away with that as the hit goes towards deep mid-wicket. Just the one, but really lucky to get away with that was Asif. He was expensive in his first over, and his second over has started expensive as well. Need to do something about this. Chris Addison, you're absolutely right. I just saw your comment there. 100% correct. And we have a pad-related situation here with the batter. Obviously doing all that running and the pads are coming undone. He's good now. Himanshu Chowdhury is pretty handy. He needs to stick around all the way to the end, though, to make sure the Stallions get this win as the sun comes out again. Shot, 4 runs, and he's leading the charge. He's leading his team to a very good win. Their first win it will be if they can get over the line. They still need 20 runs, but it's looking like they will get there. Looking very, very good. So just remember, in case you missed it, if you're looking for any stats, any news, if you're looking for a toss news possibly for the next game, or the lineups for the next game, ecn.cricket is where you want to go. ecn.cricket, click on events from the menu. You'll find the ECS Estonia, and you can find the next match. Hit down the ground, miss hit, and just going to be the one. So yeah, if you want to go and find all the bits and pieces, all the good information for you, that's where you have to go. So it is, what are we down to? 19 required now of 20. It's less than a runner ball from here on in. You think they should be able to do this. Picked up and over the head of deep mid-wicket, who can only backpedal and realise he was never in with a chance of catching that one. So it's another 6. Stallions are really muscling along here. This is good batting here by the top order. Started well with all the 3 batters at the top there getting amongst the runs. And now Himanshu Chowdhury is leading the way with some very good support from Millie and Sid. And between the two of them, they put on a good little handy partnership here just when things looked a bit shaky. 26 runs they've put on in very quick time with the help of a no-ball 6 as well. Well, interesting little twist there with the catch being taken on the boundary rope. Ooh, Is there a little twist here? Is there more to talk about? I mean, no matter what, you're still going to get the runs, but they need 13 now off 3 overs. You would expect those runs to be scored quite handy. They could do it in singles if they want. That's the catch. And still allow a couple of dot balls as well. The weather update. Yep, the next match will definitely happen. The weather's fine at the moment. The sun is trying to break through the clouds. There's a huge break of clouds above us. There's a massive patch of blue sky slowly moving towards where the sun is. And I reckon for the next match, we should be fine. Can't see out the back of the shed to the weather that's coming from the south, but the weather from the south hasn't been touching us. All the thunderstorms have gone below us to the south, and we are going to be fine. Next match will start on time, and we're going to be fine. That is confirmed. So, Arjun, thank you for your question. Thank you for keeping me on my toes with your questions as well. Always happy to help out, Arjun Sengupta. You've been a champion in the chat today, so thank you for that. But yes, the next match will happen. It will start at 1:30, maybe at 35 in about sort of 20 minutes time. We're expecting the next match to start on time as scheduled. But this game is coming to a conclusion, and more wides, and that's going to go all the way to the boundary rope. Well, that's one way to win a game, when the wides continue like that one, and that is going to get the Stallions within touching distance of their first win. They now only need 7 runs. That's it, just 7 runs. We had a wide. We've now had 5 wides. So unfortunately for the Tartu Wolves, I know they got up at 6, or they left Tartu at 6 o'clock in the morning, but it seems that long drive has taken a fair bit out of the bowlers. And now 7 off 3 overs. It's a foregone conclusion. And just tapped and run. And now they're within one hit away from a win. Stallions should get the win here. And the Tartu Wolves, well, they're going to have a chance in the next game because they face off against the Tallinn Hippos in the next match. So Chowdhury off strike. And it's another wide. This time the keeper stops it though. But this over is not a good over. So we've had, a wide, 5 wides, 1 and a wide. Naman Ashraf, who took a couple of good catches in the outfield. He's just letting his team down with some wayward bowling here. Pereira Sahan's asking, who is favourite in the next match? Good question. Who would be favourite? Tartu Wolves versus the Hippos. I think the Hippos have to be classed as favourites for the next game. Oh, a bowler almost went over there. So there are parts of the pitch that's still a little bit slippery out there. Oh, have a look at the score, everybody. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. If they lose a wicket here, then someone needs to get Dave B on the phone and get him to log on and check it out because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 it could be. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. And almost hits it straight to the player who was short there. Finds the boundary rope and now scores are level. Just 1-1 required. It might end up being a wide. I don't want to predict anything. I'm not that kind of person. Pereira Sahan's asking me, are these players part-time players doing other professions? Absolutely. They really are, yes. These are amateur players who actually have work, which is why not all the big players are here, because today being Tuesday is a work day, as you understand, of course. Clipped away, and there's the winning runs. It's going to probably find the boundary rope, and the game is done. The Stallions have chased down the required runs with 2 overs and 2 balls to go, and that's a very good, emphatic win to them. Very, very good win indeed. So well done. Well done to them. Aranga Wickramasinghe is back in the chat as well. He's helping me out with that question from Pereira. But that's exactly who they are. And they're having a lot of fun. And it is a lot of fun here as well. They're all amateurs. They all have jobs. Thank you, Johnny. You're absolutely correct. But the Stallions, let me sum this up for you. The Stallions get the win. 131 for 4 is the final score. They win by 6 wickets with 14 balls to spare. So in the end, it's actually a pretty emphatic win. Chowdhury not out 21. Well done for him to lead the team to that win. But some good work earlier with a couple of 28s being scored, one by Rifat Khan, the other one by Ankur Patel. Got that in quick time. So they got the team off to a good start. It wasn't a huge total they had to chase. Tartu Wolves probably 20 runs shy of a decent score. They're going to get a chance in the next match, which is coming your way very shortly on the European Cricket Network. And that is going to be the Hippos back in action from 2 games yesterday. They're going to take on the Wolves. Wolves get a chance to maybe pinch a win here on their first day at the ground in this ECS Estonia. So that's the game. We're going to be back at about 1:30 with the next match, and that's match number 6, the Tallinn Hippos taking on the Tartu Wolves. And let's see who the points are going to go to there. The weather news from here is that the blue skies are coming across the top of the ground now, and it's going to be good to see. The game should start on time. The sun should break through the clouds as well. We shouldn't have any kind of rain situation whatsoever in the next match. Of course, this is Estonia. Anything can happen, so we'll see. Anyway, this is Phil G for the European Cricket Network. Thank you everyone for joining us for that first match this morning. Don't go too far away. Second match coming your way on the network in about 10 minutes' time. I'll see you back here shortly for that game. I'll introduce you to that, and we'll kick things off. See you shortly. Welcome back, everybody, to the ground here. It is match number 6 coming your way. Tallinn Hippos taking on the Tartu Wolves. And the coin toss information coming your way, courtesy of Rado, which is, of course, that the... Sorry, just went quiet there for a second. The toss news is that the Hippos won the toss, and they're looking to have a bat first. Oh, excuse me. No, the Tartu Wolves won the toss, having a bowl first. That's what the news was. Of course it was. It's on our website, ecn.cricket. Go there and you can get all the good information that you need from there. Go to the events, click on the scores, and you can see the Tartu Wolves won the toss, elected to bowl first, looking to get pressure on the Hippos right from the very start here in this next match. Let's see how we go then with the Wolves there winning that toss. Thanks to Rado for the toss information. Not sure what happened to the our toss video, but it got lost somewhere in the matrix. Never mind. We'll make sure we get you the next one. I don't dress up in this lovely jacket and suit and shirt for no reason. I want to get myself on camera. You can see me tossing that coin to perfection. And it was a great toss video too, by the way. It's a shame you didn't get to see it. Actually, it was a really good toss video. It's really quite funny, only because of the animations from the Tartu Wolves and everybody cracking up laughing. So it's a shame we couldn't get that to you. Maybe we'll try to get it to you maybe during the innings break. Quick single here on here for the Hippos. A little bit of hesitation. And, well, it's a nervous start for the Hippos as they get through for that single. Agarwal and Hartridge opening the batting there. And the Tartu Wolves coming off a loss to the Stallions. In the end, it was a pretty straightforward victory to the Stallions with over 2 overs to spare, chasing down a score in the 120s. Hartridge works this one behind the fine leg fielder who's up inside the circle, who watches it go past and then tears after it. So this will be interesting to see how we go here. So in case you missed it at the toss, Tartu Wolves won the toss and wanted to have a bowl first. There was confusion between bowling and batting. He showed me the batting sign, but definitely said bowl. And then we managed to get them out there. So hopefully we'll get the next toss video to you. Got lost somewhere in somebody's storage device. That's been hit down the ground. One bounce. Oh, good bit of protective fielding there. That is, that took a real bounce. I mentioned yesterday about the lack of Tortugas here at the ground. Well, that one really lifted off. Ali Raza has done a great job to protect himself and protect the boundary. Well done, him. One of the fielders deep during the power play. That's the Ali Raza at long on. And then on the opposite side of the ground, you have third, about as far away from me as possible. And I can't quite see who that is down there. But a fielder at third. That ball's definitely going down leg. Ambitious shout there for leg before. So getting to the end of the first. Good solid start here for the Tartu Wolves. Good first over this one from Sarim. And continues with a good delivery to finish off the over. What a cracking over that was for the Wolves. Hippos right on the back foot here. 4 on the board, no loss, but first over's done. So a couple of leg byes, a couple of singles, and finish with a couple of dots. Everything came in twos. It was a bit of a Noah's Ark over that one. Everything came in 2 by 2. And the weather report, I can report to you now that directly above us is very nice blue skies. A little bit of, just a slight little bit of cloud around as well, but it's blue skies as far as I can see. We should be fine here in this match. Should be absolutely fine as we look to start the second over coming your way in just a moment. There's a few randoms walking in front of the comms box. It seems to be a bit of a public thoroughfare sort of through here. We've had a lot of people just walk past the comms box, stare, and keep walking. I guess that people in Estonia just like to stop and stare at the non-locals. That's okay. They're friendly, which is the most important thing. And we start the second over with a dot. Hippos had a mixed bag yesterday here at the ground in day one. Lofted in the air, running back with the flight of the ball. It's going to bounce inside the rope. Tap back is successful. The pickup is good, and the throw was excellent too. It was only the bowler who spilled it when it came back in. So that's a nice bit of work there on the boundary rope to stop the boundary. Well done. Good work indeed. So yeah, the Hippos, they had 3 matches yesterday where they won their match against the Stallions. They lost both their matches against the Strikers yesterday, which was, just showed how good the Strikers were. They were very good. The Hippos, yeah, just hot and cold. Looked really off the boil for the first match yesterday. A couple of good, I've got to give a shout out to a couple of the bowlers. I thought Henry Pattenden bowled well, but without much success. He did take a couple of games to get going. But I've got to remember also, his under-19s representative for Estonia. In fact, he's actually only 16 years old. So the youngster, I mentioned a few times about his bowling. I said, look, he's got a great bowling rhythm, just his length, not quite right, but I loved the line that he was bowling. Unfortunately for the length, was a little bit too, either too full or too short. But look, he's a great prospect for Estonian cricket as well. And they've got a few people coming through the ranks, which is promising. Agarwal is another one who's a very, very good prospect. Unfortunately, Henry's not available today. So the Hippos got a few good players. They're looking to develop as well. They are looking to bring people into the team who can really strengthen the team. They're a very, very sociable and friendly bunch too. 7 on the board without a loss. But it's early days and need many more runs. This one's picked up. And that should find the boundary rope. It does. It goes all the way across the rope for a big Maximo. And that is the first proper full-blooded strike towards the boundary in this innings. And it happens towards the back end of the second. So that'll give the Hippos a little bit of momentum now, you'd think, as they get towards the end of the second. 13 on the board. It's a slow start. It's a good start for the Wolves. Very good start for the Wolves. The bowler's right on here. Sari and Mohammed Suman, they're doing well. Last ball coming up. Hit straight back to the bowler. Bump ball. Bowler threats the shy of the stumps. Batter barely moves a muscle and says, all right, throw at the stumps. I'm staying in front of it. I'm not going anywhere. Good over. Good over for everybody. And 13 on the board. 9 runs from it. As the sun breaks through, Rob Thompson, you can put your dark glasses back on as the bright sunshine hits the ground. And after that stormy start we had to the day, it looks to me, peering out the window, that there is a really good break in the clouds now. Very, very clear skies. So the rest of this game looks like it should be fine, barring anything crazy coming in from the west, which it does do from time to time. We'll keep an eye on that for you, though. Stefan Gooch. You say his name 3 times. He appears in the chat. Hello there, Stefan. There you go. Thank you, Stefan. Just adding to the comment I made before, it is an amazing achievement for a 16-year-old, and I was impressed with his bowling yesterday. Sure, the batters got after him, the strikers got after him a little bit, but he's got such a good, smooth rhythm of bowling. He is such a prospect and a big wicket taker as well here in Estonia. I think I was told by Dave, one of the locals here, the umpire Dave, that he was the biggest wicket. Most wickets taken, I think, in the last season. Stefan will probably be able to correct me on that one if I've understood that right. But yeah, not just under-19s player, open bowler for the men's national team in Denmark at the World Cup qualifiers. He is an absolute talent, and Hippos are very proud to have him in the team, as they should be. Hit over the head of the bowler, only just miss-hit slightly there. Anyway, good to see Stefan. Good to see you in the chat. And looking forward to catching up with you very shortly. Funny enough. Noman Ashraf bowling this third one. Picks out another wide. Bowled with a couple of wides in the last innings as well. Just needs to tighten things up a little bit here. Hippos march up then to 16 without loss early in the third. Might need to have a really good, good over here. Get that scorecard sort of start to tick over. Hartridge has found the boundary once. But it's a good full ball. Agarwal at the non-strikers end. He's got 5 from 7. Hartridge currently on strike. He's going at a runner ball 7. And the Hippos, as I said, had 2 losses yesterday. Had a good win over the Stallions in the middle game yesterday. And it was down to a couple of players who put together a sensational partnership too. We may see them later on if wickets fall. That's, of course, Hayla Dalb and Stuart Hook, who put together a 100-plus run partnership and chased down a pretty good score. Both of them earning half centuries along the way as well. In fact, they both got their half centuries in the same over. So it was a bit of a double celebration. But, good signs. Flirting again with the wide line there. Ashraf just straying a bit. We've already had 3 wides in the over. It already feels like this over's gone for quite a while. Ashraf steaming in again. Punch down the ground. It's a good shot and it's a safe shot as it's one bounce across the rope, 4 runs over the mid-off and over the long-off boundary for 4. Nice shot. The deep fielders, you have a deep point and there's also a player deep at third. They're the fielders who are out and about at the moment. Everyone else up inside the circle for the remainder of this over, which is only 2 more balls to come. And then the Tartu Wolves can then expand their fielding and make it a bit more defensive if they choose to do so. Over the top of Point, who, funny enough, had just come in. And that's what happens when a fielder and a captain, when a captain and a bowler change their field in accordance to where the ball's just been hit. You end up chasing the ball around the ground. So what's happened there is there was a hit down the ground, so they dropped the fielder back, and they brought up Point into the circle. Next ball, short outside off, punched over Point to where the fielder just was. And everyone's made to look a little bit silly as the batter is a bit too smart and saw the gap and went, I'll have that. Couple of boundaries in a row. And follows up with a wide. So a couple of boundaries to the score. Bit of clever batting there. Very clever. Such to Hal asking, hey man, which part of Australia are you from? Is that directed to me or is that directed to the other Australians in the chat? Oh, a bit of a defensive mood there and almost popped it up. Getting away with a single there. And that should end the over. So 27 on the board after 3. That run rate going along at 9 runs and over. It's a good over, that one for the Hippos. 14 runs from it. So yeah, just back to Sachdahal has asked, hey man, which part of Australia are you from? I'm just wondering if are you asking that about me? Have you picked the Aussie accent, which I don't necessarily try to hide, but it's not that big at the moment. But anyway, yeah. If it is me, I'm originally from Melbourne. Kushal Boss Official, hello, how are you? Good to see you as well. Always a pleasure to see you. Like your contributions in the chat. Keep them coming. Sachdahal, yeah, I'm originally from Melbourne. Melbourne born and bred. Grew up in Melbourne and then left Australia in the year 2000. Hit down the ground, straight down the ground for just the single. Ali Raza cleaning up, getting the ball back to the keeper. Good bit of work there from him. So, yeah, that's right. I'm originally from Melbourne. There's a number of Australians who are living around Europe who do fantastic work with cricket. Very much, we love our cricket, and we love the fact that Europe's slowly coming around to this sport as a proper sport. Ali Raza again asked to do a bit of fielding straight down the ground. Better over this from Asif Sattar. He bowled a bit of a wild over in the previous match. His first ball he bowled in his second over was a no ball 6 and just gave up a lot of wides as well. So a much better over so far. Once again, driven down the ground. This time long off. Runs across to field in front of long on. .30 on the board, halfway through the 4th. just singles so far. No boundaries. Oh, there we go. That's been hit nicely. And deep mid-wicket was quite a fair way around. And Ali Raza, I'm not sure you could see it on camera, hands on hips, staring at the fielder saying, why were you that far around? You've got deep square, who's definitely fielding in front of square, deep there on the leg side. Ali Raza there at long on, and another fielder just coming back onto the field now, retrieving the ball. And yeah, it kind of got the feeling he was a little bit too far around. Got nowhere near that at the end. So just when I said there hasn't been any boundaries yet in the over, one is given up. It's funny, sometimes I say things and bang, it happens out on the field. I've tried that a few times before and suggested things happen. Sometimes it happens. I know it's all coincidence. I know that's how it works. 37 for no loss. Last ball of the over coming up. 10 runs off the over so far. Let's see who can win this over. The Wolves or the Hippos. Big hit needed here. Struck nicely. Good stop though at mid-wicket. Good stop. Doesn't take the catch. Pro goes down as a drop, and he's worn that one on the knee as well. But the important thing for the Wolves is he's protected the boundary rope. So there you go. 38 on the board. 4 overs gone. Run rate picking up nicely here. It's just a tad under 10, but it is starting to pick up. And the Hippos starting to build a score together here, keeping their wickets as well early on. And the Wolves, at some point, going to start to scratch their head and say, well, where's the wicket going to come from? Who's going to take that wicket? And Jagolia asking after these tours, what will the players do? They'll probably go back to work and keep playing on weekends. Yeah, the players on the European Cricket Network, and this is pretty much the case wherever we go, is we have it's amateur domestic cricket players who feature on the European Cricket Network, and they've all got jobs to do. They've all got their own businesses. They've all got the employment they have to get to. They've got families to feed. They've got things to do. They don't have the big contracts that the big players have. And that is the first wicket this form. It's been clipped nicely. It was middled, but it was really well caught, though, on the hop, on the run, and takes a pretty good catch. And it did take a good catch to get the first wicket, and Hartridge has to go. He's made 19 valuable runs off 15 balls. That's a good good strike from the Wolves. So they do find out who gets the wicket, and the wicket has fallen. So Hartridge has got his team off to a good steady start. There's a few players getting around the fielder. I think he's in a bit of strife. He might have taken that one maybe on the fingertips and may have done himself a bit of a mischief. I think the umpires may be asking for also a little bit of assistance as well. Hopefully he's okay. Can't quite see from here if... yeah, I think they're all... Okay, they're all sort of going their separate ways now. I think he's okay. And no fielder is leaving the ground, which is even more important. Yeah, it was Sanu Maji who took the catch, and I was a bit worried because he sort of half went down a little bit, and I thought, okay, I hope he hasn't split a nail or done a bit of a mischief to his fingertips there. Anyway, start of the 5th, 38 for 1, first wicket falls. Stuart Hook strides out to the centre, a name that I'm sure everybody from Estonian cricket knows. Of course they do. Struck on the pad and struck in front, and Hook goes for a first ball, leg before wicket. Massive wicket, this one. This is huge. Oh, the Hippos. What's happened there? For the Tartu Wolves, though, it's 2 in 2, and this game has just spun around on its head. Completely spun around. There's a bit of a get around too for Noma and Ashraf. They're very, very happy with that wicket. Dangerous batter has been sent. So 38 for no loss suddenly becomes 38 for 2 in the blink of an eye. And we are on a hat trick as well, of course. Noma Ashraf is on a hat trick, and the player striding to the crease who's going to feel all the pressure. I think it's Mahela Darb who's coming in. It is indeed. Oh, boy. I can't remember in my cricketing career if ever I've been the batter to come out to face a hat-trick ball. I don't think I ever faced a hat-trick ball. You think I'd remember something like that, but I'm pretty sure I haven't. All I can say is I got no idea how that would feel. Anyway, 38 for 2, hat-trick ball coming out. Mihaela Dalb is taking strike, and he's getting ready to face the hat-trick ball from Noman Ashraf. He's still got 4 balls to come. What a start to the over this is. Here we go. Hippos cannot afford to lose another wicket here. Need to hold it together. Just through these middle overs. Hat-trick ball coming up. Noman steaming in now. It's been mishit. Can you believe it's been tried to struck out of the ground and mishit, and it bounces. Ali Raza takes it on the first bounce. And the Hippos breathe a sigh of relief, and so does Mihaela Dalb, who doesn't hit it down the throat of long on. Oh, boy. But just for a split second, I think there was a few hearts in mouths in the Hippos dugout. 39 for 2. That's collected a little bit of the body, and it's going to fly away. No, it's got a little bit of edge on that one. I apologise. A little bit of something. Tickled around the corner for 4 runs. Nice shot in the end. Garwell gets himself a boundary. And Jagola is asking, where are you from, commentator? Originally from Melbourne. I'm based in Prague, though. Here in Europe. I haven't lived in Melbourne for quite a while. Hit straight to the fielder there, who's at short, fine leg, and does good work, though, but allows the single to get through just with a slight little fumble at the last moment. Took his eyes off the ball, trying to pick up the ball before he'd even had it in his fingertips. So thank you for asking. Angigola, thank you for asking. Yes, so Melbourne originally, moved out of Melbourne in the year 2000, and I've been living in Europe pretty much since then for the last 26 years. Wow, time flies. It really does. Shot. Pumped out of the ground, leg side, makes room, clears the front pad and goes bang. That's a lovely shot. So that kind of spoils the over a little bit. Those couple of boundaries. It was 2 wickets to start the over with, and then we finished with 12 runs. So 2 for 12 off that over. The 50 up as well for the Hippos. 50 for 2, 5 overs gone. Projected score, maybe around about 100. The wind's picking up a little bit here. Just a little bit. Nothing too crazy, though. Conditions are nice and cool, probably around about 17, 18 degrees on the ground. The sun it's beating, well, the sun is up in the sky and it's beating down on the ground, but it doesn't have a lot of impact in terms of heat. It's still quite a cool day. Definitely a lot cooler than yesterday. Yesterday felt a little bit muggy. And this morning, it's quite cool conditions. So, we're halfway through the innings. Let's start with the second half right now. Tries to muscle this one and needed a lot more behind that shot as it goes straight into the hands of the deep square leg who holds onto a good catch, and another wicket falls. Hippos now in a little bit of trouble at 50 for 3, just inside the 6th over. Ooh, bit of trouble here. Ray 2L Mondal saying Hippos need at least 120. 120 is, I would say that's definitely something that's expected. I think anything under 120, you've left the door wide open for that to be chased. I think there could be a lot of trouble. Oh, sorry, the question in the chat, though, I didn't see that. Which part of Melbourne? That's Mahedi, and Mahedi is asking me that one. I grew up in the outer eastern suburbs of Melbourne in a place called Croydon, and then also moved to a place called Mirrabbark before I moved out of home from where my parents were living, and lived in Carlton and Northcote, sort of the inner suburbs. So, but grew up around the foot of the Mount Dandenong Ranges. So if you know Melbourne pretty well, towards the east of Melbourne is the big Mount Dandenong Ranges, where all the TV towers are and big forest areas. Lovely part of Melbourne as well. So I grew up in that area. In a little place called Croydon, which is interesting memories of Croydon, obviously. Interesting memories. If anyone's tuning in from Croydon, please let me know. There you go. Have a look at that. Black German X, Croydon. Yes, indeed. I'm starting to think that maybe people know me. Oh, Melton, Altona. So Black Germinax, you're rattling off a couple of places where you lived, are you? You mentioned Croydon, Melton, and Altona. I used to play indoor cricket in Altona. Funny enough, used to drive across the Westgate Bridge from where I worked in St Kilda Road, and I would play cricket in Altona at least 3 nights a week for various teams. Loved my indoor cricket. A bit like Vinny on that one. Vinny, obviously a big indoor cricket fan. I loved indoor cricket. And that's another thing that Vinny and I share is our broken little fingers. I broke my little finger on my left hand twice in a game during the same match. And when I went and saw the doctor the next morning, even he told me that I was a little bit crazy to be playing such a sport with a broken finger, let alone 2 breaks in my finger. And if ever you've seen Vinny's fingers, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. He has got fingers going all different directions. Well, the catch has been claimed, and if it's given, then it's going to be one of the best catches you'll ever see. He's still holding the ball aloft. And I've got a funny feeling they may be turning this one down. I'm not sure. So, well, this is interesting because the wicketkeeper's appealing that he's taken the catch, showing the ball to both square leg and both the standing umpire. And I think the square leg, I think he's saying, well, I couldn't tell. I think that's come off the body. So the catch is turned down, and we continue. Thuds into the pad, completely misses the line on this one. And this score going nowhere since the last wicket fell. 51 for 3, 6 overs gone. Hippos just dug into a bit of a hole here with just 1 run off that over and a wicket off that over as well. Craigieburn now. Oh, Black Germinax, you've been in Melbourne for 4 years. Whereabouts in Melbourne have you been? Are these the places you've been to? You've been to Altona and Croydon. So you've been to Croydon. Oh, wow, that's incredible. I was last in Croydon when I visited my parents in, when was it? 2018. So 8 years ago now. I'm sure it's changed quite appreciably. Craigieburn. I don't know Craigieburn that well, but obviously I know of it. I don't think I've been there though. Anyway. Well, thank you for that for Black Germinax. Lovely to have you in the chat. So yeah, I grew up in Croydon, funny enough. So if you live there, then how about that? It's amazing how that happens. Who is my favourite player from the Australian squad? Angie Gall there with a good question. Oh, current Australian squad, who's my favourite player? I'm not too sure. Look, I mean, I've got a lot of time for Pat Cummings. I really do like the way he's captained the side. Got a lot of time for him. Always been a fan of Steve Smith. Hit towards deep mid. Oh, sorry, just a regulation mid wicket. Quick single is taken. Yeah, it's a good question. Favorite player in the Australian squad? Probably Travis Head at the moment. I think he's probably my favorite. Shot. That's coming up in the air. It's going to land just the other side of the row. Ballyraza tempted to try to swat that one back into play. So the shackles are broken, and Mahela Dale puts one downtown and out of the ground. That's a lovely strike. It got caught in the air a little bit, and in the end, it only got across the rope by maybe 2 meters, but it had a lot of hang time. Score jumps up now to 58 for 3. And that is also going to go back-to-back Maximos. So Mahela Dale, who are picking up where he left off yesterday with a couple of big strikes for 6. That's his 3rd Maximo, and he's just trying to deal in Maximos. It's a great strike. Cushel Boss official saying Pat Cummings, Starkey, Travis Head. Yep. All good names. Goes again. And, just over the fingertips of the player, desperate at deep mid-wicket. And it is raining Maximos here at the ground as Mahela Dale channels his inner Travis Head and just goes bang, a crash wallop, and has smacked this ball out of the park 3 times in a row. Lovely, lovely fight back this one. Getting that run rate up again after getting bogged down in the middle overs. And then he pushes this one down the ground just for a single. Unfortunately, unable to get underneath that one. And what a great over this has been. Oh, been a great over for the Hippos, I should say. It's gone magical as well. 20 off the over. Last ball. Oh, it's been caught plumb in front. Could see that a mile away, and I'm not a mile away, but I could see it was coming. Unfortunately, caught plumb in front. Mayer, he tries to get down and goes for a bit of a slog sweep, but unfortunately misses that one. And is caught leg before umpire. Immediately put the finger up. Just had a feeling there's going to be no think about that one. Just get the finger up. And he is done. So 7 overs gone, 71 for 4 on the board. Hippos with a lovely little push in that over. It's all they needed. Nice little push, 20 runs from it. And now they've got a bit of springboard in these last 3 overs to try to muscle their way towards a 110, 115 or something like that. Hopefully. And Jagola is saying Travis Head and Pat play both in the IPL for your home team. There you go. Well, obviously I've said the right names then, haven't I? Because they are my favourites. So obviously I didn't know that you were from that part of India and you're supporting the team. Very good. PK in the chat saying Hippos are charging. That's a scary thought. Very scary thought, Hippos charging. All right, let's start the 8th over. Hit hard. It's going to be one bounce. Oh, good work from the fielder to get the body behind the ball that was going to bounce across the line. Dalb looking for that deep mid-wicket boundary. Didn't quite get enough on that one. It's a great bit of defensive work there from the fielder down there. Stops the 4. Tartu Wolves doing everything they can do to make sure this score doesn't get away from them. They don't want to be chasing a score better than a 110. Even and get it under 100. Wolves will definitely fancy themselves here. Again, just driven on the offside. Just going to be a single. Cool deep Tikas out there with Dalb. Mahela is really he's the person to watch here. 27 he's got from 9 deliveries. Striking it cleanly. If he can get under a few of these deliveries. Well, you cannot believe his luck. He's absolutely gutted. As soon as he hit it, he just dropped his head and thought, I cannot believe I've struck the ball straight back to the bowler who's held on to a sharp chance, but a sharp chance nonetheless. So Asif Sattar has taken a good return catch, and Dalb has to go just when he started going. Wicketkeeper gives him a pat on the back too and just says, well done, and he gets a high five from the bowler. So, look, Mahela, well done. 27 from 10. You're giving your team every bit of chance to get a score on the board that the bowlers can work with. So, well done for you. Top scored. But good catch. Good return catch taken by Asif. A few people are keen on a score around 110. I tell you what, with Mahela now gone, 110 could be a bit tough for the middle order to muscle up to. But you know what? They've got nothing to lose. Might as well see what you can do there. 5 wickets down, and there's still 2.5 overs to go. Need to at least find triple digits. A lot of work to do for the Hippos. Push down the ground. Going to get a single here. Shouldn't be a problem. The throw. It's a wild throw. Looking for buzzers here. That may go. No, it doesn't go all the way. I just didn't spy the fielder behind the square leg umpire there. And they don't go for a buzzer after all that. So that was pretty close. Good morning to Ray, who joins us in the chat. Good to see you. You join us on a very sunny second match, considering the gloom and darkness that we had in the first match with the storm clouds gathering around us, but they gathered around us rather than on top of us, which was quite astonishing. And now you join us on a very, very bright, shining morning here. That's in the air. Should be caught. Fielder under it, called for it, and ended up being about a step and a half away from catching it. Maybe the bowler threw him a bit because the bowler took a step out as well as he was going to go for the caught and bowled, which would have been his second in 3 balls. And that's a bit of a poor effort in the field. And I can understand why Noman Ashraf, who's fielding right in front of me, just a little bit of a disappointment in his voice there as he called out. Can't tell what he called out. Oh, and even the stumping's missed. So Tartu Wolves maybe need to get into a bit of fielding practice maybe when they take a break after this game. They will have a break after this game. as the Stallions and the Hippos will meet in match number 3 today, but still got a long way to go in this game. So it is 8 overs gone, 76 for 5 on the board. Projected score is a 95. Hippos need to try to find those triple digits. So we start now, the 9th. It all happens in the 9th. Thuds into the pads there. Umpire not moved by the appeal, and leg buys will result. Didn't think there was an edge on that one, so rush through for a single. So what's the middle order got? They got a bit of work to do, but do they have the drive? Are they able to do this? Cool Deep still out there. Marco's just joining the wicket keeper. Leg side wide, gets away from the keeper as well. Watch this one. I think it's going to go all the way. It does. Oh, that's going to help the Hippos. Take him any way you can get him. No worries there. That's just a bad bit of bowling. Keeper really struggled to get anywhere to try to cut that one off. So 82 for 5 now with those 5 wides. That's got a lot of hang time, and it's over the rope. So that is a lovely strike. Absolutely everything behind that one from TCAS. He's teed off, and he's put that one out of the park. That is a lovely strike. Over deep mid-wicket, who can only watch it. He's going to get a sore neck eventually just watching the ball sailing over his head so often. But that is a nice shot, that one. Score now up to 88. 12 off the over so far. We've only had 2 legal deliveries bowled. Club down the ground. And Noman with a safe pair of hands. Wouldn't want to take a run on his throw. I've already noticed that about Noman. He's got a very strong arm. He throws it on the full to either the wicketkeeper or the bowler from anywhere on the field. You wouldn't want to take any run on his arm. Slower, full delivery, good ball. Should be just one, and is just one. Clever batting here by the middle order. Just looking to score off every ball. Anything loose, get under it. Anything that's full or anything that's a little bit difficult to deal with, try to get away for a single. 14 off the over so far. Good over for the Hippos. Miss hits, still going to go. And this is what I like about it. A little bit of FIFA World Cup action here as the bowler follows up and tries to boot the ball into the stumps. Summerun just doing anything he can to try and keep the runs down. 15 off the over, 1 more to come. And Jagolia asking how much paid player to play T10. No one's paid. That's pretty much the bottom line. No one is paid to play these Tier 10 games. There is no contracts. There is no fee for the players whatsoever. It's no. These are all amateurs just playing cricket because they love it. Johnny He, absolutely correct, aren't you, Johnny? There, no one is paid a cent. Nothing. I hope that's fully understood. These are all amateur players who are based here in country, play the domestic league. So I thought there was a wicket there. I couldn't understand why player is running out with a bat. Really needs to be wearing a bib. Back for 2. Oh, he's going to have a shot at the stumps and point blank range. Lucky. And they're going to take a buzzer. And now the throw back to the bowler. Someone needs to just hold the ball here. It's a little bit of comedy capers going on out there. And as I'm sure Rico and Vinny would always say, cue the Benny Hill music. As they scamper through for a couple there to finish off the over. So 94 ends up being 3-leg buys from what should have been pretty much nothing. 94 for 5. Looks like they could almost get to 100. The last over is what it's all about. And Tartu Wolves will start to think, well, 18 off that 9th over. that's a few too many. We should have had them for less than 100. They're still under 100, still got a bit of work to do. So we'll see how we go here. Maheda Hassanan with the question. They play for free ? Yes, that is the absolute bottom line. This is all amateur players just playing this cricket because they love it. Lofted and out of the ground for 6 runs. There is the 100 up for the Hippos. Well done, Hippos. They get to triple digits and they survived a few scares in the middle overs. A few tight overs bowled there and wickets falling at regular intervals, but they do get to 100. 100 for 5, 9.1 overs gone. So yes, thank you for your questions, everybody in the chat. It's been really, really good to read out those questions. So yes, just that last one about them being paid. They do get paid for free. They play for free. No one gets paid. And Gaming with Ram asking how to join European T10 matches. Well, you have to get over here. That's the first thing. And player is limping off here, and this is not good to see. Be a little bit concerned now that maybe he's done himself a little bit of mischief going down to the ground there. Marco was clean bowled by Usman, but just watching him closely, and this is not good for the Hippos to see Marco coming off in discomfort like this. He's done himself a mischief to his I think his right knee. Hope he's okay. We continue. Parkin clubs it into the covers. They're going to take a quick single. Wind's picking up a bit here. Can hear that through the effects mic. Apologies for that one. So, yeah. Gaming with Ram. Well, there you go. Arango Wikram Singer has helped you out with that answer. I was about to answer that as well, exactly the same way. The first thing you got to do is you need to basically reside in these countries. Oh, that's a really poor effort to throw down the stumps. There won't be a buzzer, though. So, yeah, I know there's a lot of people around the world who watch this, the European Cricket Network, and it's great that we've got so many supporters and spectators from around the world. The question always does come, how can I get involved in T10 cricket here in Europe? The first thing you have to do, there's no contracts. You just have to reside in country, join a club, and be part of the fun. That's it. That's all it is. But you need to get over to Europe, obviously, and you need to join a cricket club, of which there are many throughout Europe. And that's why the European Cricket Network is thriving the way we are, because there's so many people who love the game, who play it for free. They don't get any payment whatsoever, and that's what it's all about. It's about amateurs. And the amateurs, some of these amateurs we show, they really should be professionals because they've got such talent, bags of talent. Not everyone, but a lot of them do. So another wicket falls. So this over's had a little bit of a lot. There's been 9 runs and a couple of wickets as another one falls. So Tallinn Hippos looking to finish strong here. Unfortunately, they got the 6 at the start of the over, but the game is now in the balance as the innings comes to a close on 103 for 7 after 10 overs. Let's have a look through the card and tell you who did all the damage. Well, let me start with the bowlers actually this time around. Mohammed Usman with 3 for 28 off his 2 overs. 2 for 26 for Noman Ashraf. And have a look at that at the top there. Sarim Mohammed, 2 overs, 1 for 3. Now, there's somebody who didn't want to give any runs away whatsoever. Quite good bowling there. Really, really good bowling. In the batting department, well, it was pretty much Mahala Dawab with that 27 off 10. He pretty much saved the day for the Hippos, got them up to a respectable score. And otherwise, there was good contributions from Harry and also from Andrew at the top order there. And couple of little cameos towards the end there. Cool Deep with a 10, and of course Marco with that 10 as well. Hope Marco's okay. Bit worried the way he came off there, just slightly limping, so hopefully he is okay. Anyway, there it is. The Tartu Wolves looking to pick up a win here. If they can chase down 104 runs in 10 overs, will they do it? Well, come back and join me in about 14 minutes time. No, call it 12 minutes time, and the run chase will kick off in earnest. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network. Keep those questions coming. I'll be back in the chat with you in 10 minutes time to introduce you to the run chase. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody, to the continuation of this match. It's match number 6, hanging in the balance. And in case you missed it, the coin toss from earlier for this game, we're going to roll it right now. No, you missed it at the start of the previous innings, but here it is. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's the second match of the day coming your way on the European Cricket Network, ECS Estonia, match 6. It's going to be the Tallinn Hippos taking on the Tartu Wolves in a big battle here today. Under interesting skies, I'm going to leave it at that, and it is going to be the Hippos to call. Sir?
Tails.
Tails is the call. Heads it is. What would you like to do?
We will do ball.
Tartu. Tartu Wolves won the toss. Having a bowl? There we go, having a bowl. Let's go. Oh, magic stuff. Magic stuff there from the Tartu Wolves. Wasn't too sure if you wanted to battle bowl, but just wanted to let you know that's what happened at the coin toss previous. Sorry we didn't get to show you at the start of the previous innings. But the Tartu Wolves, they did eventually make up their mind to have a bowl, but you could see the captain changing his mind several times in a row there. And we just played that because the captain's a really good character. Anyway, that was the coin toss for this game. We just wanted to show that to you just for a little bit of fun. And we're about to start with the run chase. Here we go. Start with a wide ball to kick things off. Tallinn Hippos looking to defend a score of 103. The target for the win for the Tartu Wolves is 104. Ali Raza is out there facing the music from the first ball of the innings. Mohammed Usman Sr., he's at the non-striker's end. And that breeze has really picked up. It's gotten quite cool out there with the breeze. A couple of players in the short sleeve shirts were sort of talking about the fact that they wish they bought the long sleeve shirts out, or wish they had maybe something underneath their tops, because it has gotten a bit cooler out there with the breeze. So, Garwal here, bowling the first over. Youngster himself, real talent too. Opens the batting, opens the bowling, real fine for Estonian cricket. Raza, crossbat, misses that one. The shy. Good work from Marco behind the stumps with the gloves. Came off the field after his short little batting stint in the previous innings about 20 minutes ago. Looking a little bit proppy, but it looks like he's shaking that off now, moving okay. That's really good to see. We're a bit worried about that. So a couple of singles to start things off. Again, good bowling. Just really cramps the batter who's trying to look to free his arms and go towards deep mid-wicket. There is a fielder, well, two fielders are currently at long on, and a deep mid-wicket who's a very squarish deep mid-wicket. Not in the regulation, but sort of square. Obviously, they feel maybe they're going to try to hit a little bit square. I'd probably want to put him a little bit straighter, but we'll see how we go. Short ball, and that is been taken back with a square leg. There's nobody out there at all. Not a good delivery. It's hooked around the corner for 6 runs. So the good work has been slightly undone just with that ball. And that's the first boundary of the run chase. Tartu Wolves off and running now, 10 on the board, haven't lost a wicket, and they have got a modest total to chase down of a 104. So that's already under 100 runs required here. Hello to Ozzy, who joins us again. Ozzy 2917, good to see you back. Good to see Pelican Peony back and Johnny Hissam as well. Good to have you all back in the chat. Keep that chat going, keep those conversations going, and keep the questions coming. See if we can answer them as best as we can as we continue through this run chase. I already said before, in terms of the weather conditions, the wind has picked up, but the sun is poking out from behind the clouds every now and then. You can see currently the ground bathed in beautiful sunshine. Very picturesque ground here. Wide, gets taken away there from the keeper. Just the wind is quite cutting. Really, really slams through here. And it's been swirling around. It started coming from the south when we got here this morning. Then it's just come around now. You sort of feel it's almost coming sort of right to left. And then suddenly it just goes the other way. So it is swirling at the moment. Stormy conditions out there in the ocean, which is close by. Stormy conditions here as well as that one gets pumped out of the ground for a big 6, big Maximo. And I just saw the shadow of a cloud race across the ground, sort of going from the bottom left of your screen to the top right of your screen. So that's the way the wind is blowing up high. But down on the ground, it is swirling a little bit, but there's no swirling there as that shot gets put out of the park. What a great shot that was. 17 on the board, 1 over down. I'll tell you what, the Wolves are looking to really tuck into an early lunch here and get stuck into this total, needing 87 from 54 from here on in. Doing very well too. Hello to Jacob, Jake Stewart. Good to see you, Jacob. Fantastic. Haven't seen you forever. Probably not since, actually, I want to say not since probably Portugal, or maybe in the Czech series I might have seen you in the chat. But good to see you. Hope you really were doing well there, Jacob. Wonderful to have your company. Always good to see a familiar face in the chat, as always. So first over gone. Looking to start the second now. Hello to Zahid as well, tuning in from San Francisco. PK's there in the chat as well. Johnny He, as always. The Wolves hit, quick single. Oh, the throw is missed by the keeper and ends up being pretty easy single. Needed tight over here, the Hippos. Need a couple of really tight overs to try to tie the batters down. Currently getting a 17 off that first over. Just causing a few issues there. Still needing 86 off 52. Run rate required is under 10. And that could be trouble. Hit hard. Oh, the chase is on. That is a terrific bit of fielding to put the hand down from Harry. And it's almost affected a run out as well. That is an excellent bit of fielding. Should get a round of applause from everybody at the ground there. Kuldeep, the bowler, he's turned around to his field and said, thank you very much. The chase, and then just to drop the hand and knock the ball back into play, it was going to be a 4 off the bat just straight away. So well done. Hope everyone's having a great Tuesday wherever you're watching from around the world. Thank you for joining us on the European Cricket Network. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying what you're seeing. Obviously, we like to have our subscribers and people liking our videos. If you do like what you see, of course, and if by subscribing, of course, that means when we have the next games and the next tournaments, you will find out about it because it will come up on your stream. Also, hit that bell so you are notified for the next games coming up as well. Very important. Jacob J. Stewart saying in the studio, absolutely not. I'm at the ground, Jacob. And I'm in a very windy Estonian cricket and rugby field ground here in person, not in the studio. Not sure why it's sounding like I'm doing it remotely, but definitely not. I'm definitely here. I'm pretty sure I'm here. I don't have a mirror, so I can't see myself, but I'm pretty sure I'm here. 21 on the board, 1 to come in the second. Clubbed, and no one's stopping that one this time. Even Harry couldn't get to that one as it finds the banjo rope. 1 bounce across the rope, 4 runs, 25 off the first 2 overs. Haven't yet lost a wicket. The Wolves looking pretty strong here. Ali Raza is the slower of the two, but Mohamed Usman Sr., he's hitting the ball beautifully at the moment, going at a better than a run a ball. But they only need to be going at 10 runs and over from here on in. Hippos need wickets. They're not going to contain them. Not in this early few overs. And you get the feeling that another couple of big overs, one big over for the batters, and this game could almost be shot to pieces for the Hippos. They need a couple of wickets here. Need to find a way of really, really pinning down the Wolves. Sorry, those little sounds of the wind hitting the microphone. I'm trying to. We've got the front window open, and they've got the back door of the cabin open. I'm trying to get to close the back door, but the crew is sort of doing a little bit of work on something, and I can't sort of get over there. It's a very, very small cabin. It's about the size of a telephone box, and that is a nice little pull shot there for 4 runs. So the boundaries keep coming. The score keeps ticking upwards. The Wolves now move to 29 for no loss, and the Hippos they need a breakthrough, need an early wicket, an early 2 or 3 wickets here in the next couple of overs just to try to get their noses back into the game, because you kind of feel at the moment with that score on the board and the required run rate now well under 10, they're right up against it. Push around the corner, nicely done. Oh, player out the back there just doesn't quite get the hands down at the fine leg position, and it's Square Leg who runs behind there to back up, who helps to tidy up as well. So runs still coming quite easily here. They're finding the gaps. They're finding occasional boundaries as well. Still inside the power play, 30 on the board. Shite the stumps to the keeper's end. Can't stop the single. Good running, good anticipation and good running by the Wolves. Yeah, it's interesting commentating in a, well, it's bigger than a phone box. I mean, you know, it's small, but it's not a phone box. However, we have tables, we have equipment in here as well. So the area where I'm standing to commentate is probably about the floor space size of a regular phone box at the moment. So it's a little bit tough. And also, if I step too far in front of the window, then the wind hits my microphone. You can hear the wind buffeting my microphone, which is a bit of a problem. So I'm trying to keep the microphone hidden while looking around the corner of the window. It's a bit of a sight. I take a selfie and put it on the Spanish squad, but I don't want to be mocked. Down the ground, should be fielded, cleanly fielded. Harry down here. Harry Agarwal's got a nice safe pair of hands. He's a good catcher. He's a good ground fielder, so fast across the ground. And he's actually pretty good all round in terms of the bat and ball as well. So, again, another really good find for Estonian cricket in that man. Bowler just loses the run up there. That's Sajith with the duty here to bowl out the power play. Ooh, tell you what, that was super, super close to a stumping. It was a swing and a miss, and the momentum was lucky enough to bring the batter's bat around. So he was not going to have a problem making his ground. But just for a second, I thought that's really, really close. So end of the over. The Wolves definitely got their noses in front here. So it looks to me like, I know, we're waiting for our scoreboard to catch up, maybe? So power play done and dusted. That means the Hippos can exercise their right to put a few fielders out. Let's have a look and see what's going to happen with the field now. I can see we have a hook's been put down at long off. Long on's in position, deep mid wicket, who's a little bit square, deep square leg. And who is the fifth? I'm missing someone, aren't I? Who have I lost? 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a fifth one out there somewhere. I'm sure there is. And wide indicated there. Oh, fine leg. Oh, that's interesting. So fine leg. And I think third is up inside the circle and fine leg is back. That might change depending on the type of approach here. Lovely shot. Hit down the ground. Great work again from Agarwal, who is quick as lightning across the deck and fields that one and gets a throwback quick smart. So just a single there. Good work there. Very handy. Very handy fielder he is. And that's why since the very top of this innings, he's been on the boundary rope down the ground and patrolling it like a wounded animal. Oh, almost caught in front of the stumps there, going for the hoik towards leg side. No appeal. It was definitely outside the line. So just a bunch of singles and a wide here. Score just to slow down a little bit. Haven't seen a boundary for an over and a half. Well, if you're going to bowl it on the full, then there's your boundary. And that is smushed. It's going to be a no ball. It's going to be 6. And that is not the delivery that Parkin needed to bowl. And he gives the ground a bit of a kick and he realises what he's done wrong there. And it's pretty obvious as well. With a no ball, 6 means a free hit coming. This delivery is already worth 7 plus whatever comes next. That ball's gone a long way back too. Long way back. So wait for that to come back as the score gets up to 43 for no loss. And we're only still in 2 legal deliveries into the 4th, and there's still a free hit to come as the Grizzly has been retrieved. Going to go back in a second. Free hit coming. Up in the air. It's going to land safe anyway, but it is safe no matter where it lands, whether it lands into hands or not. So it's a missed free hit, mistimed, and it lands just in the cover region for a single. So that no ball ends up being worth 8 runs in the end. Jacob J. Stewart suggesting I might change into my Prague superhero costume. I do have a few costumes at home, actually. Jacob, all seriousness, I've got a couple of like Halloween and special event costumes that I do wear sometimes for the events that I host. I do an annual Halloween movie quiz and then just a Halloween quiz as well sometimes, not just movies but also just a general Halloween quiz. I do about 3 venues every October, at the end of October of course, and I tend to I'm not shy when it comes to dressing up. I like to have a bit of fun, so yeah, maybe I should get myself a big Prague superhero costume. Well, that's been hit, but it's been mishit. Should be taken, is taken. There you go, there's the first wicket. So we're talking about costumes and Halloween. It's a bit early for that, but it is a nice catch taken out there. I think it's Hartridge who backpedals. He came forward to take the catch from deep mid-wicket, then had to backpedal and holds the catch quite nicely. And that is going to be the end of, that's Ali Raza, who has to find himself out there, but then also removing himself from the field. 17 from 11 deliveries for him. Usman's still there. He's got 21 from 11. And finally, the wicket falls. The Hippos can maybe start to sort of just regather themselves a bit here and focus on maybe another wicket coming if possible. So celebrations around the ground. Big wicket falls. Parkin picks up a scalp. Still got a few balls to go in his over. All right, Parkin, wicket taker, gets a chance now. New batter facing up. Oh, that's pretty front, isn't it? But I think it might have hit a bit high, maybe just outside the line of off. But Parkin very keen to ask the question. The umpire, who had a think and then shook the head, said nope. And that is 4 overs gone. 46 for 1 on the board. It's 58 required from 36. That run rate's still under 10. It's been pretty much under 10 since the first ball was bowled, almost. And Hippos need wickets. Need wickets plenty here. Don't know who they can turn to, but they need to try to change things up a bit and get some wickets. Stuart Hook fielding in front of us here in the long off position. He's yelling out around the field where he wants the field placements to go. He and Malcolm Cedric, the captain, furiously trying to negotiate their field placings. And I think they're happy now. So long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, and now they've dropped backwards square leg, or call it a wide fine leg. I'd call it a deep backward square leg, though. So they're going to want the if they're going to do a leg side heavy field like that defending, then they've got to make sure nothing's short outside the off, or they're going to be absolutely taken to the cleaners by these batters. Well, you can't set a field for that sort of stuff. It is a bit of a Gundy ball, and it's put away a long way away. Smacks into the the wall of one of the container units here, which is actually a reinforced wall, painted white with the big SD sign written on it. And of course, the EKL, which is, of course, the Estonian Cricket League sign. Very nice bit of paintwork there as well. Smacks into that, rebounds again. Tries to go again and is wrapped on the pad. Wrapped just above the pad is giving that little fleshy part of the upper thigh a little bit of a working, saying, ouch, thanks very much for that. 50 was up with that previous hit too. 53 for 1. Going long at 11s at the moment in terms of the run rate, needing around about 9 and a bit. Paddled around the corner, it's going to bring that deep backward square leg or wide fine leg into play. Not sure, what would you call that? Call it one or the other. It's the same thing. As long as you can get the field placings from what I'm trying to describe, hopefully that's okay. Hit straight past the bowl. It should be fielded cleanly. Harry comes off the boundary rope at long on to keep it to just 1. Scoreboard keeps ticking over though. Not too many dots. Occasional dots here and there, but I think I've been pretty impressed with the Tartu Wolves in this chase. They've really tried to make sure minimal dots, mostly 1s, with the occasional boundary. They don't need to get too carried away with the run chase. They probably would have loved to have chased this as 7 overs, maybe try and earn themselves a bonus point, but it's not necessarily has to happen. 5 overs gone, 55 on the board. If they can chase this in 10 overs, I think they'll be more than happy about that. Make sure they get their first win of this ECS under their belts, because then they lost the first match this morning. And it was the Stallions. And of course, the Stallions are chilling at the moment, enjoying an early lunch break. They get back for 2 games this afternoon. They got the next match against the Hippos, and then they'll have a return match against the Tartu Wolves in the last match of the day. 4 matches every day. 5 teams battling it out here in this ECS. 5 teams playing each other twice. So that's 8 games per team. Good ball. Really good ball, that one from Cedric to start things off for this over. So the group matches takes you through Monday through to Friday, and then we'll have the finals on Saturday. Top 4 teams go through to the finals, and that means 1 team will drop off, and we'll know who that is on Friday night. The team at the bottom of the standings will have to drop away and not play on finals Saturday. So there's a bit to happen here. Tossed up, and it was a bit of a gundy ball, but can you believe it? Every now and then, that's the sort of thing happens, and wickets can get taken. It should be shown as a no-y, though, because it was a bit of a shocker. And there everyone has to go back to their place now. The celebration started, then stopped, and hopefully the fielders should understand that, well, the umpires are coming together here to have a bit of a chat. Interesting to see what happens here. I felt it was a no-y. Surely. Well, the umpires have not called that a no ball. And so that's a clear catch. Having a look at the replay here. That's what we think. That's what we saw. Yeah, for me, that is a no ball. And I think if the umpires see that, they'll probably say, yep, you know what? That's fair enough. But they see it once. They don't see it a couple of times as we have. But I've got to say, to the naked eye, and thank you, Kenneth, for that replay as well. Really well done. I thought to the naked eye straight away there was going to be the call. But anyway, it's in the book as a wicket. Once more, have a look at this. Anyway, it's in the book as a wicket. So the Hippos celebrate a second wicket. A little bit of fortune favouring the Brave there as they do get a wicket. Catch taken in the outfield at that deep backward square, wide, fine leg, whatever position you want to call it. Good catch taken nonetheless. Malcolm gets a wicket as well. Tartu Wolves lose another one. I think that was a little bit of luck. And, well, that's what can happen in the next ball when the next play comes in and goes, I'm going to smoke this one out of the ground. It's exactly what's happened. Bang! That has gone downtown and all the way down the street to the harbour, and we won't see that ball again for a little while. A few people in the chat agreeing with us there. Yep, it's Yeah, well said by Ozzy. Yep. It may be a clear no ball, but the umpire is the umpire. Absolutely 100%. We respect the umpire's decision, whether we like it or not, whether it's wrong or right. We always respect the umpire's decision, because if we didn't, then cricket would be such a chaotic sport and nobody would respect anybody. And that ball, I think, has been lost. We've had to get a new pill. Or has it been found? It might have gone. I'm not sure where it's gone. I think it's gone under something. There we go. Now we've got it back now. It took 3 hippos to find it, and they find it. They did. Score up now to 61 for 2, halfway through the 6th. So hippos digging deep here to defend this total. Picked up a second wicket. Required run rate still under 10 at 9.6. 43 from 27 for the Tartu Wolves to snatch their first win here. Single down the ground. Garwell again, quick across the deck. Two to come. Cross bat, goes through mid wicket, but deep mid wicket is there to back up. Was probably a catching opportunity. I think from this angle, looks like he's almost fallen on top of it. The fielder at mid wicket. So last ball, the over coming up. Once again to mid-wicket, who stumbles and falls. Harry has to get across the ground. I'll say it before I say it again. He's quick as lightning across the deck and picks up and throws very quickly. He doesn't hang on to the ball. He's not trying to hatch it. It's not an egg. He gets rid of the ball quickly. Good bit of fielding. Keeps it to just 1. Good over there for the Hippos. It's only, 9 runs from it. A wicket as well. 6 overs gone. 64 for 2. Could have a close finish coming up, folks. Could be a very close finish. Tartu Wolves, they only lost 2 wickets. But even their boundaries started to dry up a little bit here and still need 40 runs off 24. You think they should get it from here on in, exactly needing 10 runs per over. So we go with the next over now. Straight up in the air. There's no one going to be getting near that one for a catch. Can you believe it? It's gone backwards. It's land in no one's land whatsoever. And, breathe a sigh of relief, Tartu Wolves, as they get through for a single. Hello to Helix. Good to see you joining us again. You could join us at an interesting time. And the Hippos looking to defend a small total, and Tartu Wolves... Oh, can you believe it? I was going to say Tartu Wolves in a bit of strife. That has exploded through the fingertips of Hartridge, who is there to take that catch, and he doesn't, and it's bounced off his hands. That's going to sting, and it's going to go for 6 as well. Ouch, for many reasons. And he just underarms it and doesn't want to make eye contact with anybody as he's coming back there. That sharp chance catch should have been taken. Disappointing. Hippos still trying hard here. And this time that's well over the head of Hartridge, who cannot get anything near that one. And that's absolutely no fault of the fielder. It was hit nice. It was a flat 6, but it was always going over his head, and that has gone for more runs. The run rate tumbling now. It's just over. It's starting to get completely away from the Hippos. Tartu Wolves marching. 6.5 overs gone. Only 27 more required of 21. 77 on the board, loss of 2 wickets. They got wickets in hand. They got balls to spare. Got not a lot of runs required. Hartridge is now moving out of deep mid-wicket. He's going to go to deep square. And the ball, I think, is going to follow him. Sometimes it's just not your morning in the field, is it? So he got moved from deep mid-wicket to deep square. And now this next ball gets hit over his head, and he has to go and find that one as well. So he's getting his steps in. I know what that feels like. It's this feeling you get. You just think, okay, the batters are definitely picking on me now. I get it. Like hungry wolves who've spied a weakness, they're going after him. A little bit of ball watching there. So player there just gets that one up in the air. I think that was Iqbal who managed to pop one in the air, and He was just watching it while his counterpart was running very hard to the other end, saying, come on, come on, come on. Don't watch the ball. If you're out, you're out. Watching it's not going to help. This has been put up in the air, and it's going to beat the fielders across the rope for another 6. This over has pretty much ripped the game completely away from the Hippos here. The over goes magical and then some. 26 runs off the over, 14 now required from 18 deliveries. The Wolves are marching on their way, and they are howling. The poor old Hippos, unfortunately for them, they're stuck ankle deep in the mud, and that over has pretty much taken the game absolutely away from them, ripped it from their hands. 90 for 2, 3 overs still to go. Hippos need to find a bit of magic in this over. Need to turn to the big guns. Need to have something happen here. But it makes it tough when 4 sixes are hit in that over, needing only a handful of runs. And they've still got 3 overs to try and defend this small total. Agarwal, who's one of my pick of the bowlers so far in the tournament, he's going to come on to bowl. Needs a tight over here. Needs to find a way to get some dots, maybe even a couple of wickets. Find some magic for the Hippos. Here we go. Harry steaming in. Picked up and dispatched towards the boundary rope. Oh, the bounce. That was disappointing. The bouncer goes for 4 runs, and unfortunately, I think it was Parkin who's fielding down there. He's a tall fella as well, but the ball pitched, bounced, and took off like a hit of Tortuga, and it has gone across for 4 runs. Just keep an eye on the clouds building in the distance as this game is coming towards its conclusion. Down leg side. Good bit of keeping from Marco Vike behind the stumps. Gets across to that one. Stops it from being anything more than just the one. Bowler. In again. Got him. Hits the timber. You miss. I hit. And the timber is struck. So maybe, is there a glimmer of hope? Is the door completely shut in this game? Or what do you think? Harry gets a bit of a get around, picks up a wicket, important wicket for him. Ashraf is making his way out into the centre with the big 2-2-2 on his back. And the wicket falls. But they're going to need, you know what, in all honesty, they probably need at least 1 more wicket this over, or maybe even 2 wickets this over, just to get some pressure back on the Wolves. I feel that the Wolves have got it all their own way. Only 9 needed from 16 deliveries. And that is not much in anyone's language. Hello to Monty, who joins us in the chat. Hope you had some good travels yesterday, Monty. So, what can be done here? What sort of magic can the Hippos try to conjure up and try to just upset the apple cart here and keep the Wolves at bay? Oh, Phil, that's a zinger. I like that one. Oh, leg side for a wide. Well, that's not it. That is not the delivery, unfortunately. Just lose a bit of control there, bit of shape through the air, and it goes down leg side for a wide. So 8 needed from 16. Strikes the pads outside the line, no appeal, and no run as well. Dot ball's a good ball. Monty's cracking me up with that little comment you've just made there about Darwin. Yeah, Darwin, my special kind of weird. Yeah. Fair call there, Monty, fair call. And anyone who's been to Darwin, I think, will be nodding furiously with that comment. 3 balls to come in the over. Pushed away for 1. The underarm. Good hustle there from the bowler to follow through and try to effect a run out. Good hustle, good moving. But can't stop the single. They can do this in singles, the Wolves, if they want to. If they can't get under anything, doesn't matter. They can do it in singles. They got so many deliveries to spare. It's 7 from 14 required. If they can somehow take this game into the 10th, then, oh boy, you know, all bets are off. Anything can happen. It's a big ask. Cramp for room. Another dot ball. Another dot. And I think, the batter's won this one too. Just sucking in some deep breaths, taking it high up on the body. That'll probably leave a mark. And to everyone in the chat who's played cricket, and I'm sure you've all worn a couple of these cricket balls on the body somewhere, you know that's a badge of honour. But wow, it hurts. Clubbed. And it's unfortunately it's yorked Hook. It's yorked him completely and utterly. And just for a second, I think he was in two minds. Do I go for the catch or do I protect the banjo rope? In the end, he did neither. And it's gone under him and it's gone for 4 runs. And that is a real disappointment for the bowler and for the team as well. Hook, though, look, he was caught in two minds. You could almost see him changing his mind as the ball came in there and end up yorking him. It's like that moment when a batter advances down the crease and realises he's completely messed up the length of the ball and he's yorked himself. So the 100 up, 101 for 3 with that strike for 4. 8 overs gone, 3 runs only required now. Let's see if Parkin is able to extend this match into the 10th over or whether the 3 runs will be scored in the next few moments. Kind of expect those runs to be scored. Let's see how we go. Club down the ground. Let's see if Hook gets this one. He does. Gets a bit of a cheer as well from the dugout behind him. And just the one. Once again, club down the ground, Hook to do the fielding, runs across, keeps it to 1. And that means the scores are level with 10 deliveries left in the game. Scores are level. Just 1 run required, 10 deliveries to do it. Miles will bring the field in. Captain, I don't think, is aware of it. Doesn't try to put the pressure on. And it's going to be achieved with a wide ball. And that is all she wrote. The game is done and dusted with that wide. So there we go. Bang. Tartu Wolves get themselves a good win here against the Hippos. The Hippos, unfortunately, needed a few more runs on the board, which wasn't to be. And with 10 deliveries to spare, the Wolves reel in that score and get themselves the point. So well done to the Wolves. To the Hippos, well, you've got the next game coming up against the Stallions, so there's a chance for you to bounce back with and maybe another win there. We will see. Okay, let's have a look through the batting card here and see what happens. So Muhammad Usman Sr., a 24 of 16, but it was Mubashir Iqbal, that 31 from 12, really set things up nice and early before he was clean bowled. And some good batting towards the end there from Sanu Marji, the 20 not out from 8 deliveries. Well done for him. And, of course, Ali Raza, the ever-reliable Ali Raza with an 18 off 12 deliveries at the top there. The top order contributing. Nobody really firing up except for Iqbal's 31 off 12, which I thought was very impressive with 4 big maximos. But no one really going on to dominate the batting. But it was a good all-round effort for the Wolves, chasing a score that was quite modest. And I think that was probably the reason why they got the win. In the bowling department, Agarwal picked up a wicket, as did Parkin, got 1 for 15, and Sedgwick got the 1 for 9. But 3 wickets taken, unfortunately, was not going to be enough, and the Wolves get the win. Hippos, they're going to be back in action against the Stallions in a few moments' time. In fact, that game is at hour, isn't it? Yep, it's at hour. Thank you very much, Kenneth. Good stuff. So we're going to take a bit of a lunch break now. We've got 23 minutes until that game starts. I will be back with, obviously, with Kenneth, who's pressing all the buttons here, doing a great job. And we're going to be back here in about, say, 25, 26 past the hour, which is 20 minutes away. So we're going to take a 20-minute break back to introduce you to the third match of the day, and that is the Tallinn Hippos taking on the Tallinn Stallions. So don't go too far. We'll be back with 2 more games for the day. Next one coming in 20 minutes' time. We'll see you back here shortly. Welcome back to the ground here at ECS Estonia, coming your way for the afternoon games. And the first match of the afternoon is the third match of the day. It's going to be the Tallinn Hippos taking on the Tallinn Stallions. Stallions to call for this game. Heads is the call, tails it is. Malcolm, what would you like to do?
I would like to bat.
There you go, Hippos win the toss, having a bat first. Big game coming out for these two teams. Let's get into it. Welcome back to the ground, everybody. It is the resumption of ECS Estonia, and the Stallions are heading out behind the umpires. The batters for the Hippos are about to head onto the ground as well, and you saw from the coin toss there, thank you to Rado for that information too, that it is going to be the Hippos who win the toss, select to bat first. And the news from the batting dugout is a slight little change up to the batting, which I like. And that is Mihaela Dalb going to the top order, and he's going to open with Agarwal. I think that's a good move. Give a chance also for his team just to maybe get off to a good start. Andrew Hartridge, who usually opens the batting, he's going to probably come in either the first or second drop. We'll see what happens there. But I love the idea of Mihaela opening at the top there. He seemed pretty enthusiastic about it as well. I was sort of wandering through the camps while they were having their lunches just a few moments ago, and he was saying, yep, he enjoyed a couple of little cameo innings he's played, and sort of just talking about the impact that's having on the other players, just to see him coming in around sort of 3 or 4 and belt a few quick sixes, and then the rest of the team just sort of follows suit. That's really good to see. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. You are watching the ECS Estonia. It's day 2. Second match has already finished, and that was a good win over the Hippos to the Wolves. The Wolves reeled in the total that was required. Hippos just needed another 20 or 30 runs to make it a bit more competitive. Let's see what they can do now as they've won the toss, as you saw from the corner, selected to bat first. Changes at the top. It's all happening. And the Stallions looking to get revenge for yesterday's loss against the Hippos. Here we go. Match 3 starting right now. Taken off middle stump with a quick single. Nice way for Harry to start proceedings, get things off and running. So it's going to be a bit of a test then to see whether the move of bringing up one of their bigger hitters for the Hippos, who's been pretty handy in the last few innings for them. Let's see if putting him at the top order is going to work or backfire. And I kind of feel that freeing the beast in the first 3 overs in the power play is a really good move. So how do they set a field for someone like Mihaela? They're putting long on back and they're putting deep mid-wicket back, and there's a ring of fielders on the offside. Here we go. And it's a wide ball. Not going to take any buzzers there. Just spilled by the keeper. Welcome back to everyone in the chat. Thank you for joining us for this big match here. A big match indeed, Stallions and Hippos. Currently, the Hippos have the wood over the Stallions. They've beaten them yesterday, and this is the return match. So let's see if the Stallions can get some revenge here on the Hippos and try to square the ledger at 1-1. Couple of wide balls here to start things off from Pranay. Opens the bowler for, he's the opening bowler for this team, the Stallions. As I said before, Dalb being pushed up the order here. Let's see if that can help for them. And the 2 fielders out for Dalb in the power play, deep mid-wicket and long on, where he loves to go. Steps across this time. Well, he stepped right across his stumps. There's an appeal for leg before, and he's got to watch out for that. The wind has really picked up here too, by the way. It's coming in from the southwest, and so it's blowing from the bottom left of your screen going across the top right. And it's got a fair bit of push in it as well. Here we go. Swatted down the ground, really flat batted, and just going to be the single. Might have even pulled back a bit on the shot there just to make sure he didn't hit it straight down the throat of long on. And now for Harry Agarwal, what do? Looks like they're going to shift around a bit and maybe go for a long off and a long on and a regulation mid-wicket. So changing it up a little bit. The captain having a think about these 2 players and where he wants his team. So protection straight down the ground. Tucked away for a quick single. Very sharp quick single. Good work there from the Hippos early on here. Not really lighting the ground up, but looking to capitalise maybe on anything loose. So far, nothing loose. PK looking for no horseplay from the Stallions. Boom, boom. Campini with a zinger. Another wide. Pranay just infringed on the wides already. This was the problem with the Stallions earlier on today. I felt that their bowling just needed to be corrected a little bit. Way too many wides. I think they had 16 wides in the first game and already 3 in the first over here. Just something to work on. Oh, trouble. Umpire has a good long look at this one. Oh, that was a good shout. Big swing. Completely misses the lot. And I think the ball was probably doing a little bit too much. The wind definitely having a factor as well. So for the bowling through the air, as the ball's got a bit of flight, it is catching that wind and pushing it towards leg side with the right-hander. That's just a good delivery. And a little bit of ambition shown there by the wicketkeeper. There was nothing doing there. End of the over, 6 runs from the first over, and no loss of a wicket. Hippos have started off their campaign, winning the toss and electing to jump into the batting first. You see from the coin toss video before that Captain Sedgwick very keen to get out there and have a bat. And let's see how they go. Early days. Welcome to everyone who's joined us back in the chat. Paolo Campini joining us as always. Good to see you, Paolo. And wonderful to see a few people popping up in the chat as well. A lot of questions in the early few games, not just from myself, but also just about the teams and people who may be new to seeing cricket in Estonia with a lot of questions. So thank you for those questions from everybody who was tuning in earlier. And I hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching from around the world. And obviously, big shout out to our fans in India who get the chance to join us on the European Cricket Network this year, with all the restrictions being lifted in the last, almost 12 months actually now since those restrictions have been lifted. Shouts of easy. Always a single there, no problem at all. Good conditions at the ground so far. We were threatened quite heavily with massive thunderstorms all around the ground in the first match this morning. That one is up, and over the top of the rope, picked up and deposited, and Dale has opened up the boundaries account with a big Maximo. It goes down over a wide long on position. So score up now. It goes up to 13. Just a couple of balls into this over. Good to see there's a bit of love in the chat for the Hippos, but also a bit of reality for the Hippos as well. This is being hit down towards us. You know, I could almost catch this. This is going to come really close. Actually, Marzi was in a better chance to catch that than I was. And that's Dalb hitting it to us down the ground. I think Mars should have made a better effort to catch that one. Mars, who's our project manager, doing a cracking job as always. He's been on the road for only about 25 days in a row. And hasn't had a break really. He had a break with me on Friday, but that was it. But then again, a break with me is always tough. So he's looking forward to maybe next Monday going home for a bit of a spell. And on that back, I want to give a shout out to all the ECN crew around Europe who are doing a cracking job. The gang who are over there in Hornchurch who finished up on the weekend. Rico and Paolo especially. Vinny, who's been all over the place as he always is, mishit this one. Tina's been jetting around the place as well, doing a lot of commentary work coming from Portugal. And then she was in Hornchurch. The previous week she was in Switzerland. She was basically in 3 countries in about 3 days doing commentary. So how about that? Really earning her frequent flyer mileage. Wide ball there. So really good stuff there. So big shout out to the crew who've really dug deep. And of course, all our friends and work colleagues back in the office who've been doing their best to give us the support that we need. It was wonderful to see Roger at the ground there in Switzerland and Nick as well last week. Bit of a thrill. Haven't seen them for so long. Good over this. Really good over. Started with a couple of Maximos and then things got nice and tight to the end. So it's an over of 2 halves. So a couple of big hits. Then the rest of the over is actually pretty good. Anyway, 20 off that, 20 is the total, 14 off the over. The score is 20 with no loss, 2 overs gone. I see a lot of people in the chat talking about how much they love T10 cricket. Thank you, Lakan Rathod. Good to see you back as well. I know you were giving me a fair bit of chat to talk with you about yesterday, and you're back again, so good to see you. I know you're a bit of a fan of T10 cricket. Your favourite T10 player is Bilal Khan. Good shout out. Nice shout. Oh, hits him on the foot on the full. Not sure who was in front of the stump, so just moving away. Some good bowling here. But Hippos, to their credit, chasing the ball. If the ball's in the slot, they're chasing after it, and you might as well. Harry Garwell, he's only on 3 from 4. Mahela Dalb, need to get him on strike. That's a nice shot from Harry. That is going to find the boundary. 1 bounce, 4 runs out towards deep mid-wicket as they have the 2 fielders deep at long off and long on for Agarwal, and nobody was getting to that one. So he opens up his boundary account with a 4. Nicely struck. He moves up to 7. Dalb is on 13, score 24 for no loss, just inside the 3rd. Works this one in towards point for a single. Nicely done again. Hippo's just looking to tick that scoreboard over, and that's all they're trying to do. Projected score is just over 100. I think that projected score should be eclipsed. No problem. If these two can stay together for maybe a couple more overs, they'll find a bit of fluidity. Dalb, once he gets going, is like a diesel motor. Takes a while to get going, but then he can't be stopped. This is popped up in the air, though. The wind is swirling. That is actually a really well-judged catch because the wind was really swirling. You can see the dive forward just at the last minute to try to complete the catch. So unfortunately, Mahela has to go, and he's not going to get a chance to stick around any longer. So putting him into the top order, not a bad idea. Hit a couple of 6s, but Hippos really wanted a bit more out of his bat. Not to be, though. But something maybe to keep in the back of their minds if he gets to play tomorrow, of course. I know he's got work commitments for the rest of the week. Possibly might be available tomorrow. But then again, are the Hippos even playing tomorrow? That's the question, as the wind is really picking up quite heavily here. I'll try to keep the microphone well out of the range of the wind. It's not easy, though. Oh, good work. Good work from Kenneth, my production manager here, who says, you know what, Phil, I think we've had enough of this wind. We're going to close the door. And thank you so much. That is going to help us big time. Because every time I step out here, it's just, that wind is just going through. It's coming through the effects mic as well. So thank you. Good work there, mate. Thank you. So, yeah, the problem with the Hippos is they'd have tomorrow off. They're not back until Thursday. And I think Mahela has work commitments on Thursday and Friday. So he won't be available for the rest of the group games, unfortunately. So we'll see what happens. Never say never. We'll see what happens. Maybe he can have a word to his boss. Maybe I'll have a word to his boss. We'll see what happens there. Anyway, we continue. Hit towards square, spilled by square. Going to get through for 1. Score goes up to 26 for 1. And 3 overs gone. 27 for 1 is the score after 3. Vital wicket in that over. 7 runs from it. And the Hippos just having a bit of a wobble here now with the Stallions. And well, the Stallions is just getting on top here. That wicket and a couple of tight overs. Power play done, so the field is now spreading far and wide. And interesting enough, noticing they have third, 2 fielders at third, 1 on the rope and 1 short. And the short fielder is actually asking the question, do you actually want me here? Because deep third is right behind me. And I think there's a debate about whether he should be pushed a bit wider. And, okay, that's interesting. Oh, you know why? Because that's not a fielder. That's just a spectator. It's a bit confusing when he's just pacing the boundary up there. Yeah, it's one of the Wolves. That's confusing. All right, so deep mid-wicket, a long off, a long on, deep extra cover, and deep backward point. Here we go. And, of course, short third. Like I'm asking about Chowdhury not bowling. Well, it's early days. Again, just push wave quick singles are the order of the day. So we'll see. Himanshu Chowdhury probably will get a bowl, but he hasn't been brought onto bowl just yet. Love the shot for 6 there towards the leg side. Really gets underneath that and pummels that one out of the park. And now I can step across now with the door shut. That wind coming through is absolutely pounding. So apologies for the sound of the air through the microphone. It's picking up. It's loud in my ears. I'm sure it's loud in your ears as well. Just had to wait for that door to be shut as we were looking to fix something there. The gear has been... Well, the ECN gear has been absolutely pummeled by the wind here. It's been unrelenting. We're hoping the wind's going to drop off a bit as the week goes on, but it's been absolutely taking a hammering yesterday and today. Good shot. Really clever shot. Just waited for that one. Just hunkered down and angled the bat and took it around the corner with almost like a varied standing and then squatting sweep shot. It was a bit of everything, really, but it was well played. It was all about getting the angle right, getting it away from the fielder who's at deep backward point. Nicely played, 4 runs. Score up to 39 now for the Hippos. So a couple of boundaries back-to-back there. It's going to help things along for them. Akash in again. Spanked really hard. There's a boundary rider. Should get to that one. Does get to it. Just the one. No chance of a 2 there. Helix asking, what's loud? I can't quite hear you. That's the wind. Every time the door opens behind me, the wind comes through, so I have to step out of the way so the wind doesn't get in your ears. And that's hit the bottom of the bat and gone straight to the field. And that is a second catch taken by Nidin, who accepts it quite happily. And it's another wicket to fall, and that's disappointing for the Hippos. They lose a wicket really at the wrong time there. I mean, when's the right time to lose a wicket, you got to say, but the wicket is taken. Marco has to go. Just the 1 from 3, so putting Marco up the order probably hasn't quite worked either, unfortunately. Harry Agarwal's still there. He's the one who's firing up on all 4 cylinders. He's got 21 from 11, but needs someone to stay with him. It might end up being Andrew Hartridge who goes out to the middle. It is actually indeed. So the original 2 openers for the Hippos are now together, looking to really make something work. People in the chat asking if Himanshu Chowdhury is playing. Yes, he is named in the squad. If you want to see the squads, then what I invite you to do is go to ecn.cricket, go to the events, find the Estonia ECS event. And if you click on that and you click on the game, you'll see all the squad lists there for you. It's all there written down for you to check out. Thank you, Jay Wild. Good to see you again. Always a pleasure. Struck down the ground. Just going to be a dot ball straight to the player at mid-off. Sometimes you see him scampering through for that, but not on this occasion. Could not afford to lose another wicket here at the start of the 5th. Oh, Angie in the chat asking who's my favourite cricketer from around the world. Tough one. Tough one. Who is my favourite? My number 1 favourite cricketer. Obviously, you're asking about someone who's still playing. Oh, that's difficult. It's probably Mitchell Stark. That probably has been my favourite player at the moment for the obvious reasons. In the air, it's going to fly away and land safely between a couple of players. Wind caught that one and took it away from that was an absolute dead set Bermuda Triangle, that one. And it falls safely in the end. So 41 for 2. Ticks upwards to 42 for 2. 4.2 overs. It's all the 4s and all the 2s. Well, Lakan says only MS Donny. If you could pick a favourite player who's playing or not playing, who would that be? And it doesn't matter if they're still with us or not with us. Who would be your favourite player? The player who you've looked up to throughout your entire cricketing career. Who's the player that caught your attention and you look up to. And that could be a player who's currently playing, it could be a player who's been retired, a player who's maybe no longer with us. Doesn't matter who it is, doesn't matter how old they are. Tell me who's your favourite player. But for the reasons that I'm stating, someone who you've looked up to and said, I really want to play cricket. Nice shot there, gets an edge. Look, take him any way you can get him. Finds the edge and is going to get some runs here. Nicely done there. So score ticking up nicely. It's going along at just over 10 and over. Projected score of 101. I'll definitely want to get a bit of a bump there, of course. Santosh says Rohit Sharma. A few people have said MS Dhoni. Imran Khan from Zahid. That's a good shout, Zahid. Johnny agrees as well. Oh, going to go for a second. And in the end, it's a very safe second. There's a bit of a fumble there by the fielder. So some good answers coming in here. I love Santosh. I like your answer. You know, he's told us 3 times as Rohit Sharma. Thank you. We've got it. David Hooked. David Hooks was a great player. He really was. Left-hander, character. And unfortunately went a bit early. Jack Hobbs, yes. Julian Dawson with a great shout there. Anyway, 5 overs gone. It's 49. Sorry, I was reading the comments there. I was getting a bit carried away. Kind of forgot where I was. Thank you, Santosh. 49 for 2, 5 overs gone. And it's a fair bit on the shoulders of these 2 batters out there in the centre. Hari Agarwal is doing well. 28 from 16. Probably needs to get more of the strike. Andrew Hartridge has only been out there for just the 1 ball he's faced. If he can get going, you never know what can happen. Mohammed Naqvi yells out Kane Williamson. That's a really good shout as well. John Arlott. Yep, I like that as well for the biography. You know what, John Arlott, I think Henry Blofeld mentioned John Arlott as well. Cuts and misses. Lance Klusner from Sunny Yadav. Oh, there's another good shout. Nice hit. Couple of bounces and out to the extra cover boundary. Boundary rider cleanly fields that one. Just the one. I think one of my favourites who really fired me up to enjoy cricket would have to be probably the entire 1980s West Indian team. 1 bounce and 4 runs, bounced just inside the rope. So for the batting, watching Viv Richards and Clive Lloyd batting was always a thrill for me, despite the fact that they were tearing the Australian attack apart, and me being a very heavily, parochial Australian cricket fan. Watching the West Indian batters tear them up was exciting. Desmond Haynes, Gordon Greenidge, Viv Richards, Clive Lloyd. I used to watch these guys all the time. And then when they were bowling, wow, Holding, of course. Michael Holding, absolutely sensational. I used to love listening to him commentate as well. So, yeah, it's difficult for me only because, I think West Indies were fantastic. Even if they're playing against the Aussies. The shy was on and the shy was missed. Hey, did Julian? Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. But yeah, Viv. For me, it's got to be Viv. I grew up watching cricket in the late 70s, early 80s, so that's what got me into cricket. I was obviously big football fan, playing football in Melbourne, and then during the summer months, cricket was something that was on, but I didn't get that interested until probably I was sort of 12 or 13 years old, and then Gordon Greenidge and Desmond Haynes came to my high school, and I got to meet them face to face, which was fantastic, and they were part of a group just doing a tour of high schools. While they're on tour in Australia. But yeah, Viv Richards, oh, what a legend. Kapil Dev is a really good shout from Santosh. Yeah, definitely. Abdul, you've got a bit of a sense of humour there. I'm not going to read that out. That's funny. But yeah, that was it. I guess it depends on when you in the chat, when you all grew up and started enjoying your cricket, and that's sort of a generational thing, really. Because I can see a lot of people saying names of more recent players, and I 100% get that, of course. Of course, but if you ever had a chance to see people like Viv Richards play, Clive Lloyd as well, always liked Clive Lloyd's captaincy. I thought he was such a clever, patient, calm captain. Hit down the ground. It's a lovely shot. 1 bounce, and it's going to go thud into the commentary box. I just had to pause for effect there. It's a nice shot for 4 runs. Oh, thank you very much to Angie Golia. You are fantastic for saying that. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That'll give me a push to keep doing what I do. So thank you for that. And ECN thanks you for your comment as well. Make sure you like and subscribe so we have people like you and more of your comments coming, please. I'd love to be a world commentator. Although I kind of feel like I'm a European commentator right now, which I'm very happy with. And a bit like Vinny, Tina, and Rico, yeah, we're open to opportunities anywhere in the world to do what we have to do. Zahid, yeah, you're right. There's so many to mention, isn't it? I think what I was looking for was people to name people who heavily influenced them to play the game themselves or has got you so interested. And the catch is taken. That's a good catch straight down the throat. I think it's is that Ankar who's out there who's taken another good catch. Yeah, Ankar Patel holds on to a good catch and a wicket falls just at a time where the partnership was starting to form and work here. 21 is the partnership, but they got it in pretty quick time. Hippos lose another wicket. 61 for 3, halfway through the 7th. Monty suggesting I need a bigger hat. Nice one, Monty. Nice one. I'm okay. Boone. David Boone says Chris Addison. Yes. Booney. Booney. Let's all face Launceston and pray. Anyone who watched The Late Show in Melbourne in 91 and 92 will get that joke, that reference. But yeah, Zahid, you're right. There's just way too many to mention. I was going to mention Dean Jones as well. I think when I was heavily into cricket, especially in my teen years, when I was about 14, 15, watching him play and him and Alan Border for the Australian team in the mid-'80s, just electrifying. And of course, Dean Jones, he was from my part of the world. Anyway, we continue. And we start with a leg side wide after the fall of a wicket. Always a way to just take a bit of pressure off the batter here, facing their first delivery. It's a leg side wide. So 62 for 3, projected score under 100. Let's get back to the game. Hippos need more than 100 on the board. Oh, it's another leg side wide. Well, the Stallions are trying to help them any way they can. A few loose deliveries here. Oh, wow, Monty. That's an interesting one. Richie Richardson, match referee in Darwin. Wow. He was a great player when he came on the scene, burst on the scene. Was seen as like a bit of a protege to Viv Richards. I remember when Richie Richardson started playing, the big wide brim hat that he used to wear. Chris Addison mentions John Dyson. Oh, I tell you what, Chris, you've reminded me when John Dyson took that amazing catch in the early 80s. I think it was 81. I think it was at the SCG. He took that, one of the greatest outfield catches ever. And that is a lovely shot all the way along the deck for 4 runs. It's a beautiful clip shot. And Hartridge now, he needs to step up and take control of this innings and try to find a way to really power this score up as a score. Now it gets up to 68 for 3. One more to come to complete the 7th. Projected score is at 100. I can tell you now, they're going to need more than 100. Here we go. Last ball of the 7th coming up. Hit out towards point, and they'll get through for a single. So that means that Hartridge will retain the strike going into the 8th. So 7 overs gone, 69 for 3 on the board. Yeah, Chris Addison, that shouted John Dyson. I can picture him taking that catch in my head in slow motion. Amazing stuff. Murph Hughes is getting a shout. So is Shane Warne, of course. Rick McCosker. Oh, do you remember Rick McCosker breaking his jaw against England? Bob Willis gave him a bouncer and it broke his jaw. And he came out with a bandage on his head bigger than his cricket bat. And he still batted. That was like in the next innings. Incredible stuff. And I remember Bob Willis not giving anything, any thought whatsoever about the broken jaw. Just, yep, broken jaw. All right. It's a bouncer. Get out of the way. But that was nasty. I didn't see it live happen, but I saw the pictures and it was, it looked pretty bad. Anyway, yeah, trip down memory lane with Chris Addison. Nice one. 69 for 3, 7 overs gone. 3 overs to go, and the Hippos looking to power up to 100, and the Stallions looking to basically say no. Let's keep you even possibly under 90 as we start the 8th. All picked up, not convincingly though, and camped under it and takes a good catch. And this is a huge wicket. Hartridge has to go just when he started to get that engine firing up, and his hold out in the deep mid wicket takes a few steps off the boundary rope and holds onto a skied catch. Oh, that's a huge wicket. Fourth wicket falls then. Disappointing though, but it was Rifat Khan hangs on to a skied ball. Had to camp under it for quite a while, but he holds it really well. Chris Addison still mentions some of the favourites there. Rod Marsh, another one. I ran into Rod Marsh in Melbourne. I'm sure you've heard me tell that story, running into Rod Marsh and Dennis Lilly in Little Collins Street in Melbourne when I was a very young 12-year-old. I was there in the city with my friends. We were running around. We were being fools around the city. And I ran around a corner, not realising who I was going to run into. And I mean, literally ran into. And I bounced off Rodney Marsh, who was eating a meat pie with tomato sauce. And he and I both ended up wearing that meat pie and tomato sauce. And Dennis Lilly told me off for running into his mate. He then helped me up off the street, and I was covered in tomato sauce and meat pie. It was terrible. And I smelt like a half-eaten meat pie on the train home, all the way back to Croydon. Good shot, that one. Picks up a boundary. Need to have some big hitting here. There's only a few deliveries left, so the Hippos need to dig deep here and really try to find some big overs. Anything that's in the slot, they need to chase after. And might as well. Don't want to be left over the score around about the 90s. Find a way to power that score up. And they're going to get there by chasing after some of these really, the short balls, or maybe try to manufacture something. Parkin swings hard at this one, goes toward deep mid wicket, all the way along the deck for just the one run. But good intent shown, though. Yeah, Monty, I thought you might like that one. I was telling this one the other day. I think I told this story to Blowers the other day in Switzerland. But yeah, it was the fact that that Lily Dennis actually leaned down to pick me up off the street because I was a very small kid covered in meat pie and tomato sauce. And then he looked at Rod Marsh, his mate, and that's when he looked back at me and said, "Watch where you're going." And then he called me, well, it doesn't matter what he called me, but he called me something. And then I was sent on my way with a smile and a little bit of a bump on the shoulder. Rod Marsh didn't say a word. I think he was upset about the pie. Shot the stumps. Oh, yep. Gives the nod. The umpire says, "Yep, you're gone. You did not make your ground." Good throw. Really good throw from about 12 metres away. Wow, batter's not happy at all. Gives his bat a bit of a strike. And unfortunately for me, Ahmed, he has to go. And he goes cheap. Just one from a couple of deliveries. It's a good shy, though. It's a really good throw. Not much you can do about that. And the Hippos sliding now and just struggling to get a big score on the board. 74 for 5. They need someone to come in and just pump a quick 20, 25 runs in the next few balls and just give their scorecard just a little bit of push. Maybe Parkin is the one to do that, although TCAS has just come to join him. So middle order here, everything to do here. But they've only got, 12, 14 deliveries to try to pump this score up a little bit more. Just saw your comment there, Monty, about it wouldn't be out of place in Croydon. Indeed. Yeah, happened in the city, but yeah, believe me, I did smell pretty rank when I got back to Croydon, because from Melbourne Central to Croydon, it's on a stopping all stations train. It's about an hour and 20 odd minutes, so it's unpleasant. Yeah, then the walk home from there all the way along Mount Dandenong Road to where I was living at the time was a little bit tough. Struck down the ground and 6 Maximo out of the screws. That's what we need to see from the Hippos just in these next few overs. Just try to hit as much as you can out of the park. It's 8 overs gone, 81 for 5 on the board, and 12 runs off the over. So 2 wickets, but 12 runs off the over. And you know what? The wickets now sort of don't make a mention, or it just doesn't make any mention whatsoever. Oh, Zahid, I'm just reading your comment there in the chat, Zahid. Thank you for that. Zahid saying that he was supposed to play for Pakistan. Physique, motivation, equipment, and the will. What was it? What was it you didn't have? I don't know. Tell me, what did you have? Aranga saying skill. What was it? Tell us. I can't wait. I'm sure this is going to be a real good zinger. Come on, Zahid. You're keeping this in suspense. Let us know what it is that you didn't have. Talent. Physique, motivation, equipment, and the will. Just missed out on the talent. Oh, mate. I think a lot of people in the world might say something like that. 81 for 5 turns into, well, another boundary there. So that's going to help things along. Nice little bit of momentum here for the Hippos towards the end in the middle order. And it's kind of like the middle order are not flinching. And they're doing what has to be done here. Just need to be building up a score here. 87 now the score's up to. That 87, it's unlucky for some, but not for everyone. Thanks, Zahid. You put a smile on my face with that one too, by the way. So Parkin on strike. Left-hander. Goes high in the air. Should be caught and is taken. Is taken pretty easily in the end as well. So it's catch well taken. That means, of course, that Parkin has to go. So he belts a 6 and then he's gone. But look, he's done what he's had to do. Either hit out or get out. So he hit out in the previous ball and then he's out the next ball as well. TCAS needs to get on strike. And that should be a conversation he has with a new batter coming in to say, come on, let's get me on strike. Let's make this happen. Aranga Wickramasinghe is tomorrow playing. Excellent. Well, I'll get to actually meet you face-to-face for the first time, so I'm looking forward to that. So, Aranga, when you get to the ground, come and knock on the commentary door and just let me know you're at the ground. That'd be wonderful because you've been very, very good with the contributions in the chat yesterday and today. Thoroughly appreciated. So it'd be wonderful just to meet face-to-face and say hello. And Jagola is asking, what is the advice given to everyone? Well, the best advice I ever got, which is advice my parents gave to me many, 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 many times, and my teachers gave me this advice many times, was think before you open your mouth. That's pretty much what my report card was throughout primary school, most of high school. Phil is Philip is what they called me. Never called Phil. They always called me Philip for some reason. Philip is very quiet in the classroom, but once he's outside, it's a completely different story. And he should probably think before he opens his mouth. I know my father used to say that. He got a little bit tired of my instant replies that came through with zero filter. Thank you, Kush B, for that comment about Aranga. Yes, looking forward to that. Oh, Monty, did you? You played the Hat Shield for Croydon. What was the home ground in Croydon? Was it the main ground in Croydon or maybe the one at South Croydon? Oh, there's also one in North Croydon. I used to live near the one in North Croydon at the end of Dorset Road. That was sort of more Mirrabbark there, wasn't it? Yeah, let me know which one, which ground you used to play at. A good friend of mine, Tim McCure, he used to play at South Croydon. About 10 years ago, he played for South Croydon at that ground. That's on Bayswater Road and I can't remember the other road. What's the other road there, Phil? Come on, think about it. Anyway, it'll come to me. Sorry, I haven't lived in Croydon for many years. Just sort of gone a little bit astray there. Oh, the main ground. Oh, yeah, the one where they've got they used to have the big grandstand there. I don't know if that grandstand's still standing, the big old thing for the football. Yeah, between Matt Dandenong Road and, is it Hull Road? Yeah, I remember that one. Wow, Monty, we'd have a lot to talk about if we get a chance to sit down and have a couple of cold ones. Final over being bowled, 89 for 6, 4 balls to come. Can they muscle their way up to 100? They're trying. It's in the air, and it's shelled. Just a last minute, but the run out's going to be affected though. Just the last moment of the ball dropping at the feet of the fielder who put it down, but the pick up and throw ends up being the run out. So it's not a catch. It means it goes down as a team wicket, not as a wicket for the bowler. But it's a good throw. Stumps are broken. Run out affected as the Hippos Well, not sure they're going to get to 100 now. Need just a couple of hits and they'll get there, though. So 90 for 7. They complete one run, but they get run out on the second to the Hippos. So 3 wickets left. 3 balls left as well. Can they get to 100? Driven along the deck. It gets through extra cover, but doesn't get past the deep cover coming off the boundary to collect the ball there. Just the one run. Oh, crazy vlogs. Always with a positive attitude in the chat. Oh, hit straight to mid-off. Good work there. Good bowling. Really good final over this one. There's been a run out and there's been only 3 runs. And we've got the last ball. The innings coming up. The score on the board is 91 for 7. The Hippos are short of about 25 runs of where they want to be. Last ball goes to swing towards leg side, misses the lot, and is going to finish with a dot ball. Tallinn Hippos post 91 for 7 after 10. Stallions will be very happy with that result. They'll give themselves a pat on the back and say, well, we've done half the job. Just need to make sure we finish this off by chasing this score down in our allotted overs. So the players are marching off the field. We're also going to take a short break here as well. Let's have a look through the card. It started well. Agarwal at the top there, that 33 from 20 deliveries, he was looking pretty good. They tried Mahela Dalb at the top as well. Hit a couple of big sixes, got 13 before he was dismissed. A couple of dot balls chewed up there as well. And unfortunately, no one else really could lend support to really push the score up. Wicket shared around between the bowlers. Unfortunately, Nidin did miss out on getting a wicket, but he took a couple of catches, so he'll feel good about his contribution. 2 for 26 for Akash, and that is pretty much it, done and dusted. 91 for 7 on the board after 10. Looking like we're going to resume at 22 past the hour. That's in about 11 minutes and 27 seconds time. So I'm going to say goodbye for now, but not go too far because we're going to be back here in 10 minutes to get back on the track with you all. And we'll see you back here for the run chase. Hippos posting 91 for 7 after their 10. Stallions needing 92 for a win here. And they would love to pick up a win over the Hippos to get back at them for yesterday. And also just to keep their whole competition still well and truly alive with a win. Can they do it? We'll find out soon. This is ECS Estonia. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network. And I'll see you back here shortly. Welcome back, everybody, to the run chase in this game number 7. Tallinn Stallions and the Tallinn Hippos going head-to-head here after the Hippos won the toss, elected to bat first. It kind of backfired a little bit on them, and they only managed to push a total on the board of 91. 91 for 7 after their 10. And the Stallions, you'd kind of favour them. On paper, you'd favour them to reel in these runs, as they've already done once today against the Tartu Wolves. It looks like they should be able to do this as well. We shall find out if this can be defended or whether it can be chased down. It's going to be something happening soon. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network here at ECS Estonia. What a wonderful location in the world this is, despite the weather, which has been breezy. It's been windy. It's been gusting. It's been a fair bit of everything, but also the sun shining, blue skies. And about 4 hours ago, it was thunder. It was absolutely scary here. Clouds, black like you wouldn't believe, and thunderous noise all around us. There's still a bit of weather around, but it's all quite away from us now. It's a long way to the south, and it's not going to bother us here whatsoever. Also good to see a few dog walkers just strolling past here on their way from point A to point B, as now we're going to get locked in the cabin here as we present you with this big run chase. Hello, Uzzy 2917, Ray Tipping. Good afternoon to you as well, and everyone else in the chat. Thank you for joining us here for this run chase. Chase or defend, you decide. But the Stallions with a red hot chance here to knock off the Hippos. Let's see what happens. Looks like it's Agawa with the ball. He's going to open up proceedings, bowling to Rifat Khan. Here we go. Boshed. Nothing's hanging on to that one. That is out of here. It lands with a thud, quite a fair way away as well. I got a feeling the umpire might have even indicated 6 even before that had landed. That went a long way back. Well, that's a good start. Needing now 86 off 59, and that is quite a start. Hello to Monty, who's also back as well. Good to see you all back in the chat for this run chase. Will it be chased or will it be defended? I'll let you know in about 40 minutes time, maybe even less. You kind of feel though for the Hippos, they're going to have to hold every opportunity that comes their way. Their ground fielding is going to have to be flawless, and the bowling has to be absolutely giving no width whatsoever. If that's what the captain has said to his bowlers, I need you to be tight here. None of this leg side wide sort of stuff. Let's get it nice and tight. Good ball, that one. That's the kind of delivery they want. Balls like that. Good rising delivery. Looking to play some sort of uppercut, but too close to the body to really get something on it. It's a good ball. So we started with a Maximo. Things are settled down a bit now. Clubbed. Well, that goes through the covers. On this angle, it looked like the cover fielder ducked under the ball. He didn't. He was going to go for a dive, realizing he was never going to get to it, and doesn't get it at all. Nice shot. 4 runs. So Monty's asking the question about the bonus points. Yes, indeed, the bonus points are being used here. And so for the bonus points, let's have a little look and see what's happened here. So what is it? It's 90, what did you say? 92 the score. That has to be chased down. So if they can chase down 92 in 7 overs or less, Stallions will get themselves 4 points. And that's definitely something that they should be thinking about, because this is a very gettable 4-point win here for the Stallions if they can get those runs in 7 overs. So that's how the bonus point equation works. Chase the runs down in 7 overs or less, and the batting team gets themselves a bonus point. In the air, hit uppishly, but safely as well. It doesn't get to the boundary. Bit of footwork. And good throw back there as well. Got the feeling the batters might have been just watching that one, and I think they've only gone for 1. There was definitely 2 there, and I think there was a little bit of ball watching, think it was going to get to the boundary line. It doesn't. 13 off the first over and 1 over done and dusted. But they're well on their way here. 79 required from the next 9 overs. A few people in the chat talking about Moises Henriques, who's going to be captaining Portugal. Yep, that was announced. I saw the announcement as well for the World Cup qualifiers, and I think it's a really good move. Obviously, I know a lot of the Portuguese players who are playing there as well. Seen them play in the domestic competition quite a lot. And a lot of them also are based there in England playing in county cricket and a lot of club cricket as well. So they've gone home to Portugal and gotten around. And now they've headed up to Finland. And I think they've just arrived in Finland maybe today. So best of luck to Portugal. Best of luck to all the teams as well. It's going to be a very exciting set of qualifiers there. Obviously, my home team of Czechia, they're going to be up there as well. This has been pumped up in the air, and that should get across the line. It does. It clears the boundary rope with a big 6. Well, that's a good welcome for the new bowler as Sajith is taken downtown with a big strike. Rifat Khan, he's looking like he's in form to play big innings here in this game. Or maybe he's got an appointment somewhere after this. He has to get to it quick smart and be back for the last game against the Tartu Wolves. Started with a flurry of runs here. Goes now to the leg side. That's even better. That was even sweeter. That was beautifully timed. He goes to the left. He goes to the right. Rifat Khan, he can do this all day. No, that didn't rhyme. You know what I mean. Hello to Jeffrey Mobbs. Good to see you, Jeffrey. Everyone give a shout to Jeffrey joining the gang again. Good to see you. Paul mentioning amazing to get him playing domestic cricket in Portugal for Moses Henriques. Yes, indeed. Well, I'll be over there in Portugal with Tina Goff in at the end of this month, starting on the 31st of August. It's a franchise-style tournament being played called the Battleborn Cup, and I'll be commentating that with Tina. And also, I'll be there the weekend before to commentate the Grizzly League, the League 1 and 2. So I'm looking forward to seeing who's going to be playing from the World Cup qualifiers in that Battleborn Cup. I'm hoping to see a few big names. I'm sure you are as well. Struck out. That's going to go along the deck for 4 runs. And the Hippos here getting absolutely torn to shreds in the power play. That run rate is around about 20 and over right now. And so the run rate required has dropped well below 8 runs and over. Ray Tipping asking if that's a fair. It's a good question, Ray. There's actually, I was laughing, but you're absolutely right. You know, thank you for your comment too about the pronunciation names. Look, it's because a lot of these names, you know, we're not used to this, a lot of these names being anglicized. Heads up, everybody. And taken. So the breakthrough comes. Try to pump the action down the ground and has holed out at the long off boundary. And that is a vital, vital wicket. Agrawal hangs on to a skyer. Sajith gets the wicket, gets a bit of revenge there from being hit for boundaries in the first 3 balls of the over. And it is Rifat Khan has to go. Well, he may have an appointment. He can go to it now because he's gone. He's gone early too, inside the second over. 24 off 7 for him, so it's a fair start for the Stallions. But the Hippos, they live in hope. So yeah, Ray, it's a good question. Do I practice? I don't practice. I find that if I practice, I tend to muck it up a little bit. So I prefer just to see something, to see the names, and then just go for it. Because you're right, and it's one of those things, isn't it, where we just have to get used to saying the names, and because now I've done a bit of commentary around Europe, and I've done a lot of commentary there in Prague for many years before I was on the ECN, before on the European Cricket Network. So, you know, getting to pronounce the names became, well, hang on a second, hold that thought. It's 2 in 2, and that was a bit of a nothing shot, really. It barely even got out of the circle. Goes to paddle this around towards fine leg and only just managed to get a top edge, and it's 2 in 2. Well, Stallions, they're having a bit of a stumble at the first fence, and the Hippos are just starting to ride a bit higher here. That is quite astonishing. And Monty's saying the bowler to non-striker is commentator's nightmare. Yeah, it's Surya Chichi. And he's bowling to Giri Yavala Baham. I think I made a meal of that one. I saw the word ham. I don't know why. Am I hungry? I haven't had lunch. That's probably what it is. Anyway, so the Hippos get a second wicket. It's 2 in 2. 1 ball to come. And guess what? It's hat-trick ball. So Sajith was taken for 6-6-4 on the first 3 balls of this over. He's come back with wicket. It's a hat-trick ball. Captain should put an attack in fielding for the final ball. Give your bowler a little bit of assistance. Don't just rev him up. I'd be bringing in the field. I'd be saying, right, I want mid-wicket and cover in close. I want to put a slip in place, maybe even a leg slip in place right just on the 45. Give him support. It's a hat-trick ball. It doesn't happen very often. Here we go. Hippos with a chance to really put a cat amongst the pigeons. It's all about the animals today. Hat-trick ball. And defended. Well defended too. Looks like that was always going to be the approach was always going to be to defend. So Heti Achachi just says, no, I'm going to push this one away, and he does exactly that. So he sees out the over. 2 overs gone, 29 for 2 on the board, 63 needed from 48. And, well, 2 wickets. Wow, what an over. Monty, it was indeed a very ECN over. Ray's still struggling over some of as well. All right. So, here we go. Paham Sarath Chandra has challenged me here. Here we go. Let's try this. Surya Chachi. No, let's do this correctly. Surya Arachachi to Heti Arachachi. That reminds me of that TV show. Was it Joni Loves Chachi, the spin-off from Happy Days? Zahid asked me if I was born and raised in Czech. No, I'm not. I'm not a born and bred Czech. I'm a Melburnian from Australia. Born and bred in Melbourne. You can take the boy out of Melbourne, but you can't take Melbourne out of the boy. And now Prague has been my home now for many, many years. Julian Dawson loved that defensive push for the hat-trick ball. I did too. Thought it was good. Oh, I felt it was going down. Oh, it goes down on one knee. The appeal is still going. You're down on one knee. I love it. Kevin Pattenden has done the best appeal I've seen for many, many years. And then the drop to the knee as was quite something else. Of course, this is Kevin Pattenden, who's Henry's father. We're talking about Henry this morning, about the statement he made yesterday with his bowling. So Hippo's throwing all the big guns out to the centre there, trying to make something happen, trying to shake things up a little bit. Is he appealing or proposing? Nice one. Yeah, thank you, Pahan. I did butcher it. I did. I apologise for that. But thank you for the challenge too, though. I appreciate your interaction. That's always good. It should have been Surya Arachchi. I got a little bit ahead of myself then. It wasn't Chi-Chi. I think I might have said Chi-Chi. Apologies to the player for that. I shouldn't be butchering the names like that. Maybe I should practice. Ray, maybe you're onto something. Maybe I need to practice. Yeah. Heti Arachchi and Surya Arachchi. I should have been able to do that better. Anyway, this is Pattenden. Oh, I tell you what, gets a dodgy inside edge there. Could have gone anywhere. Almost could have clattered onto the stumps as well. So they survive. Nidin survives as well. That's Nidin Giriyavalaban. I think I did that one better. PK. Well, that is an astonishing shot. That is pure power as that is pummeled out of the ground. 39 for 2. One more to come to complete the over. 10 runs off the over. That 6 kind of spoils what was a pretty good, fun, varied over there from Pattenden. So 53 now off 43. Getting close to the end. Thank you, Pahan. Appreciate that. I think it was a lot better. Yeah, I kind of rushed it before. Stewmaker, yeah. That's what I thought. I thought you just call him Saji. Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me as well. We do the same thing in Prague. We have, everyone probably knows that we've got one of the players in the Prague Cricket Club called Sudesh Wickramasekara, And the first time people try to pronounce his surname, and the thing about Sri Lankan surnames can be sometimes quite difficult for people who aren't used to it, especially people who come from a strong Anglo background, English, Australian, American background. And that's why Sudesh, we just call him the Beast. Sometimes it's just cool to just cut it down to the Beast or Sudi or something like that. And we finish with just a nice, easy, leisurely ball. It's a single to finish. So the power play is done. 40 for 2 after 3. And that is the power play done and dusted. Currently traveling at 13 and over. Need to go at 7.4 from here on in. You just feel that the Hippos are probably about another 3 wickets away from possibly causing some issues here, but the Stallions pretty much in full control. Yeah, Monty, interesting note. Yeah, the wind has picked up quite appreciably in the afternoon. In the morning, we had the potential thunderstorms and the very, very dark grey clouds. But since that's all gone away, the wind has picked up and coming in from the southwest, and it's really, really picked up quite appreciably. And we have battened down all the hatches. We've learned our lessons from yesterday. Things are secure, and hopefully won't have any more spills like we did yesterday. PK suggesting I should be knighted. Oh, I don't know about that. I don't think Sir Phil is what the world's ready for just yet. I'd also be a bit nervous that someone tapped me on the shoulder with a sword. I'd probably say something really bad, like, if you're going to point that at me, you better be prepared to use it. I don't know, just something like that. Like I mentioned a little while ago, I had a reputation growing up of not having a filter, and things would go from brain to mouth very quickly without going through any kind of check. Nice bit of fielding. Good start to the over, and then we start the 4th. Oh, thank you very much, Zahid. Just reading your comment there. Thank you so much for that. Those encouraging words. It's thoroughly appreciated. That means a lot. Thank you for saying that. It's really cool of you. Now, we don't try to fish for any sort of nice comments out of the chat. Never been like that in my life. Never looking for that. So thank you, Zahid. And it's wonderful to have people like you in the chat as well. And that goes for so many people in the chat today. You guys have been fantastic this week already. Wonderful last week there in Switzerland as well. And great this week. It's always good when you're commentating solo to get some people in the chat, just throwing a nice few comments your way. And there's been a few people specifically, the mods, but also the non-mods as well, has made some nice comments. Hopefully doing the right thing by you. I'm open to criticism as well. So tell me what you're thinking. And, got any questions for me? Happy to help out if I can, of course. 45 for 2 after 3.3. Stallion still well and truly in control. Oh, lovely shot. And, oh, boy, spilled. Goes into the hands and straight back out again. That was so close. I said good shot because I thought he'd gotten enough of that to get over the player who was on the boundary line there. But no, it just goes into the hands and straight back out again. Opportunity goes. I said a few moments ago, you think the Hippos are about 2 or 3 wickets away from really maybe upsetting the Stallions and causing a problem here. Well, that could have been one. Got him. Next ball, stumps akimbo. Chris Smith would be proud of that one. That is a great delivery to follow up. It's a bit quicker, beats him through the air, swings, but the stumps had already been knocked over. Good one there, good delivery, and a wicket falls. Well, there you go. Suryarachchi, he gets the wicket, so well done. Or Saji, as Stu pointed out, that's what we like to call him. Saji, well done. Yeah, no, Zahid, you're a good man. And thank you to everyone in the chat keeping me busy. I know people like Ray, Paolo, Johnny, Monty, Chris, you all keep me busy. You're all keeping me smiling as well. And that's what's important. That's why we love the chat. And being an ex-moderator myself, which is where my career on ECN all started, just moderating, literally what you guys are doing. And Julian Dawson as well. Got a chance to meet Julian and Sarah last year as well. That was awesome. So, Aranga, I just saw Aranga's comment in the chat after I mentioned Sudesh in Prague, where Aranga says, I won't play tomorrow. Please use the first name. No, I can pronounce that. That's okay. Wikarama Singer, and I'll keep my eye on you. Yep, the tongue twister battle from Monty as well. Phil, Yo Joy is asking, yeah, where is Rico? And I think, yeah, Johnny's answered that one as well. Rico's having a well-deserved break after Hornchurch, and I think that's fair enough. So he lives in Spain, and he's headed back home to Spain from Hornchurch after a marathon effort from him in Hornchurch, and I think it's fair enough too. He puts in 110% every single time he's commentating. Does a lot of socials as well. He started to really pick up the socials too, which is something I probably have to work on as well. Yeah, no, we've got a lot of time for Rico. Now, Tina does a lot of comms work as well. I mentioned it before. She's been flying between Hornchurch and Switzerland and Portugal these last few days. And I'll be commentating with her in Portugal at the end of the month as well. Look out for that. And Vinny is home. He's taken some time off as well. He's got family duties, so he's at home for a couple of weeks. And I'll be looking forward to catching up with him, hopefully at the end of the month too, maybe before I go to Portugal, if that's possible. As he lives, and this sounds like a phrase, he lives down the road from me. And I'm not kidding. He lives literally down the road. 5-minute walk from my place. Johnny with a good one there. Johnny, it's called paternity leave, not maternity leave. Oh, nice one. Oh, dear. But thanks everyone for tuning in and joining in the fun. It's yeah, we hope to see you back in Prague soon, Julian. Maybe we'll catch up with you, not necessarily at the Down Under again, but maybe somewhere else, and maybe around some of the gardens. Actually, Julian, let me ask you, did you get across to Letna, to the beer garden in Letna that overlooks the river and the city? So I was reading this morning, there was a scrub fire in Letna. Temperature still around sort of 30 degrees, although a bit cooler today, apparently, according to Mrs. G, who's still there in Prague. But yeah, apparently there was a fire around Letna this morning. Not good. Anyway, 51 for 3. The 50's up. 4 overs gone. And Stallions are just been halted here a little bit in their charge towards the win. They're still well and truly in the box seat. 41 needed from 35. At 7 runs and over is required. Agarwal comes back on to bowl. I kind of feel that the Hippos need to find another bowler, a bit of an X-factor bowler here, someone who can come on and just disturb things. Well, this has been popped up in the air. Agarwal's under it, has to negotiate the wind, has to negotiate the batter, and oh no, he's put it down. Fair effort. That was tough. That was really, really tough. The batter was running through, had no intention to disrupt, and even sort of leaned over to say, look, fair effort. And it was a really good effort to go under that one. The wind is swirling here. And once that ball gets above about 10 feet above the ground, you start to have a bit of a problem as a fielder. Fair effort from Agarwal. Follows up with a nice short ball that gets tucked on the onside for a quick single. TCC 0801. Yes. When I say paternity leave, I realize now that's probably a word that's not used very often. Yes, paternity leave. That's exactly what it means. You would say a woman goes on maternity leave, and a man, the husband or the father, would go on paternity leave. So that's kind of what the two words in English are referring to there. It's more of a male-female distinction of the different types of leave. That's just an English language thing. So I wasn't trying to confuse anyone with that. Just a genuine moment. Oh, yeah, Julian, the castle. Excellent views. Yeah, so Letna is, you probably remember this, Julian, that Letna is an area sort of not next to the castle, but it's sort of adjacent to the castle. If you go for a walk from the castle down to Letna, then you're heading from the castle, lovely area, towards a very big beer garden in Letna, which overlooks the city. Lovely views in Prague. Anyway, hello to Chris Smith, who joins us. Good to see you. And good to see everyone in the chat too. Everyone lighting up there in the chat. Good to see you all. Smithy into house, says Monty. Indeed. 36 required from 32. It looks pretty straightforward. Still got to get there, though. Good delivery. Garwell bowling his final over here. And in a moment, he's going to bowl the final ball of his spell. It's a shame they can't find another bowler like Agarwal to come on and just try to keep things nice and tight. Be interested to see who comes on to bowler next. They look to Kevin Pattenden or maybe look for someone else to come on. Just someone who's got a bit of an X factor, someone who we haven't seen. But we'll have to wait for that in a moment because that's a wide ball. Push a little bit too wide. Julian, with the original genesis of the paternity leave and the maternity leave. It is indeed Latin. Good shout there, Julian. Thank you. So, yes, people are asking where Vinny is. He is on a sort of self-imposed paternity leave as he and his other half are expecting. And we wish them both well. Looking forward to some good news very soon. Push away for a single to finish the over. So it is going to be 58 for 3 after 5. 34 needed off the second half of this innings. Stallions should be able to get there, you think. But what if they lost a couple of wickets? If the Hippos can try to drag a couple of wickets out here, they might be able to stave off the inevitable. It could happen. As a plane is flying quite low somewhere overhead, heading towards the airport. Can hear it, but I can't see it. We were trying to find the plane, but we couldn't find it. Never mind. It's unlike in Prague where we get a lot of vision from the military jets and some of the other aircraft flying. Because in Prague, obviously at Vinoj, anyone who's seen the ECS Czechia or the CE Cup, we are sandwiched between two airports in Prague. Here we're not. We're actually a distance from the airport, but we're on the approach to the airport. So that's why we get a fair bit of aircraft flying overhead. This is the direct approach to the airport. Have to fly over this part of Tallinn. That's struck beautifully all the way along the deck. A bit of work here for the outfielder, who does very well to get to it and denies the second run. And that's a really good bit of fielding. So quick across the ground. I thought there was definitely going to be two there, and it's kept to just the one. Well done. Oh, Chris Smith has come in and given a bit of a mouthful about the maternal and the paternal. That could go crazy there. But yeah, we're just going through where the current commentators are at the moment. Rico's at home with his feet up, enjoying some time off. A well-deserved break for him. I'll drop him a message maybe after the game, see if he can maybe jump in the chat and say hello to everybody. Vinny as well. I know Vinny's got a lot on his plate at the moment with a newborn on the way, plus obviously the work that he does, obviously for the European Cricket Network. Myself and Tina. Well, Tina's just gotten back from her tour of Europe, which included Switzerland and Portugal and England. And so she's put her feet up as well. Maybe I'm the only working commentator for ECN right now. Struck out of the ground, and that's a massive blow. So the boundaries are dried up. When's the last time we saw a boundary? Just let's have a quick look here. I feel it's been a long time. Haven't had a boundary since the second ball of the fourth over. And this is why we're talking up the Hippos just a little bit. They were getting a bit bogged down, the Stallions, but then they break free with a big 6 over deep mid-wicket. Nice shot. Say his name 3 times and he will appear. Hello to Mr. Maximo. Jumps in the chat and says hello to everyone. Thank you, Vinny. We were just mentioning you. But you do have a lot on your plate. You always do. I'm not talking about the dumplings either. I'm talking about how much work you do for ECN and obviously the support that you show us comms as well. So thanks for jumping in there, Vinny. Good to see you. 67 for 3, 2 to come in the over. Hippos clinging on here for dear life. Swing and a miss. So it's 25 required off 25. It's a runner ball from here on in. You think the Stallions should be able to pick up the win here. How happy would they be to get this win? It'd be their second win, well, second win of the day and their second win of this series. And they will get a single off the last ball of the over. That means it's 6 overs gone, 68 on the board for the loss of 3 wickets. Hippos, you just feel, again, they're 2 or even 3 wickets away from causing a few problems for the Stallions. But at the moment, this is a pretty good partnership between these two. Came together to score on 46. A little bit of a shake and a little bit of a rattle, but no roll. They'd put on 22 in quick time. And with a score that's so small on the board to chase down, I think they're doing a fantastic job. All right, we start the next over with the 7th over with just a push there, and they're going to get themselves just a single. But have a look at that. This what's required now. It's looking pretty academic. It's looking pretty straightforward now for the Stallions. Yeah, I think Vinny's ears were definitely burning. Definitely done that for you, Vinny. Yep, Kenneth's sitting right here next to me, doing a great job pushing the buttons. Done that for you, indeed. Sends his best regards. And good to see everyone giving a shout out to Vinny. Everyone's a fan of Vinny's commentary, of course they are. He's the man with the golden voice. And Captain Sedgwick there, not the man with the golden shoe, as he clamps down on the ball with his boot and it goes flying off towards mid-on. Let's try this again. All right. 23 required from 22 for the Stallions. Captain's come on. See if he can make some inroads here. Leg side for a wide. See what he's trying to do, but need to get it back on the stumps. Paul asking, I'm not sure why Hook didn't play in all the Hippos games again. It's about being available. That's all it is. Stu, thank you for, well, you can answer that the best, of course. It's all about, work requirements, and sometimes that happens. And this is the thing about the European Cricket Network and the ECS, is that we play during the week, and most of the players, if not all the players, have got commitments for work during the week, and they simply are not available all the time, every time. It's just one of those things that can't always happen. A lot of the players can get the time off work, and that's great. We obviously love that. We love showcasing the players, as many as possible. But if they're unavailable, we can't do a lot about it. And the leg before the shout is there, and the umpire says, yep, that's definitely plumb in front. Like the shout, like the call. Batter is looking towards the bottom of his bat a bit ruefully there, but at the end of the day, it's what the umpire says, and the wicket falls. So 71 for 3 turns into 71 for 4. 2 to come in the over. Still 21 runs required from here on in. Chris Smith, that plane was a Finnair flight from Geneva to Helsinki. Thank you for that. Yeah, I said we were on the approach here. We are definitely on the approach. So Geneva to Helsinki, but we're in Estonia. I'm not sure you got the right one there, because wouldn't it be something to do with Tallinn? Because that plane was really low. If it's going to land in Helsinki, then maybe the pilots picked out the wrong airport. Anyway, I'll read that in the news a bit later. Oh, Vinny's done the right thing. He's put his suits in for dry cleaning. Good work. I always have to remember to do that when I get back from tour as well. But I don't. I'm sure Vinny's your bill for this is probably a little bit higher than mine, for sure. 71 for 4, 2 to come in the over. 21 required off 20. Swing and a miss. So interesting if any of the Stallions get a little touch of the jitters here in the dying stages of this game. Hit in the air, and 1-2 bounces. Hartridge gets around and fields that one, so it's just a single. 20 needed off the last 3 overs, as now we're down into the Stallions' middle order. Let's see if they can hold it together. Mukthi is still out there, just been joined in the last few moments, I should say, by Million Sid. So let's see what can happen here. Vinny's just going past my place. Nice one. Knock on the door. Say hello to Renata for me. She'll get a kick out of that. I think she's working from home today. If not, then she's not. Always a laugh. Yeah, I mentioned this in the chat earlier. It's quite amazing how close we actually live together. Of all the 2 things, a couple of Aussies who love their cricket living as close as we do. With Danny Hudacek just down the road as well. Anyway, this game is, well, you could say it's in the balance. Still, Stallions well and truly ahead here in terms of, well, you look at it on paper. 20 from 18, and we're going to have a change in bowls. Looks like it's going to be Parkin coming on to bowl his left armers. Let's see if he can produce a little bit of magic here. $20 off 17. It's a bit short. It's hammered down the ground. It's a straight shot. Oh, there's a bit of work there to be done, and it's not going to be done in time. It gets to the boundary. Oh boy, that's a bit of a pressure relieving boundary, that one. So we haven't had too many boundaries in the last 3 overs. That's probably the second boundary in the last 3 overs. Had a couple of wickets. Stallions are. You kind of feel like they're going the long way around to get this win. As Parkin bowls a good dot ball there. Hello to John Gray, who jumps in the chat too. Hello, John. How are you? Helix, just reading your comment. Thank you about that one. I love to commentate in shorts if I could. That's why if whenever I get a chance to do maybe some remote commentary or where it's confirmed there's no commentary cam nor requirement to be on camera. Yeah, pair of shorts, done. But no, we as commentators we like to frock up and make sure we look our best for the camera. I think Tina, Rico, and Vinny do that beautifully. That's coming towards me, and that may hit. That's not going to quite reach the hut here. I keep changing names to this. Is it the shed? Is it the hut? I'll take a photo of it and I'll put it on Spanner Squad, and you can all let me know in the Spanner Squad what you think we should name this particular structure. It needs to have a name. You know, like in Portugal, we have the embassy, and we have a few other names for other places around Europe, which won't go into. Oh, so close to mid-wicket, holding onto a screamer there. Really, really close. Instead, it's 1 bounce and it's 4 runs. And even the bowler gives a pat on the back to the batter and says, "Yep, that's a fair hit. Well done." Mukthi finds the gap and hits that really well. And this game is now just moments away from its conclusion with only 5 required off the last 2 overs as Parkin's over goes for 15 runs. Unfortunately, he can't find the magic which they were looking for. Interesting to see if Captain Cedric will come back on to bowl the last, well, what potentially could be the last over, only needing 5 runs, or will someone else bowl the 9th? Let's have a look. It all happens in the 9th, and the Hippos are praying it happens in the 9th because they need a little bit of love here. No, Vinny, haven't seen that actually. Who owns that? I can have a word to them because I remember you talking about that last year as well. I love to see that shot and game. No, it's going to land in the field of play and fielded. I thought that was going to carry away. The wind really held that one up. I did put a post in the Spanner Squad actually earlier just to show the kind of weather we had earlier this morning. Very frightening clouds we had here at the ground. I'll try to post some more stuff for all the Spanner Squad folks who are there in the chat. You know who you are. Try and get some more behind the scenes stuff. Here we go. Swings hard through mid wicket and towards deep wicket boundary. It's held up there and just the single. Oh, can the Hippos take this to the 10th? Just try to drag it, kicking and screaming into the 10th over, try to make something out of this. But only 3 runs required now. Just 1 hit, 1 misfield. This could be the one. I reckon it is. It is. It's a straight drive for 4 runs. There it is. Runs have been collected with a full 9 deliveries left. So well done to the Stallions. They get revenge on the Hippos for yesterday's game where they lost that one with the Hippos chased down a pretty good score with a great partnership between Hookie and that was Mahela who is batting with as well. So it's going to be a win for the Stallions. And it's by 6 wickets with 9 whole balls to spare. You always felt, though, that the Hippos just did not have enough runs on the board. Turns out they did not have enough runs on the board, unfortunately. So it's time for us to finish up here. Have a quick look at the scorecard there with that run chase. 25 not out to Hedi Arachichi. So he's done really well there with that 25 off 16. Took his time, but didn't need to hurry. And you can see there that strike rate that he's got. Just absolutely felt no need to hurry with a very good quick-fire Rifak Khan hitting a 24 off 7 balls. He got things off to a flyer right at the start. Ankar Patel went out the very next ball, so we were on a hat-trick there for just a moment. Nidin did well with 18 off 11, but really just felt that was after those 3 wickets fell, things steadied nicely, and these two have seen them over the line with plenty of time to spare. So a good win to the Stallions. They have done well today. And it looks like we're going to be on time to start the next match. Of course, we are, because we're still half an hour away from that. So this game finishes a little bit early. So we've getting through the games pretty quickly here. Hippos, they're done for the day, and they're also going to be done for tomorrow as well. We're not going to see them again until Thursday. So they are going to have 5 matches with only a couple of wins. So unfortunately for them, they're kind of be languishing towards the bottom of the standings. And remember, if you're at the bottom of the standings after the group stages is played, you're not going to get through to the final stage. So anyway, 93 for 4 was the score on the board, and it's a good win to the Stallions. We'll have a look at the standings actually before we start the next match, and we'll do that in about half an hour's time. But for now, this is Phil G here at the ground in Estonia, the rugby and cricket field here. We're going to be back just before half past the hour in about 28 and a half minutes time for the start of match 4. That's coming your way on the European Cricket Network. And let me tell you, that is, just so you know who's playing, it's the Stallions against the Wolves. It's the rematch of the first game this morning. We'll see who that's going to favour when we're back here shortly. I'll see you soon. Don't go too far. This is ECS Estonia. And we are back. All right, let's get stuck into it with the final match of the day. It is game number 8, Tallinn Stallions going to take on the Tartu Wolves. It's the rematch of the game this morning. And this is a huge game coming your way. Tartu Wolves hungry for a little bit of revenge here. The Stallions looking to get another win on the board. They've had a pretty good day today, and they're looking to complete this day with a win if they can get it. Speaking of wins, the wind is once again picking up again. I might have to try to get the door to the cube shut. I did take a video of the cube for the Spanish squad. I'll post it later on this afternoon or maybe this evening. I'll get you guys to give me your thoughts on that one and see if we can make that happen. All right, so we're almost set to go. As we lock ourselves into the airtight capsule here, that prevents the wind noise coming through, which of course is really, 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 really loud through the effects mic. So apologies for that, everybody. And I'll just have to, yeah. Sorry for the gust of wind noises that occasionally come through. It's only because when you got the two windows open, when you got the window open, oh no, no. The Wolves had a red hot chance to pick up a wicket there. It's bounced on the top of the hands of the player at deep mid-wicket. Couldn't have placed him better if they tried. And, the bowler is absolutely gutted. Look at it. Some body language there is telling a story. And it's a story you don't want to listen to. Sareem Mohammed is going to be inconsolable. Starts us with a wide, and the next ball is hit straight into the hands of deep mid-wicket. He's looking at deep mid-wicket now. And I don't think there's any word of apology. I get the feeling deep mid-wicket is probably playing up the sore hand thing too. Should have been caught. Should have been a wicket. It's not. And they get a run to boot as well. What a red-hot chance. So would you believe it? For the second time today, Rifat Khan, big hitter in the Stallions, has been put down on 0 for the second time today. The irony is the Stallions haven't needed him to be the match winner. That's the irony. They put together two very good team efforts to get the 2 wins they've had today. Tartu Wolves want to get a win here themselves. Struck down the ground. Quick single on. And quick single is successfully negotiated. Oh, but what could have been? That was so close. Should have been taken. I know that the players out in the centre, they're saying it should have been taken. They know it should have been taken. Anyway, we lament, and what has happened has happened. Now we move on to see what's going to happen next. Shot over the top of the fielder who put that one down before, and he's got to go and chase that one a long way back in the glorious sunshine here. 2 fielders out in the deep mid-wicket, and also long on, Ali Raza at long on. I was trying to see who it was who was hiding there. It's quite funny. Didn't want to show his number at all. I don't blame him. Just a little bit disappointing, that one. Anyway, could have happened, but it didn't happen. Stallions with 2 wins today. Got off to a good start here. Also managed to get themselves second place on the ladder. Considering they came yesterday, played 2 games, and they went home with 2 losses. They've done well today. Strikers played 3 games yesterday. They're not here today. They're back in action later, probably tomorrow. I'll check that for you in a moment for the next games. Tartu Wolves have shown up today for the first time. They've also played 2 games, but unfortunately, they've only had 1 win and 1 loss. Currently sitting on the bottom of the standings, but Tallinn Hippos have played 5 games, 1 win, 4 losses, and their net run rate is -4. So they've really struggled here. They've been really torn to shreds, the Hippos, unfortunately. But they've still got 3 games, so it's not over yet. Plenty to do here. Batter falls over himself trying to hit that one towards the cover boundary. Maybe a touch of the old Steve Smith there as he leans into that one and misses it completely. And that is going to be the end of the over. So it is 16 off that first over. A good start for the Stallions, getting off to a flyer. Couple of sixes, few wides, a little few pieces here and there, but 16 off the first over is a good result. Well, I got a feeling that in the chat, Gaming with Ran is about to be knocked out of the chat because we won't tolerate people asking for money in the chat. This is not a place for that. This is a place to talk about cricket, about the game that's happening in front of us, and about interacting with your fellow cricket fans. And that's not something we're going to be very happy with. Hit hard, flies away backward as far point, races onto the boundary line. Now, steps on the ball, and I think he might have stopped that one, actually. I think that's going to be a good result for the fielding team. Not so much for the batting team, of course. So, turns the top of his mark, does some run. Charging it again. Lofted, it's got a lot of airtime. Chance of a catch. Should be taken. Isn't taken. Oh, the Tartu Wolves need to go to some sort of fielding practice, and they should have done this during the break. They have put down an absolute sitter. 2 sitters have been dropped. Should have been taken. Alec Raza in front of me here picks up some grass, drops it just to see what the wind is doing. But you can tell now he's standing with the double-handed teapot situation, and he's not happy one bit. That should have been taken. Should have been 2 down. And if the fielders aren't backing the bowlers, then the bowlers feel all the pressure. And when you get a bowler feeling pressure, the wides come, the short balls come, and then the batters get on top. Not good. Not a good start. And it's going to get through another fielder for 4 runs. So the Tartu fielding leaves a bit to be desired. They won the toss and they elected to bowl first. And you sort of got to wonder, if you elect to bowl first, your fielders aren't holding the catches, they're not stopping the boundaries, the bowlers are bowling the ball in the wrong position. Something not quite right there. Stallions are probably loving this start to their innings. And of course they would be. Who wouldn't be if you were batting right now? At 23 for no loss, still inside the second over in a T10. Not a bad place to be. Gone high in the air. Here's another chance. Got to take this one. And still drops it. Well, unfortunately, that is not good for the fielder. He's put down a second one. He's getting a bit of close attention from some of his teammates as well, who are probably having a couple of words in his ear saying, come on, this is why we go to catching practice. This is why we go to training. This is why we have to really figure out what we're doing. We have to rehearse this stuff. We have to figure this out. Nice bit of fielding there at point. Pushes the ball down. Doesn't let it get past as well. Excellent work there. And I appreciate that, as Oranga's saying, the high catches aren't easiest at the ground, to be fair. I totally get that. But 3 have gone to ground, and 3 out of 3 being dropped is not good. The breeze is swirling around. I get that as well. But these aren't particularly high catches. That last one, for instance, that didn't get very high at all. And that should have been a dolly that was taken easy as you like. It's not. It's down on the ground. We can talk about that as much as you like. I'm not. I'm going to continue talking about the game as it unfolds before us. 25 for no loss. 2 overs have been bowled. Currently going at 12.5 per over. So projected score around about a 125, maybe a 130 with a good push. Stallions looking good here. And it's Rifat Khan. He's already belted 18 at the top there. And Indian also opening the batting. He's got 6 with 1 boundary to his name. Oranga. I just saw your last comment, Oranga. Yeah, making me laugh. Nice one. All right. Start the third. Still inside the power play. Swings hard at this one and just going to sneak through for a single. Ali Raza still fielding down the ground at the long on. And there's also a third. Third is on the boundary rope as well. In a pretty regulation third. Not too fine, not too square. You've got point on the circle, cover on the circle, and mid-off, and that's your offside field. Cuts nicely, straight to point, and can't prevent the single, though. Well, the ball clipped the stumps on the way through, and I think umpire was asked the question by the fielders, but the umpire says, no, he was definitely home. It's fine. Vinay Bajnath is saying, mention my name. I just did. Lovely to have your company here, Vinay. Any contributions in the chat you want to provide? That'd be great. How about talking about that shot for 6? Lovely strike. Runs are coming thick and fast here. Tartu Wolves going to be lamenting a few things, though. Lamenting the dropped catches and opportunities. The bowlers are causing a few rash shots here, and yes, the wind is swirling, but they've got to hold on to something. They just got to hold on to something. Rifik Khan, he's up to 25 now. Got to find a way to get him out of this this opening position here. Noman has got the ball, needs to make an impact. Shot. That is an impact and a half. That's a statement of intent and a statement of something quite violent coming your way. That is a huge strike. Tell you what, if you're going to go chase that ball, take a picnic lunch with you. You may be a while out there chasing it. That's gone a long way back. PK jumping in on the Vinay bandwagon there. Totally. Yep. Vinay, you are very welcome, of course. Who else have we got there? Abhishek Manchanda, 3956. Please mention my name also. There you go, Abhishek. Mention your name. Thank you for joining us in the chat. Hope you're having a good day wherever you're watching from. In fact, let me know where you're watching from. If I give you a shout out, if I shout your name out, you have to tell me where you're watching from. How about that for a trade? Oh, another big hit. That is a monster. That's gone a bit more square. And that's almost hit. Well, it's gone further than the shipping containers. That's a long way back. Well, this is what happens when you drop Rifik Khan on 0. He will punish you. And he's done exactly that. Some clean hitting here in this over. 20 runs off the over so far. We've got 1 to come. 1 still to come. Abhishek, you are more than welcome. Appreciate your very polite request too. I really do appreciate that. So I'm more than happy to give you a shout. Of course I will. 45 on the board for the loss of no wickets. 1 more ball to come in the over. It's already gone magical. 20 runs off it so far, plus this. Banks it in short. It doesn't really get up. And it struck the batter maybe just above the pad. He's okay, though. And a dot ball to finish. So it is 20 runs off the over. And that score stays at 45 for no loss. Going along at 15 runs per over so far. 3 overs gone. Wolves, they need to find something here. Stallions off to a flyer. Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you for letting me know where you're watching from. I hope you're well. I hope you're having a good Tuesday so far. Tuning in from Panipat in India. Wonderful to have your company. PK, you're right. Those shipping containers, the green shipping containers, they're probably full of grizzlies, to be honest. Nice little setup they've got here at the ground here in Estonia. I really, it does remind me so much of Vinoj in Prague. I know I keep comparing it. I think is at Vinoj we don't have nets at the ground, something that's going to be worked on, I know, over the next few years as part of our battle plan. But we do have the 2 grounds. We do have a fair bit of space around the area. Not a lot of cover, no grandstand, no running water to the ground, no electricity. And we've got shipping containers as well. Wow, straight down the ground. Bowler takes a bit of evasive action. Ali Raza with a terrific bit of fielding. Gets down and dirty and says to the ball, you're not getting past me. That's an excellent bit of fielding from Ali Raza. Really, really good from him. Give him a shout out, everybody. Committed, dived, saved, got the ball back in a hurry. Loved his work. Ball in again. Oh, gets an edge. Flies past the keeper's desperate hand. Third. Short third gets around. There wasn't a lot of pace on that one. So they just get through for 1. Vinay, where are you watching from? You're watching from Himachal in Bainath. Yes. That's why you're called Vinay Bainath. Yes. Good to see you. Thanks for letting us know where you're watching from. Hope you're having a good Tuesday as well. Don't forget, we're here all week, so please make sure you tune into the European Cricket Network. I'll be here to take it all the way through to Sunday, and where we have, the finals on Saturday. So I've still got all the group stages to get through to this week, and then the finals on Saturday, big day Saturday, and a big day on Sunday when the women take centre stage for 3 big matches. Looking forward to that as well. Bowler in again. High in the air. It's going to get caught in the breeze. Tough chance here for the bowler. And that's how you hold a catch. That's how you hold a skied catch. Well done. Reward there for Sattar, who persists and holds a good catch, holds the ball aloft as well. And that's an important wicket. It's a big wicket for the Wolves. They get a breakthrough. And finally, the Stallions do lose a wicket. And it is Rifat Khan. They get rid of the big hitting Rifat. He goes for 38 from 14 deliveries. That's how fast he can accelerate. That's how quickly he can destroy an opposition. The only thing about Rifat Khan is he hasn't had a chance to kick on and make a big score. And that is just one of those things. Hello to Lucky Arpit 1234 asking the name of the commentator. Well, I think Johnny Heesom has just done that for you, and so is John Gray. Johnny giving away my surname. I'd rather not do that, actually. Just stick to the G. I think that's fine. Anonymity is a warm blanket sometimes. Manoj Katawada is tuning in from Nepal. Good to have you with us, Manoj. Thank you for joining us today. I thank everyone for joining us today as well. Now, I had a fresh cup of coffee here. Where did I put it? I actually don't remember where I put it. Oh, there it is. I sound like Dave B. He loves his coffee, then he forgets where he puts it. And Dave B is about 20 years older than me. There you go. I want to thank Marzi and Kenneth for going and getting coffee during the break as well. Absolutely needed that fuel. Swing and a miss. Another one saying, hey, commentator, please say my name. Oh, I'll tell you what. That's Nirbhay Singh 008. I will do that for you, Nirbhay Singh. Thank you for tuning in. Let me know where you're watching from as well. Great to have your company. Goes leg side, and it's going to get a boundary for his troubles as well. 1 bounce, 4 runs. So the runs keep on coming as Ankur Patel puts the first ball duck in the previous game behind him, and he moves on with some big hits. Lovely shot, that one. And the Stallions continue on their merry way now. 53 on the board after 4 overs. Loss of 1 wicket as well. Going along at 13, so you expect them to power a score up to the 130s, maybe the 140s. Has not been a big, massive scoring day today. Has been quite a day. Yeah, John Gray, you're absolutely right. And Lucky Arpit, appreciate the question, but that's not predictions that I can make. I don't know is the answer, and I just want to have a good game. That's what I'm calling for. How many runs? I know enough about that as you do, so you let me know. Nirbhay Singh tells me you are tuning in from Chittagong. Okay, so welcome. Shot. Over the fingertips. It was a pretty good attempt, all things considered. Went up with just the one hand, knowing that if he goes up with 2 hands, he probably wouldn't be able to leap high enough, and almost managed to spoil the party and bring it in there. Okay, so Lucky Arpit saying a 145. You know what? That's a pretty good call. Let's see if that comes true. And if we do, I'll give you another shout out again. Yeah, but thank you very much there. Oh, Simon tuning in from Munich as well. Good to have you, Simon Wood. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're having a wonderful day in Munich. I bet is it still baking hot there in Munich? I know it is pretty warm. I'm from Prague, and Mrs. G is over there in Prague, and she is roasting. Although today I think there may be a bit of respite. Nice shot out towards the leg side. Going to find the boundary up again. So boundaries coming thick and fast over the last few deliveries since that first wicket fell. Runs have started to pick up a little bit here. So good momentum with the Stallions. Unfortunately for the Wolves, bowling needs to tighten up a little bit. So India in Chitrakoot. Great to have you with us there, Nirbhay Singh. Thank you for joining us. Keep the comments coming. Manoj Katawada is tuning in from Nepal. We've got Simon from Munich as well. It's so good to have international people in the chat from all over the globe. We had Zahid tuning in from San Francisco earlier, obviously one of our moderators. We have a bunch of moderators who are around from Australia and New Zealand. Also great to have them. So isn't it great that we've got such a global community? Nice shot down the ground. Ali Raza. He's a bit of a wall, is Ali Raza. He does so well. Gets behind it. Gets behind everything. Yeah, Manoj Kadawala, we definitely heard you saying you're from Nepal, so thank you for that. And how much support has Nepalese cricket got around the whole community around the globe? Quite rightly so. It's funny enough, I've become a bit of a fan of Bhutan cricket. I think they do a lot of social media work, and I've just grown to really enjoy the posts they've been putting on Facebook and a few other places. Bhutan cricket, they're very, very plucky little team. That's a lovely shot, whipped away for 4 runs all the way along the carpet. No risk there. Nice shot as the score, 68 now on the board. At the end of the 5th for a loss of 1 wicket. Yeah, I'm not sure. Is anyone in the chat maybe tuning in from Bhutan? It'd be lovely if we could see anyone put the hand in the air and say that, but not, unfortunately not. Do I know about Nepali cricket? I know a little bit about Nepali cricket. I know that they are a very feisty country who enjoy their cricket very much. Very passionate as well and extremely competitive, which is wonderful stuff. But yeah, Bhutan is a country who's just starting to get my attention in the last couple of months. Really enjoying it quite a lot. It's like the locals are getting a bit frisky out there, a bit of cheering going on. Let's have a look. So 69 for 1, 5 overs gone. Ankur Patel, he's facing up, looking dangerous. Does stuff like that. That's what he does. It's gone all the way, I think. It has indeed. It's gone for 6. Lovely shot. He just manages to manufacture these shots occasionally. No, that's actually Nidin who's on strike. They just switched that around, the scorers. Tell you what, the scorers have been keeping me guessing throughout the last couple of days. That's because, yeah, had to do the correct score. ECN Star 16 says hello. Well, hello to you, ECN Star 16. Does that mean there were 15 before you? I'm not sure. But it's good to have your company as well. Keep the comments coming. Keep the hellos coming. And I'll keep the shout-outs coming as well. Down on one knee. Slams this one bounce. And into the fielder who protects the boundary rope. And I got to say, for the Tartu Wolves, I think that was the right thing to do. Don't attempt the catch, but protect the rope at all costs. Well done. I think he gets a nod from Ali Raza, feeling right next to him. Says, yep, we like that. Tries to elevate. Oh, 4 people are running in. It just takes 1, but unfortunately it's gone to ground. I don't think the field was ever going to get to that. It was always falling between several players there. Rahul T70 tuning in from Calcutta. Good to have you with us. AWAC U9F tuning in from Bangalore. Wonderful to have you all joining us today. Fantastic. Thanks for letting us know where you're tuning in from. I hope you're having a great day. I hope you're having a wonderful evening, actually, aren't you? Because it's probably evening over there. But thank you for tuning in. Always lovely to have our Indian supporters joining us on the European Cricket Network, wherever we're playing from around the world. Shot all the way along the carpet. Good bit of fielding. Back for 1. Score goes to 78 for 1, halfway through the 6th. Still looking at a score around the 140s. Now, who was my friend in the chat who said a 145? Because that might be pretty close to the end. I'm going to keep an eye on that one. Raza with a good save. Again, just keeping it to singles. Score, but oh, there you go. It's a buzzer. Can you believe it? Bowler, a little bit slack there. You need to stop that. The ball's thrown back to you for you to hang on to. And he's made a bit of a mess of that one. He's coughed up an extra run. Robert Usman Sr. has actually bowled really well today. He's had a pretty good day, to be honest. Had a good couple of innings. Hasn't really set the world on fire, but we don't want him to. We just want him to have a good game. Hits this one towards deep mid-wicket, a wide deep mid-wicket. Just the one. Scoreboard constantly ticking over. Really good to see. Hello to Sunny Yadav. Oh, Sunny, you're an absolute champ. Thank you so much for that comment. That's pretty much what I'm always trying to do. It doesn't need to be biased, and I think this is the great thing about ECN commentary is there's never a bias in there. We're not looking to put any bias in. We want to call it as we see it, give you something that you can listen to, and maybe try to feed you a few things that you can't quite see on the broadcast as well. Just a few little bits and pieces just to make it interesting. But thank you for saying that. Thank you very much for saying that. I really appreciate it. And Sonny Yadav, I know you've been around ECN in the chat for quite a while. I remember your name for quite a while now. So John Gray mentioned the Estonia triangle. Nice one there. Oh, dear. That cracks me up. Oh, catch. Possibly. Ali Raza. Oh, I'll tell you what. He was scared out of it because of the close attention from the other fielder rushing in. He's saying throw to the keeper's end. Oh, no. Ali Raza would have had that catch. He had close attention. I think at the last minute he was worried about getting collected. And unfortunately, he's missed it. He was running straight for the ball and he took a bit of a deviation, took a left turn because he could hear the footsteps coming in from his right. And while avoiding the catch, he's missed out. Sorry, avoiding the collision, he's missed the catch. Another chance, straight down his throat. He'll take this. Oh, he doesn't. Can you believe it? I would have backed him to take that catch. Oh, it's smacked off his chest and gone almost all the way back to the bowler. And that's gonna sting. Let's make sure he's okay. Because that would have stung. That would have really stung. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Yep, ouch. I hope he's all right. Oh, it's all happening out there right now. Get the feeling this game's gone up a level. 84 for 1. Scores picked up a little bit. Get the feeling the Wolves have picked up a bit too. Oh, I tell you what, that's my shot of the day. Ankur Patel has just slammed this one effortlessly off the pads, and that's gone for a big 6. That is my shot of the day. What an amazing strike that is. He's gone to 20 off 9 deliveries, and it's 1-6. That's just the one he's hit. And Nidin at the non-strikers, and he's got 30 from 16, doing great job as well. Yeah, hello to Kush B. I saw you before in the chat, and yeah, again, I'll echo John Gray's comment there too, but sorry to hear about that. Hope things are going to be okay. Supporting the Stallions from Ahmedabad, and we hope that things are going to get better for you. I hope that family emergency is something that gets resolved very quickly, and our thoughts are with you. Looking forward to you getting back. Yeah, John, I agree with your second comment too about the communication between the fielders. There's been too much of that so far. Not enough calling, loud calling. Something we're taught in the schools in Australia, and I'm sure it's the same in a lot of countries as well. And with the cricket drills, is calling, mine. In the catching practice, even if it's just catching practice amongst your teammates, you call it, you yell it, you make sure that that's a habit you get into. You always have to do that. And that is out of here. Goes out of the park, downtown. Anyone who want to call it, it's out of the ground. That's a great shot. So back-to-back Maximos in the 7th over. 14 now off the over. Things are getting a little bit scary now for the Wolves as the Stallions are starting to accelerate, starting to pull away. Run rate now has jumped up to 14.4 as well. And it's 14 off the over, plus 2 still to come. Tries it again. And straight to the fielder who really made a mess of that one. Instantly put his hand to his thumb and said, ouch. And it probably did hurt a little bit, but got to stop those. Got to find a way to stop those. I hope he's all right because he instantly put his hand to his thumb. He's saying he's okay. The umpire says, should we check on him? He gives the thumbs up. He actually gave the thumbs up of the hurt thumb, which made me laugh a bit. And it shouldn't because that's not funny. ECN Star 16 asking, any big event this year? Well, every ECS is a big event, but unfortunately no ECC, no Western Shield, no Melton Shield, and ECL next year. Pretty sure that's not something that's going to be looked at either. Good striking here from the Stallions. They're up to 100. It's 100 for 1 after 7 overs. Sorry, it's just ticked up to 106. I was ahead of the scorers then. I've been told that before. I'm a bit ahead of my time. That's the reason why. 106 for 1 after 7. Projected score now into the 150s. Tartu Wolves got to find something here. They need wickets. anchor has been amazing. Just shouting out to Aranga there. He does have serious power, doesn't he? When he gets going. That's why the duck this morning was such a surprise, because we know what he's fully capable of, and he's just a bit of a monster. But let's not forget about his batting partner. Nidian here is having a good innings, and I'm really happy to see him putting together a good, solid innings here, because I kind of feel that he's shown us a few glimpses of, why he's at the top order. But this is a great innings for him. Goes leg side this time. No indication of wide. Must mean there was maybe a flick of the pad or flick of the body. Yeah, so Nidian's innings here I think is really good. Now they're asking the question for stumped. Umpire is unmoved, apart from the fact that he has to run in and reassemble those stumps all over again. PK's already got the Mercedes polished, really? He's gone early. Look out, folks. He's gone early, has PK. That's usually a sign. Good delivery. Full in the block hole. Punch down the ground, and just the single there. Keeping that scoreboard ticking, though. That's the vital thing. A couple of dots in a row there after 5 deliveries in a row that all found the boundary either over or across it. And then to get a couple of dots, Tartu Wolves try to bite back, and then a single just to keep things going. Nicely again worked out towards the leg side, but just the one. Ankur Patel, he is in devastating form today. Look at that, 37 of 13 deliveries. Just an absolute pleasure to watch. 3 big sixes, 3 fours as well. This partnership is getting scary for the Wolves. Whoa, come on. Where did that come from? You could hear the bench light up as well. He's absolutely smoked that one out of the park. So these two came together with a score on 48 for 1. They've taken it to 120. That's a 72-run partnership, and they've gotten there in 4 overs and 2 deliveries. This is some very good acceleration. Really fantastic. Hello to Rico Fool, who joins us. I was hoping you might jump in. A lot of people have been asking about you today, Rico, in the chat here. So wonderful to see you. Thanks for jumping in. It is nice and green here. Very lush indeed. Yeah, we've had potential thunderstorms that all around the ground this morning. We've had wind screaming in from the south, and from yesterday it was screaming from the west as well. So, Rico, wonderful to see you. And Rico, enjoy your time off. You deserve a break after enduring Hornchurch for all those long hours. So well done, and congratulations on a fantastic call there in Hornchurch as well. Obviously, I think there's a lot of people who are looking forward to seeing you back again with the headset on and your dulcet tones describing the game that we love so much. So good to see you, Rico. Thanks for jumping on. And thanks for saying hello. Well, there was an appeal from the boundary rope at sort of deep cover, and then the time it took for the sound to reach the bowler was probably about a second later, and then he appealed, and I'm not sure he knew why he was appealing. Short ball. And seen early by Angkor, who goes bang. Absolutely crunches that one out of the park. And this is not great bowling by the Tartu Wolves. They're going to be chasing a score potentially in the high 140s, 150s possibly. This is not good. Paul asking that I believe Huda, who played in Portugal on Saturday, owns a comp sponsored by Fancode. Oh, that's news to me. I'm not sure about that. It does ring true though. So you might be right. Is it Huda or is it no, I'm thinking of Lakshan Werakroon. No, he's definitely got a bit of a what do you call it? Like a company sponsorship with Grizzly. In fact, he's running the Battleborn Cup which is coming your way at the end of August. And that's going to be very heavily Grizzly sponsored, of course. Oh, fantastic, Rico. I'm so happy to see that for you. I will definitely say hello to the crew here for you. I absolutely will, of course. Thank you very much, Rico. I'm looking forward to catching up with you again. I'm hoping that we may get a chance to commentate together. Maybe fingers crossed it could happen. But yeah, thank you so much. Hope you're having a wonderful time with your young one there in the United Kingdom. Belgium. I thought you might be doing Belgium. Make sure they give you the electric fly swatter, Rico. And certain people in the chat will know exactly what I'm talking about when I mention the electric fly swatter. Got a wonderful photo. And actually, Rico, you're going to love this. On Renata's phone, that's her wallpaper. It's us with fly swatters from Belgium last year. That's a story in itself. That's a very long story. Thanks for that, Paul. Thanks for that bit of information. Yeah, interesting. I think you might be right. It does ring bells. I won't be surprised because Raul Huda, he's got a fair bit going on there in Portugal, and he's a fierce competitor and he loves this sport. There's a couple of the players there who do this sort of extra stuff for cricket on the side, and that is well placed because it's out of the park yet again. Nice shot. The runs keep coming. Wolves looking a little bit sorry for themselves out there. There's only one wicket, just a single wicket in the W column. And now at the moment, it's a 132 for 1 with 9 deliveries left. Ankur Patel has overtaken Nidin. He's on 49 from 16. He's on the cusp of a well-deserved and very quick-fire half-century if he can get that one. Here he comes. Bowler in. Ankur Patel swings this around the corner. They've taken 1. They're going to come back for... It goes away for 4 runs. 50 up now for Ankur Patel. It's 53 from 17 with 4 boundaries and 5 sixes. He gets applause in the dugout for his half-century. Let's see if Nidin can bring up his half-century sometime in the next few deliveries as well. So Tartu Wolves have got a bit of a mountain to climb when it's their chance to come out and bat and try to chase these runs down. Could be tough. It's going to be a tough run chase for the last innings of the day, chasing a score potentially in the 140s, maybe a little bit higher. We've got one more ball to come to complete the 9th. Hooked and 1 bounce, 4 runs. Score continues to rise here. It's a 140 now. For the loss of 1 wicket with 1 full over to come. Well, it's tough going out there, isn't it? It's really tough going for the Wolves. They've got a lot of work to do. For the Stallions, they've got a great score on the board. They've still got 1 over to do it as well. Yep, just seeing Rico's comment again. Super memorable. They really were a great movie. We had such a good time doing that. We had a great time in Croatia. We had a great time there in Prague as well. We had a wonderful time in Belgium. And yeah, it's something about commentating with Rico Full that I'll never forget, and that is just the mutual support for each other and the mutual love for the game as well. It really came shining through. It was such a pleasure to finally get a chance to really properly do like a proper series with you, Rico. And yeah, maybe catch up in Portugal for the end of the year. That'd be amazing. Yeah, get some fulfill back into the viewers' wishes. I agree. Wholeheartedly, I agree with that. Let's make that happen. Up in the air. And this has got a lot of hang time. Tough. Always going to be tough. The wind is swirling. Always going to be tough. Doesn't end up getting a hand on that one, the bowler. At the end of the day, though, it just comes down and it's going to land with just the 1 run against it. And I think that is probably a fair assessment. 143 for 1, 5 balls to come. Sumrant looking to try to close this game out. Nidin, he's looking for a half-century. Struck nicely. The chase is on. Ball versus player. The player should win that one. and it does win that one. But back for 2. So Giri Javala-Lablan, he's on 45. Here we go, 45 from 22. Touching distance of a half century himself. Steps across to make some room, exposes all the stumps. And this could be a run out. This is, that's a real tragedy because he really deserved a half century, anchored the innings, and he's been run out then. Doesn't get the memo that there was a single on and ends up being one of the easiest run outs that the bowler does off his own bowling. But 45 from 22, or 45 from 23 now it's going to be, with 4 towering sixes and 2 lovely boundaries as well. Nidin has played a good innings here. He's held it together. The top 3 for the Stallions have really starred here, and that is such a great effort from him to help the score up to where it is with the good partnerships. Firstly with Rifat Khan, and another good partnership with Ankur Patel. Both of these partnerships have been really, really good, and they've set up the Stallions to really throw the gauntlet down to the Wolves and say, there you go, are you good enough? With 3 balls to come? Well, how about that? I'm only laughing because you get a first ball as a full toss on middle stump, and you just have to angle the bat and swat it towards leg side. It's exactly what Vermukthi has done. He's played that beautifully. So 150 up, 151 for 2, 2 balls to come. Tries the slower ball, tried the shot again as well. And the slower ball slightly deceptive. Going to go for 2 on the arm. Goes to keeper's end and the ball bounces awkwardly. Doesn't get to the keeper on the full. Needed a strong arm. Needed to throw next to the bails. It doesn't happen. They get back for 2. Well bowled. So Ankur Patel, he's anchored the innings so well. He's done a really, really good job here. Coming out with the loss of the first wicket. He's got 66 off 22 plus this. Let's see if he finishes strong. And he lets the ball go through. He thought it was going to be a wide. He's let it go through, and the umpire disagrees and says that is the end of the innings. It's a 153 for 2. A fantastic effort there from the Stallions. Highest score of the day against the Tartu Wolves, who are going to have a lot of work to do. Well, they'll have to go one better if they're going to try to get the points here. But the Tallinn Stallions, 153 off their 10 for the loss of 2 wickets. Done themselves every bit of favour to try to bring in the win here. Let's have a look at the batting card one more time. Well, we lost Rifat Khan, and that was a beautiful caught and bowled when the score was on 48. Good partnership. It was a 97-run partnership then between Nidin and Ankur that got the score right up into the high 140s before it was Nidin who was run out in that last over. No harm of his own. He just didn't get the memo that there was going to be a single on a quick single. He turned it down. However, Ankur Patel wanted to get on strike. You can't blame him either. With only a few more balls to come, really wanted to get on strike. But Ankur Patel, 66 from 23 with 5 fours and 6 sixes. Take a bow. What a terrific innings from him. Took a little while to get going, chewed up a couple of dots, but then really started to motor along very nicely indeed. So we're at the halfway point of this last match of the day, match 8, hanging in the balance, but the Tartu Wolves have got everything to do here. Need to do a lot because it's 154 for the win. If they can do that in 10 overs, they'll thoroughly deserve the points they pick up from this match. We're going to be finding out very soon as we return in 10 minutes' time. The game's looking to restart at 4:23. That's exactly 8 minutes and 57 seconds away from now. I usually try to be pretty accurate, so call it 8 minutes and 40 seconds. And we're going to be back online here in about 7 or 8 minutes' time for that run chase. Make sure you join us. This is ECS Estonia 2026 edition. This is Phil G commentating for you throughout this week. And this is the European Cricket Network, we thank you for your choice of cricket viewing. We realise you have a lot of choices, and thank you for joining us. We're going to see you back in a few minutes' time for the run chase. Don't go too far. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the run chasers. The umpires head out to the middle, followed very closely by the Stallions, looking to defend a big score they put on the board, 153 for 2 in their 10. It's a score that's pretty big. It's the biggest score of the day so far, and it could go one better if the Tartu Wolves bat well and things go their way. Looking to score at 154, so they're going to have to go pretty hard right from the very start. Very tough run chase. Conditions are tough for the fielders as well. There was a few drop catches in this in the Tartu fielders there before during the Stallions innings. A couple of ones I was a bit harsh on. I felt that there's a couple of catches should have been taken. I know that the wind is swirling. If anyone knows better than the wind swirling here than I do, then fair enough. But I tell you what, I've been here for only a day and a half, and that wind is really moving around quite a fair bit. But needless to say, catches win matches. Got to hold on to some catches. Players struggling in conditions here, but it's the same for everyone. So let's see what happens in this one with the Tartu Wolves. The batters heading out there into the centre as well. And the Stallions looking to make it 3 from 3 today, which is very possible indeed. Openers Ali Raza along with Muhammad Usman Sr. And it's going to, of course, be Pranay Gawala with the ball with the brand new Grizzly to start off proceedings as he's done all day today. Let's see what happens. Looking forward to this one. Hope you are as well. Hello to everyone in the chat. Thank you for joining us again for this big run chase coming your way. Hello to Paul, who's joining us as well. Paolo Campini, John Gray, Monteluse, saw you around as well. His question, are they hungry enough? Or is this going to be a bit of a howler? We're going to find out in a moment as we start the run chase. Starts with a swing and a miss. Ali Raza's eyes lit up when he saw that short delivery. Can't get bat on ball. He'll be disappointed with that one. Missed out on, well, it could have been a certainty. Let's have a look at the deep fielders. We have got a deep mid-wicket and we have a long on. They're your deep fielders early on here. And already, I think we've had a Sandshoe blowout early on here. Or is it the exchange? Actually, is it an exchange of shoes? I'm not sure. Might be an exchange of shoes. I think it is. So there you go. Nidin has swapped his shoes over. Obviously, they've run out to the centre and realised they've picked up each other's shoes. It can happen to anyone, I guess. And a quick change of shoes. Nidin was very apologetic. I think I've got your shoes, Pranay. Pranay says, you have indeed. Now give me the ball and let's get back into it. Nice pair of shoes too. Great camera work, Rob. Really good camera work. Excellent stuff. As now we go back to live action. Slower looping Yorker. Good delivery. Digs it out. So whatever those shoes did, they did the job. Good delivery. Can't stop the single. Yeah, I think to be fair, I think when Pranay bowled that first ball, he did have a little bit of a moment there where he thought he hasn't got the right tread. And it was Nidin who he swapped the shoes with. This has been taken around the corner. Oh, good slide and save. All in one motion as well. How good was that? The slide save, pick up throw. Excellent bit of work there. That's something that surely has been practiced like that a lot. Stallions desperate to get a third win here today. They've already got 2 wins here. To make it 3 from 3, we'll put them on par with the Strikers at the top of the table. Well, I think the Strikers have probably got maybe an extra couple of bonus points and sitting pretty at the top of the standings. Oh, it's a wide. Gets away from the keeper as well. Wide +1 there. Yeah, we'll take a look at the standings. Probably tomorrow we'll take a look at the standings because obviously we need these standings to form properly, if you know what I mean. And that's also because we will have the Viking Stars with us tomorrow. And that's the last team we haven't yet seen. The Viking Stars will join us tomorrow for 3 matches. So I'm thinking during the day tomorrow, we can start talking about the standings a little bit more because until all teams play, the standings are kind of a bit hard to sort of interpret. Easy to interpret that one. That's a lovely strike for 6. Hooked around the corner, short ball, punished very quickly, jumps onto that one. So wait for that ball to come back. Here it is. It's just arrived back into the field of play. And the fielder has now just come back to his position at square leg, so we're good to go again. Sorry for the delay, folks. That ball went a long way back. And this one is going to go a long way back as well. Actually, they might have just slammed into the building there next to one lone spectator. That's Richard out there. Richard, the lone spectator. He's already introduced himself to me today a couple of times. And he's a big cricket fan. He wanted to come down to the ground to watch the game. And now he's down here. He's now propped up against the container, watching the Tartu Wolves get after this score. So thanks for joining us, Richard. Give us a wave to the comms box when you hear this, just to know that you're okay and you'd managed to dodge that white grizzly coming out to meet you. Pranay in again. And very watchful. The wide ball just infringes the line. Or doesn't bite any of the line, unfortunately, for the bowler. And happy to take the wide ball there. The score is just motoring along nice there. 17 so far off the over. One more to come. Well, hands on hips. The batter's hands on hips showing us a little bit of disappointment there. The first over's done. Good top ball to finish with there. A bit of excitement. 17 for no loss. Very similar start to what we saw for the Stallions, actually. I think they got 16 off the first over. And things are looking pretty good for them there. So a good start for the Tartu Wolves, chasing a big score, getting a score on the board in the first over. That's ahead of the required run rate. Always a good sign. 137 required of 54. So need to be going at 15.2 and over from here on in. Currently going at 17. It's very hard to maintain that. But just really need a couple of really big overs. Get your score well ahead of the required rate. So when you have a couple of overs where it doesn't go your way, you're not left with a run rate required in the 20s. Once it gets over 20, oh boy, that's hard to drag it back. Start the second. We start it with a wide ball. People talking about chasing or defending in the chat. Good to see. That's the number one conversation right now. Chase or defend. Tartu Wolves, we all know what they need to do. But this is the highest score. It's the highest run chase we've had of the day. A 152 is the highest score we've had here today. Hit up in the air and, two players almost collided. And I got a funny feeling the conversation between the two players is one of us should have caught that one definitely. And I think it was Pranay sort of saying to his offsider there in the orange cap, saying, look, one of us should have caught that. Lakeside gets a bottom edge and just the single just floats towards a fine leg on a 45. So yet to lose a wicket, which is good signs for the Wolves. Shite the stumps at the striker's end, already home. For the Stallions, you kind of feel they've got the easier job here to try to defend, two or three tight overs in the first five, and suddenly the run chase is gone. Well, shots like that are going to help. Smoked out of the ground for a big six. That's a big hit. Mohamed Usman, he is no slouch with the bat. I've enjoyed his tournament so far. Just comes in and gets on with the job. Head down, bang. Another Maximo to his total. Score now up to 27. And that has helped the over because now it's 10 runs off the over with one ball to come. After the ball comes back, of course, which has gone quite a long way back. It's a shame we don't have any boundary riders, unfortunately. So last ball, the over. And that has gone in a similar place to the previous ball. If we had any volunteer ball boys, we'd probably put them out there straight away because that is a lovely strike. A lot of runs sitting out there now as the score now is up to 33 for no loss. And we are 2 overs gone. Looking around to the skies to make sure we'll get through this game. Looks like we will. With all the threats we had in our ear today of possible rain and conversations, and also checking out the apps. Everybody's got a different app, which makes it very difficult to know what's going to happen with the rain. And you know what? You don't know until it arrives anyway. But a lot of good conversations with the locals as well about what we might expect. It's really encouraging to see that it looks like we're going to get through all 4 games today, with all 4 games played in their entirety and all results coming through, which is terrific. But there was a kickback off the banjee rope. That was too far away for me to see whether that went for 4. I think maybe the umpires are just looking at each other and saying, yep, I think that was a save. In which case, fine, that was a save. Good save as well. Almost standing on the ball to flick it back. Well done. I think the batter was even asking the question as well. Just, yep, that was okay. All right, fair enough. Here we go. Look out for the umpires. And that man, Patel, can't keep him out of the game. He's one of the fielders there. He's got such a strong arm as well. He's an all-round cricketer. Really, really good competitor. Great with the bat. Great in the field as well. Seen him take some good catches, good fielding. Now he's asked again to come in off the boundary rope to keep it to just 1. He does that. Good bowling, good full deliveries. It's interesting to note that when I was commentating, I should say, with Tina and also with Henry Blofeld at the ECS last week in Switzerland, the way that the short ball was being punished, hold that thought, because this is a good catch. Holds the catch, and that is the first wicket that falls. And the bowler very nicely gets across to the batter, Ali Raza, gives him a little fist bump. I think Ali just said, yep, you got me. It was acknowledgement for a good delivery, which popped up. It was a little bit too short to play that shot, and it's coughed up a wicket, and the first wicket does fall with the score on 37. But it's a good bit of, friendly, sort of camaraderie and banter between the two teams to just have that little fist bump moment. I like to see that. Cricket should be played in that kind of spirit all the time. It just helps the game, and it's the reason why we do love the game, because people say, oh yeah, but the spirit of cricket, it shouldn't be a written rule. It shouldn't be anything in writing that makes us behave like this when we play cricket. We play it because we love it, and I love to see that between 2 amateur cricketers, just acknowledging, saying, yep, good delivery, you got me that one, the short ball, I chose the wrong shot. This time you got me. Next time I'll get you. A little bit of a wry smile and a grin, and a good pat on the back too. Importantly, though, that the wicket falls. Pranay gets a wicket. He's got 1 for 21. Oh, thanks, Aranga. That explains it then. They're very good friends. Obviously, I didn't know the background of their friendship, but there you go. It's just really good to see. I really enjoy those moments. They take a few seconds, but it's just pure enjoyment for me. I like to see that. But Ali Raza has to go. Mohammed Usman's still out there. That's a wide ball. We'll have that one again, please. So 115 needed off 43. Tartu Wolves are still in this, but it's a tough climb. Need to be going at 16 and over. The wides will help, of course. Still tough. Still looking to close out the over. 1 more to complete the power play. 39 on the board. 1 wicket down. Crunched over the head of the, is a very square deep mid-wicket. There's almost like a regulation mid-wicket. There's 2 mid-wickets, actually. 2 deep mid-wickets. And one of them is square. The other one is a little bit straighter, but probably more close to a regular. Anyway, over their heads, 6 runs. 46 for 1. 3 overs gone. Still 100 runs required, 108 required off the next 7 overs. So still a lot of work to do, but they've got a couple of big guns out there to try to make that happen. But they're going to need a couple of big overs. I would say they probably need about 2 magical overs here just to push themselves in front and get that run rate down around sort of the 13s and 12s. And that's a lot more manageable. And I know Vinny's fond of saying this, and I kind of agree with it. I'm sure a lot of people do as well, is in a big run chase, you need to break it down into bite-sized pieces just so it's manageable. And the Tartu Wolves will look at this and say, right, if we need to be going at 15 and over, how about the next 2 overs? We aim to get, say, 35 runs the next 2 overs. Or, you need to break it down like that, just so you're not left with 30, or call it, say, 40 runs required off the last 2 overs, which is really tough. So, well, people are saying 15 over is not huge. It's easy to say that, but when you're out there in the middle, and there's a lot of different variables going on, including what the bowler's thinking and how he's going to bowl the next ball, what the field is like, what the captain's doing with the field placings, the weather, the sun in your eyes. There's a lot of things that can sort of work against you. Anyway, there's a lot of reasons why it's a bit difficult. That's all we're saying. So break it down to bite-sized pieces and see how you go. We start the fourth with a wide. Bit of a loosener there. Knit in again. Slowed that one down a little bit, and that has been picked up, and that has bounced just inside the rope. So that is going to be 4 runs, and only just inside the rope. Just need a little bit more sweet timing on that one to make it a full-blooded 6. That's just bounced inside the line. So the 50 up now. Tartu Wolves are 51 for 1 inside the 4th over. Sports Junction 1435. Yep, the boundaries are small, 50-metre boundaries. And that's all it's been missed down leg side. So it's going to be wide plus that 1. All extras help, of course. Ball to be re-bowled. So, yeah, Sports Junction, I saw your comment before about the 15 over. It's not a huge total. However, it's 15 and over for 7 overs. And that's the thing. It's about doing it consistently for 7 overs. That's the tough part. You can do it for 1 over, maybe 2. And then suddenly the pressure to do it for 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 is pretty tough. It's not that easy. So that's why I was making the comment about Vinny's approach, Mr. Maximo's approach to these run chases. Break it down to bite-sized pieces, and maybe it becomes more manageable. Otherwise, it can sit in your head rent-free, and it can just bother the batters to think, well, I need to get 50 runs in the next 3 overs. You can't think about it like that. You need to break it down into smaller chunks. For me, as a batter, I used to break it down into single chunks and think, right, this ball, we're going to hit this ball. Oh, desperate effort for the catch there. That was super, super close to a catch. That was so very, very close. That would have been a massive wicket. It gets through. It gets to the boundary. Oh, boy. That could be really critical. Hit down the ground. Mohammed Usman Sr. is belting the ball nicely here. He's muscled his way along to 43 from 11. I'm liking this innings a lot. Only halfway through the 4th. He's looking to take control of this run chase for the Wolves. Wide ball called there. Yeah, the wide's been a bit of a problem. The wides have been a bit of a problem. It's been a bit of a problem for most of the teams all day. Just the bowler's just not really controlling the ball. There's another example there. It's full. Even the length is slightly wrong. It's a bit too full. Would have been a full toss. Could have been put anywhere in the park. So just struggling a bit here. Conditions are a bit tricky. It's a lot cooler than it was yesterday. The wind is blustering. It's picking up, then it's dropping, picking up and dropping. It's a little bit tough out there for the players. Slows this one down and gets hooked around the corner. Good bit of fielding, gets the body behind it, and it's just going to be the 1 run. Excellent fielding. Covering off that boundary over there on the leg side. Great work. I think it's Milind who's out there. It is indeed. Does a good job. Well done. 66 for 1 now. Miss hit. Milind has got to put in some big steps. They probably go look for 2. Yep, 2 on the arm. Here comes the throw. And easily home. Doesn't have a strong arm. He's a boundary rider, Milind, but he doesn't have a strongest arm. Needs to do a relayed throw, and there was no one in the infield on the leg side for him to relay throw to. The bowler needs to try to keep this off the pads because the fielders on the leg side, they're all on the boundary up. There is nobody in the infield. And I'm watching the square leg umpire. There's nobody within about 30 metres of him. He's probably feeling very cold and lonely out there with no fielders to talk to. I would be. All the fielders are stacked on the offside. So bowler, try to bowl it with an offside attack maybe. Anyway, there you go. End of the over. 4 overs gone. 68 for 1 on the board. That run rate is at 17. Need to be going at 14.3 from here on in. So the Tartu Wolves have got their noses in front and not quite halfway through the innings yet. Mohammed Usman Sr. at 44 from 12. He's setting his team up for a good run chase here. Should be a very exciting run chase coming if they can maintain this. People are still talking about 15 per over is easy. I maintain that it's not. When you got to do it for 7 overs, let's see anyone get out there and try and do that consistently. It's not as easy as it sounds. Going for a quick single there. Not saying it's impossible. Absolutely, it can be done. I agree with Hamza Naveed in the chat who said that. Yep, sure. It can be done. I wouldn't call it easy. I wouldn't call it doing it for 7 overs in a row an easy task. I would call it moderately difficult, but definitely doable, of course. Definitely possible. Elevates over the head of the fielder who's just encroached in a bit. That was interesting because Malind, who was on the boundary rope, he'd come in almost to the circle. Maybe he's feeling a bit left out, or maybe he was looking to sort of, make friends with the umpire. He just sort of crept in a bit, and then the next shot just gets lifted over his head. A little bit cheeky there, but well spotted by the batter who says, oh, hang on a minute, he snuck in. I'm going to put this one away. And he finds the boundary rope. So nice hit there from Iqbal. Usman's having a good innings. Iqbal then chimes in with a boundary as well. Interesting balance to this game. Let's see. Left armour in, causing problems for the right-handed batters here. Good length. And misses the lot. Been pretty impressed with Ashwin's bowling. I think he's been really good with these left arm sort of looping deliveries he bowls. Not afraid to put it slightly wide on the crease. He's aiming for the tram line and he's getting it. And that's why even the batter has turned into his counterpart. He's saying, look, he even gave like a motion saying, I look to push it on the offside. Because he's trying to swipe it towards deep mid-wicket. He's sort of reverted back to type, which is hit it towards deep mid-wicket, and he should be pushing it out towards deep point, where there's no cover. There's no one out there at deep point. There's regulation point. Edged, flies away, and caught. Good catch, really good catch there. I thought he might have got a little bit more on that one. He doesn't, and it's been well caught at that short third position. So it brings around the mistake. Iqbal there. Couple of dots after that big maximum we hit, and just maybe the pressure might have got to him just a little bit there, and he's coughed up his wicket at a really important time as well, with the Wolves looking to get on top here. Nice catch from Sirimewan, who takes a good catch from Santosh. So Pixel Cricket says Santosh is good. You're absolutely right. He's got a good wicket there. Oh, it's tough. Interesting. Pixel Cricket chiming in again, saying Santosh over will make them win. Well, tell you what, he's picked up a wicket there. He's been nice and tight. He was hit for 6 off the second ball of the over, but he's come back beautifully with dots and a wicket. Let's see what he can do here now. 1 for 7, plus whatever happens here. Wolves just with that slight little wobble. They're still where they want to be. It's pretty even. So they need to go at 15.3. They're going at 15.5. This is a very even run chase right now. And that's going to be wide. He misses the line on that occasion. Could be a very exciting run chase, this one. It's already turned out exciting. I think next 5 overs are going to be huge. And, oh, could you believe it? Almost into the waiting hands of the fielder there again. He almost gets a second chance. Siri Marwan was just hunting in that area, looking to take another catch off the Wolves, and he's stuck out the glove and stuck out the hand, and he's almost reeled in a ripper. Would have been 2 in a couple of balls. It misses, goes for 4. That's the way it goes. 80 on the board, 5 overs gone, 80 for 2. So the run rate required is under 15. The run rate currently being scored is over 16, so they're ahead in the run rate. So the Wolves here have lost 2 wickets, but they're ahead in the run rate. So this is good signs for them. This is going to be an exciting finish. Big score they need to chase down, but it's about maintaining this 15 runs and over throughout the rest of the chase. That's the tough part. And if they could do that for the next 5 overs, then they deserve all the points. or 3 of them at least anyway. Santosh makes his way back to long on. And it's going to be Himanshu Chowdhury to continue the left arm coming over the wicket this time. And it starts us off with a wide down leg side. So we've gone from left arm coming around the wicket to left arm coming over the wicket. Trying to make something happen here. Mohammad Usman Senior, he's got 45 from 13, eyeing himself off a half century. Hits it out square, just the one. Still got a bit to do here. 81 for 2, climbs up to 82 for 2. Left arm coming over the wicket. Slams that one down, and it goes to square leg. Quick single is the order of the day. Good work all around. Stallions need a tight over here, just to get some scoreboard pressure back on the Tartu Wolves. Switch that over. Tartu Wolves just need to get another sort of 10 runs, a couple of boundaries. I know it sounds simple. It's not. I've been saying this all the chase. It's not easy to maintain. Batters get tired. New batters come in. Mistakes get made, a few dot balls, and suddenly you don't need 15 and over, you need 17 and over, then you need 20 and over. So things can go wrong very quickly. On paper, it looks simple. Everything looks simple on paper. It's like reading a recipe. You look at it on paper, you think, oh yeah, I can do that. When it comes down to it, you realize it takes you 10 times longer than anybody else. And as someone who cooks, I can tell you that's exactly how it happens. In the air, and well, Ankar Patel, he runs in like a hare and then realizes he was not going to get it, and he has to hold back to defend, and he does a good job of adjusting his run in. So, haven't seen a boundary for a few deliveries now. Tartu Wolves need a boundary here. Got to find the rope somehow. It's just going to be one all the way along the deck. So, one to come to complete the over. Terrific over this. Chowdhury bowling his heart out for his team. Good ball. Yorker length. Digs it out. No pace behind that shot whatsoever. And you can see the Tartu Wolves are a little bit distraught about that one. That is a great over for the Stallions. Just the 6 runs from it. No, the 7 runs from it in total. A couple of wides in there as well. But it's 86 for 2. That run rate required suddenly goes from 15 up to 17, just like that in the blink of an eye. Makes it very tough indeed. You kind of feel now, with that really good over going the way of the Stallions, the Tartu Wolves, they need a massive over. They need a 20-plus run over in order to just get back in the game here. I kind of feel that things are falling away a bit for them. Just with that one over. Just takes one over and things can change quickly. Mohammad Usman Senior doesn't get his half century in that over. Only goes for 7 runs. 2 of those were wides. This over from Akash. This is the big one for me. Oh, starts us off with a wide. They're going to scamper through for an extra one as well. Oh, batter's down, slipped over there. Bowler doesn't help him up. Just says, "What are you doing there?" Hope he's all right. Hope he hasn't twisted something. He's going straight for the pads, I think. Well, it's good to see. Umpire and a couple of players are going across to make sure he's okay. He did fall pretty heavily, but he's up quick. The bowler wasn't interested. The bowler was interested in getting back to the top of his mark and going again, but it looks like he's all right. So it was a wide. It was 2 wides, 89 for 2. Every little bit counts. 16.2 is the required rate here. Tartu Wolves love to get a 20-run plus over in. Oh, good ball. Good ball from Akash. I think the ball bounced on his finger and jammed his finger into the pitch. I don't think it wasn't hit back hard. I think it was just that the ball bounced on his finger and stamped it into the deck. Ouch. I felt that from here. Hit hard and taken beautifully, calmly taken on the boundary rope. That's a really well-held catch. And that's Ashwin Santosh, who holds onto a rocket Found a bin there. Could have almost, I would have gone for 6 actually. It was dipping, but it was pretty much a flat shot. So that is a huge wicket for the Stallions. Absolutely massive wicket. Tartu Wolves right up against it now. It's been a very lean couple of overs, and you kind of feel a bit of the sting has gone out of the run chase, and now the required rate's up to 17.7. They're in a little bit of trouble now. So if I have a look, sorry about the wind there coming through the microphone. We've got the front door and the back door open. Wind is howling through here. We've had 2 boundaries in the last, I would say, 18 deliveries, and that's where the problem is. So Tartu Wolves are 89 for 3 and 65 required off 22. Is that going to be a bridge too far? I think the Stallions are on their way here. Makes it very tough. New batter coming out to the crease. It needs to start again as well. So 89 for 3. 22 balls left. Here's one of them. Just looking to hit this one out of the park towards deep mid wicket. Only punches down the ground for a single. Tough going here. This has gone high up in the air. This is a tough chance. Really tough chance. Always going to be tough. You see there the way that the fielder had to leap forward to the ball at the last minute because the wind dropped. It was taking it away from him sort of over his head. At the last minute it just dropped and it fell like a stone. So 91 for 3. Yeah, this run rate pushing up now towards 20. Need to cut the boundaries. Need them in a hurry. Hit hard. Should be fielded cleanly. Is fielded cleanly. Knitting gets everything behind that one and stops the boundary. And this is some good bowling from Akash. I said at the top of the over, this over is for me. This is the game. This over was going to be the game. And I feel that this is it. I like to think it sort of shows maybe I know something about cricket. Hopefully that comes through. I try. I really do. What a great over so far. Can he finish strong? Can. Unable to get under this one. It goes straight to the fielder, Ankar Patel, who underarms it back to Akash, who has bowled a terrific over. It's 1 for 6 from Akash's over. 6 runs only, and they needed to go at 20 and over. So 93 for 3, still 61 needed off the last 3 overs. And you get the feeling now that, well, people in the chat were talking about 15 and over is easy. And I'm sorry, but 15 and over is not easy at all when you go to do it 7 overs in a row. And the moment you blink is the moment you don't do it. And that's exactly what's happened here. So it's looking to me that Stallions are currently uploading with potentially their 3rd win of the day. And that would be absolutely huge for them. How much will they enjoy that? As I said earlier, we'll check out the standings a little bit closer tomorrow because we'll see the 5th team of this tournament playing tomorrow, the Viking Stars, in action tomorrow. Got 3 games tomorrow with them. The Stallions will be back for 3 games as well. And, of course, the Strikers, the undefeated team in the competition, they're going to be back for 2 games. I'll go through that for you in just a moment in a bit more detail. Hit hard. Bit of an umpire killer, that one, and it's found the boundary for 4 runs. So they need that, and they need plenty of those with almost no mistake whatsoever now. Everything's got to get to the boundary one way or another. They only have a few deliveries in which to not get to the boundary. Paul with a good comment that, yeah, exactly. Remember, 200 was indeed passed yesterday twice. I mean, that was quite a day of runs. We had 1,100 runs yesterday, which is pretty good for an ECS. Hit around the corner. Going to look for 2 on the arm. No, they're not. 3 overs ago, they would have tried a second run on the arm, but this time they don't. The Wolves are only 3 wickets down, and they're running out of deliveries to try to get the runs. Mohammed Usman Sr. is still out there. He's got his 50. He goes to 55 now. They need him to farm the strike. He needs to know there's no time left to farm the strike. Noman Ashraf is no slouch with a bat, but it's Usman who's the man in form. He's got to try to stay at the striker's end. Shouts to catch it, and catch it. Patel does, and Patel holds on to a good catch, and that pretty much also solidifies Patel as probably going to be your player of the match here today. As Mohammed Usman, the pressure gets to him and trying to hit out, he does get a chance to elevate, but he's played a blistering innings, 55 of 22 deliveries. He gets a proper little handshake from a couple of players coming over to him, the fielding team that is, and he has to head off the ground now. So his time is done. 6 sixes, 2 fours, anchored the innings right from the very top there, 55 and 22. Well battered to Mohammed Usman. Loved his innings, and I'm sure there's a lot of love in the chat for him as well. Well done. Well done to him as well. And Nidin picks up a wicket, so reward for Nidin as well. 55 needed off 14. It's a run rate of 23. It's possible, but it's highly improbable. Need to have something quite incredible happen to now, but with the big hitting and in-form batter leaving, this is now tough for the Wolves. Opens the face of a full ball and turns down the single. That's Moise Ahmad there out there. Let's see if he can try to make a bit of an impact. Noman Ashraf at the non-striker's end, but they're running out of time, running out of deliveries. Carved away towards the point area. Desperate work in the field there. The Stallions are still absolutely on here. They're looking to make sure they save every single run and do everything correctly that they can do. The Wolves, they notch up the 100, the team 100, at the end of the 8th. So it's 54 needed off the last 2 overs. You get the feeling they've left themselves a little bit too much to do right at the end of this game. Paolo Campini has spelled that out for me exactly. So Pixel Cricket was asking, tell me if this is the last of the day. It is. This is the last match of the day. We're back with 4 more matches tomorrow. So Pixel Cricket 08. Yes, there is no more matches here today. This is the last innings, the last 2 overs of the day. We'll be back with 4 more games tomorrow on Wednesday. And I'm going to go through those games for you in just, well, actually, probably at the end of this over. So I kind of feel that the 10 overs will get bowled out, but the score will not be achieved. As a butterfly tried to fly into me then and turn around and went the other way. I must have that effect on butterflies. Well left. I'm not sure why the batter left that one. He's pointing to the ground. He's saying, is that the wide line? And the wicket keeper is very helpfully saying to him, no, that's the wide line there. The big, thick blue thing. Follows up with another dot. And this is putting paid to our comments before about how hard it is to get 15 runs an over for 7 overs. 2 dot balls in a row. Digs out a good length. Going to have to run hard. Nope. Fielder doesn't pick it up. Why don't we skip over and let's have a look and see what's happening tomorrow. So tomorrow, Wednesday, the 12th of August, we've got the Tallinn Strikers in action against the Viking Stars. First match. Oh, bowler's end. Chance for a run out here if he can take it. I think he might have broken the stumps with his hand. Although the batter's, he's continuing to run. Well, that's interesting. Not sure how the umpires managed to give that out, but he has indeed given it out. I saw the ball come out of the hand. I'm not sure. Maybe I saw it wrong. Maybe I was having a few sort of weird flashbacks. I'm not sure. Well, you saw the replay, and I think that was pretty conclusive that umpire might have missed that one. Stumps were broken with the hand and the ball was flung away, but I think at this point it's kind of hard to argue with the fact that the Tartu Wolves are on a bit of a hiding to nothing here. Didn't sound like a clean hit. It wasn't. Just down the ground for a single. Are they going to look for 2? Halfway through the run, they decided to go for 2, and also the fielder took a little while to pick it up and apologises to his bowler as well because he doesn't want to get in trouble, that's for sure. RA2 El Mondo, you have been an absolute champion in the chat. Really appreciated your comments over the last couple of days. So thank you. Keep that coming, and we hope to see you here tomorrow as well. So, going to continue talking about tomorrow's games in just a moment after this ball. Caught him plumb in front for sure. Absolutely for sure. Umpire, in no doubt, gets this one absolutely correct, and that's a good call, good shout, and wicket falls. Leg before, plum with plum, was it plum pudding with plum sauce on a plum-coloured plate as well. So tomorrow we're going to see the Viking Stars in action for the first time in the series. They're here for 3 games. The Stallions are back for 3 games as well, and that will complete their group stages. That's the most important thing to note. It will complete their group stages, and the score now goes up to 103 for 6 after 9. 2 wickets in 3 balls. So the game's tomorrow, Wednesday, the 12th of August. First game tomorrow at 9:30 local time. That's 8:30 Central European summertime, or of course it's 7:30 in the morning UK time, UK summertime. You got the Tallinn Stallions against the Viking Stars, then the Strikers in action against the Viking Stars. Viking Stars will then take a game off. Gives a chance for the Stallions to take on the Strikers in the lunchtime match. And the afternoon game will be the Stallions and the Stars going again head-to-head. That's your 4 games tomorrow. So please join us here on the European Cricket Network. I'll be here to take you through the action. Hope you can join me as well. The final over to be bowled. And Akash gets a chance to bowl the final over, as he should as well. Bowled a terrific first over as a couple of Stallions run into each other, have a bit of a hug. And a couple of their teammates are laughing about that too, because the game is gone, needing 47 of 5 deliveries. I don't think the Stallions worry about the occasional boundary, but 2 players run together and they become a mess of a tangle of arms and legs and uniforms, and they see the ball over the line. Yeah, thanks for Monty. Don't forget, everyone, to like and subscribe to the channel. If you saw something you liked today, don't forget to give us a like, and of course subscribe to the European Cricket Network, the best European Cricket Network on the YouTube channel. That's us. Big hit for 6 there. So a bit of a rush of blood here at the end. Good to see. Campini shouting out to Vinny. Is Vinny back in the chat, is he? I didn't even notice he was back in the chat, Paolo. Or are you time traveling again? Swing and a miss. Well, doesn't get 3 boundaries in a row. Swings and misses. And off to the north in the distance, I can see some heavy rain clouds, but they're a long way away. They're not going to touch us, not at all. But anyone to the north of Tallinn, well, actually north of Tallinn, that's Helsinki, isn't it? So I think Helsinki is getting a bit of a drenching right now. Good ball. Getting through his over really quickly here is Akash. 4 and a 6, then dots up. 2 balls left. Stallion's going to score a big win over the Wolves as we go close out the final game today. Second last ball of the day. Steps across the stumps, wants to go leg side, and brings about a bit of a rash delivery from the bowler. Pumps it down leg sides. We'll have to have that one again. Akash just slightly falling for that one. Oh, no worries, PK. No worries. I thought maybe you saw him in the chat and I didn't, that's all. Another dot. So, with a heavy heart, I have to say, final ball of the day coming up. We've had a bit of everything today weather-wise, and we've had a bit of fun here as well on the chat, and we've had some great cricket too, some great moments. Final ball of the day is pumped out of the ground for 6 runs. The players come together and they're going to walk off together as well as this game goes the way of the Stallions. They've had a big win over the Tartu Wolves. And the Wolves, unfortunately for them, they're going to be without a win against the Stallions. They did have a win, though, against the Hippos. That'll brighten up their day. But that is the end of that match. And match 8 does go the way of the Stallions. Hope you've enjoyed that one today. What a great day we've had. And just quickly recapping the scores there. So Stallions 153 for 2 after 10. The Tartu Wolves managed to amass 120 for 6. So it's a 33-run victory Despite a 17-run final over, it's a 33-run victory. Just left themselves with a bit too much to do there, sort of in the later overs. Players come together and handshakes all around, also with the officials who've done a great job today as well. And also my thanks to the crew and the volunteers and everybody at the ground for putting together another great day. And it looks like we're finishing just as some of the weather's starting to close in again. So our timing is brilliant. Just to quickly recap to there, I want to give a shout out to Mohammed Usman Sr. for that 55 from 22. Absolutely gallant in defeat he was, tried to hold it together. And when he left the scene, you kind of felt that was it. The Wolves were on a hiding to nothing, and the Tallinn Stallions get the win in their batting. Massive shout out to Ankur Patel with that 66 that he scored there. Sorry, folks. Sorry about the noise. The wind there. It was almost couldn't even hear myself then. So where was I? Yep. So Ankur Patel, 66 from 23. Really, really good effort from him, and that's why they've got the win on the board. So 2 days gone here at the ECS. It's been absolutely brilliant, absolutely hilarious and fun a few times as well. The chat has kept me alive and kept me going. Shout out to Marzi and Kenneth for all the great work they're doing here behind the scenes. And of course, Mr. Maxwell jumps into the chat. Well, I told you, you say his name 3 times and that's what happens. He suddenly arrives. It's a bit of a Beetlejuice moment when he turns up as well. So there you go. Remembering the draws for the ECC and the ECLs that we've had over the years. Anyway, it's time for us to say goodnight here. Thank you so much for everybody for joining us today. It's been wonderful to have your company to keep me company there on the chat. It's been a lot of good interactions with our friends tuning in from India and from all over the world. And of course, you mods do a sensational job every single time. It's always brilliant. SkyQuest, I just saw you jump in the chat just then, so good to see you as well. But my big thanks to everyone in the chat, whether you got a blue shield or not. It's been wonderful to have your company. Thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow for another exciting 4 games. As I said before, the Viking Stars in action tomorrow. The Stallions back as well. And, of course, the Strikers, the big-hitting, undefeated Strikers in action tomorrow. Make sure you join me here on the European Cricket Network as ECS Estonia keeps on continuing with Day 3 tomorrow. Until then, stay safe, stay happy, and we'll see you tomorrow. Cheerio.